leasing company, and certainly not the new car dealer. And they can prove it to you daily. 817 or 972-234-1234. AutoFlex has been the leasing leader for over 25 years, and they know the market, and they know how to apply the best programs to your lease. They're going to save you money. They're going to shorten the time that you have to keep your car, and they're going to make getting the new car fun again. It's easy. All you have to do is give them a call, 817 or 972-234-1234. The new way and the best way is to lease it from AutoFlex Leasing. You're going to be glad you did.
The Sophia Art Academy, located in North Dallas, is a hands-on instruction facility for the visual arts. If you or your children are interested in perfecting your artistic abilities, or you just want to learn how to draw or paint as a hobby, the Sophia Academy has classes that will fit all schedules, with lessons starting at 1 hour each week. Students at the Academy have received scholarships into prestigious art schools throughout the country, as well as high-paying jobs in the visual arts field. For the past 5 years, Sophia Academy students have received the first place prize at the Texas State Fair Art Competition. Log on to SophiaAcademy.com. That's SOFIA Academy.com, or give them a call, 972-980-1717. Sign up in July for 5 classes or more and get 5 hours of studio time for free. Do something you've always wanted to and perfect your artistic abilities. Call the Sophia Art Academy for information on classes for you or your children. 972-980-1717. That's 972-980-1717, and become a better artist today.
Hey, what's up? It's Rob Riddlemoser from Jaguars Gold Club. Every so often, something unbelievable happens. You just have to see it with your very own eyes just to believe it. Thursday night at Jaguars Gold Club. You better open your eyes up wide, because we're throwing a panty party. Our beautiful entertainers are going to be performing up close and personal. And when they take them off, you take them home. It's a panty party. Only at Jaguars Gold Club. In Dallas, 2151 Manana, just west of 35. And in the mid-cities, 12325 Callaway, right at the corner of Highway 157 North College. Come enjoy a Las Vegas show like no other. Gold Club panty party Thursday night. Las Vegas style entertainment, just the way you want it. 972-869-GOLD. Panty Party Thursday night.
Hey, it's Eric from the Pugs and Kelly Show, and I want you to come join me today from 4 to 6 p.m. at Trophy Nissan. They're going to be selling off over 1,200 brand new and repossessed vehicles from other distressed dealerships in the area. Trophy Nissan has been named the official host of this DFW Clearance.com event. Today, from 4 to 6 p.m. at Trophy Nissan, 5031 Galloway in Mesquite, with me, Eric from the Pugs and Kelly Show, and live 105.3.
Jagger, Pugs and Kelly, Russ Martin. This is KLLI, Dallas Fort Worth.
Live 105.3. The Russ Martin Show.
I sent JD an email today.
Yeah?
Because I found out, Trey called me and he said, all right, you got more legal expenses you have to pay in addition to what you've already done. So far, today, just today, I had to write a check for almost $4,000.
Right.
A few months ago, I had to write a check for $1,500, still for legal work.
Sure.
$40,000 into escrow.
Liquor license.
Yeah, and that's $3,000 or $4,000 for a liquor license. I got to pay all of that right now. I don't got no bar.
It's deferred income. Look at it as deferred income, because that's true.
It's money gone.
Well, no, it's not. You're spending money for something that will ultimately make you many times over.
I don't know that.
Well, it's a calculated risk. But
well, why is it? It's got to come out of my pocket.
It's your bar.
How come I only own half of it? How come nobody else is helping me with this stuff?
Well, because the people that are...
According to the investment paperwork I've seen, I only own like 51% of it. Why am I paying for 100%?
Well, you're not. You've got investors.
So far, nobody else's name has been on these checks.
Well, but they're putting in money for the bar, ultimately, right?
I haven't seen it.
But that's going to happen. They're going
Why
to
am
share.
I paying for everything?
It's your bar.
Only half of it?
Well, the half that requires you to pay money is yours.
I don't like this.
You're going to make tons of dough off of this. I had a guy come up at lunch today. I was eating in a restaurant. A waiter that wasn't even waiting on me came up and said, hey, what's the deal on Russ's bar? If this bar ever opens, I'm not kidding. If this bar ever opens, it's going to be the biggest bar that ever hit. It's going to have such a huge crowd. And he's right.
It's because we're going to do freeze tag on Wednesdays.
No.
Gonna do what?
Freeze tag. Whose phone is that?
Not mine.
Not mine.
Is it yours?
I don't have one.
It's coming from over in JD's bag.
No, it's not.
I found it. Hello?
It's not a Keystone Cops.
Pull up russmartin.com. The pictures of you without your eyebrows are on there.
Right.
Front page.
Of course.
I don't understand why you left any of the eyebrow at all.
Well, I'm not going to shave him completely. I might as well. You're right at that point.
What's
God, that looks scary. Yeah, it looks good.
What's funny is now I'm used to the Sharpie drawn in on your forehead. So you're going to draw those in every day?
Nah, I'm going to actually go get some fake ones. Somebody gave me a link where you can actually buy eyebrows.
How much are eyebrows now?
About $30.
For both of them?
Yeah.
Well, that ain't bad.
They're real human hair.
And how do they stick on?
A little glue.
Like the spirit gum or whatever?
Gum.
And you're going to wear those every day?
For a few months. It'll grow back fast.
Okay.
I hope. I don't know.
Is that Gail? She saw the website?
Shut up.
Oh, my God.
Gail. That's funny. Shut up. Jesus.
I gotta go.
What do you mean?
Ain't business.
You brought it up. You brought it up.
Rude.
I'm not rude. Comedy Central's Dave Chappelle says he can't take Ralph Nader's presidential campaign seriously because Nader supports repaying blacks for the years their ancestors spent as slaves in this nation. In the August issue of Blender...
Who's going to pay them?
We are,
of course. The government, yeah. In the August issue of Blender magazine...
Are we supposed to take care of everybody? Are we still paying the Indians?
Indirectly, yes.
Yeah.
Well, why don't we give the black people some of that?
It's a separate deal.
Set them up with casinos.
Yeah.
No. In the August issue of...
They can set up a bunch of those. Choctaw Negro.
No.
The Russ Martin Show.
Well, hi there. Traffic's brought to you by ExxonMobil. There's one wreck and a lot of construction. The wreck is downtown Dallas, northbound I-45 and I-30 on the overhead. In Irving, westbound 183, between Valley View and Amon Carter, the right lane's closed. You're backed up to Beltline. On southbound 35 Simmons, from Industrial down to, from Industrial down across the bridge in Colorado, you've got the right lane blocked, and traffic is backed up to Oak Lawn. And in Richardson, northbound 75, between Arapahoe and Campbell, the right lane's blocked for road work. I'm Gail Lightfoot on The Russ Martin Show.
Better than anything you've ever heard. The Russ Martin Show. Live 105.3.
The official package store of the Russ Martin Show is Majestic Fine Wines and Spirits, where the spirit of the week is Lismore Single Malt Scotch.
Stop by your local participating On the Run at Exxon for a thirst-quenching deal. Get any size fountain drink or icy for just 99 cents. Only at On the Run at Exxon locations.
Get out of the car.
Tonight at 9, Glenn Close stars in the suspense thriller of the summer. It's the FX series premiere of Damages.
We are engaged in battle.
TV Guide raves Glenn Close is in top form as ruthless litigator Patty Hughes.
Patty, if you were a man, I'd kick the living crap out of you.
If you were a man, I'd be worried.
And Ted Danson dazzles as a billionaire who will stop at nothing to protect his fortune.
What can we do to keep her quiet?
The Orlando Sentinel proclaims Damages is an engrossing legal thriller that unfolds like a novel you don't want to put down.
You're going to hear certain things that you must not hear.
Top critics are calling Damages riveting, spectacular, and simply extraordinary.
We're doing the right thing. It's what you do after that that's the hard part.
Glenn Close and Ted Danson.
Fix this. Whatever it takes.
Everyone's hiding something.
Damages. Premieres tonight at 9. Only on FX. Commercial-free series premiere is presented by Cadillac.
You're staring at me.
Better Beer Bureau, how can I help you?
Yeah, hi. I just noticed a mistake on the Miller Lite label. It says it contains only 3.2 grams of carbs. Obviously a typo.
Let me check the Better Beer Bureau carb index. 3.2 grams of carbs in a Miller Lite. That's correct, actually.
But that's like half the carbs of Bud Light.
Yeah, that's about right, sir. Pretty incredible.
3.2 grams, huh? Now, you're sure those aren't metric grams?
Pretty sure all grams are metric, sir.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm cross-referencing the Better Beer Bureau beer taste index. It looks like Miller Lite has more taste than Bud Light, too.
Miller Lite has half the carbs of Bud Light and more taste?
The Better Beer Bureau beer indices don't lie, sir.
So I can totally have my cake and eat it, too. Except it's a cake that's got half the carbs of Bud Light. And instead of a cake, it's Miller Lite. And instead of eating it, I'm drinking it.
It's exactly like that, sir. Thanks for calling the Better Beer Bureau.
More taste, half the carbs. Miller Lite. Good call. Per 12 ounce, Miller Lite contains 96 calories, 3.2 grams carbs, less than 1 gram protein, and 0 grams fat. Bud Light contains 6.6 grams carbs. Miller Brewing Company, Fort Worth, Texas. Live responsibly.
The following information is a public notice to aid in regenerating the Texas housing industry. The Federal Housing Administration has authorized Mortgages USA in the state of Texas to offer FHA loan programs to the general public. If you have a credit score as low as 580 and would like to have a home loan insured by the federal government, call 214-MORTGAGE. Again, call 214-667-8424 to speak with a Texas licensed consultant. Programs include refinancing, getting cash, or buying a home in the state of Texas. Qualify at 214-MORTGAGE and help regenerate Texas. Call Mortgages USA at 214-667-8424. That's 214-667-8424 to learn more. This message was paid for by MUSA Mortgages USA, Texas license 66376-2505 Highway 360, Grand Prairie, Suite 200.
Waiting for a great deal on a new Dodge is over. Zero Plus is back at your local Dodge dealer. Now you can take advantage of 0% APR financing plus up to $1,000 bonus cash on select Dodge models. Get Zero Plus on the Dodge Charger with a fuel-efficient 2.7-liter V6 that gets 28 highway miles per gallon. And Dodge Durango with standard electronic stability program, best-in-class interior room, and available seating for up to 8 passengers. Dodge Ram 1500 regular or quad cab, part of the longest-lasting, most durable line of full-size pickup trucks. You can even get Zero Plus on the all-new Dodge Avenger with the world engine that gets up to 30 highway miles to the gallon. Zero Plus is back, and it's back on our most fuel-efficient lineup of Dodge vehicles ever. So hurry into your Dodge dealer today. Grab life. Dodge. Financing for qualified buyers, $500 to $1,000 depending on model. Mileage based on 2007 EPA estimates. Based on 2006 Automotive News Classification. Based on RO Polk & Company vehicles in operation. Registration stats CY 1986 to 2005. Durability based on longevity. Offers end July 31st.
Bank of America presents another big opportunity for small business. Today's opportunity, a fast and easy line of credit.
Wow, look at how many signed bats they have. Yeah, well, we also have baseballs, hats, bobbleheads, jerseys, and bases, and they are all signed.
Dan and his brother owned a sports memorabilia store that had a lot of baseball history.
Sorry.
Trouble was, all that history was piling up, so they came to Bank of America for a line of credit. With the fast and easy application process, they were well on their way to getting the credit they needed to expand their space.
Wow, this place is huge.
So now they not only had a credit line to add even more cool autographed stuff,
Hey, Dan, where are we going to put all the bats?
they had a bigger space to display it all.
Out of a kid's reach.
Business Credit Express from Bank of America, a line of credit created for small business owners to grow their small business. To learn more, stop by your local banking center today. Bank of America, Bank of Opportunity. Credit subject to approval.
The 2007 Spring Thoroughbred season at Lone Star Park is coming down to the wire. If you haven't been out yet, what are you waiting for? Come out this Saturday, July 28th for Fan Appreciation Day, when each person will receive a free Lone Star Park sports bag with paid admission while supplies last. That's a free canvas sports bag featuring our commemorative 10-year anniversary logo. Plus, enter to win lots of other great prizes in our Fan Appreciation Day drawings. To enter, simply pick up, complete, and deposit your entry form on Saturday, July 28th before the 2 p.m. contest deadline. One free Lone Star Park sports bag per person with paid admission while supplies last. Grandstand gates open at 11:30 and the first live race starts at 1:35. Admission is only $3. for an action-packed day of live thoroughbred racing and to get your free Lone Star Park sports bag and the opportunity to win lots of other great prizes. What are you waiting for? Don't miss Fan Appreciation Day this Saturday, July 28th at Lone Star Park at Grand Prairie. The horses are ready. Are you?
The Executive Club of Dallas is unleashing the most premier restaurant and gentlemen's club in all of Dallas on August 9th. Experience an over 18,000 square foot gentlemen's club on executive level featuring exclusive skyboxes and champagne suites, an exhilarating light and video show, full service dining, multiple stages, and over 100 of the finest entertainers. Join us on August 9th at 6 p.m. at the all-new Executive Club. It's our grand opening gala. Enjoy a complimentary evening with cocktails and food fit for a king. Come experience the Executive Club, bringing the best of both worlds. A nightclub, a gentleman's club, together. It's the most amazing show in town. Thursday, August 9th. Be there at 6 p.m. This is your night at the all-new Executive Club between Empire Central and Regal Road at 8550 North Stemman Freeway. For more info and VIP table reservation, call 214-267-8550. Coming soon to the Executive Club, Alcatraz. The Executive Club is your club. An experience like no other.
So, what would you rather have, the power to fly or the power to be invisible?
That's a dumb question.
I just pick one.
No, that's like asking what's better, the Big Mac or the Quarter Pounder with cheese.
Come on, just pick one.
No, man.
Oh.
You know, between all that beef and cheese and the Quarter Pounder with cheese and the fact that nothing eats like a Big Mac, you cannot say one is better than the other.
So would you rather fly or be invisible?
I'd rather go to McDonald's.
The equally desirable McDonald's Big Mac and Quarter Pounder with cheese sandwiches made with 100% USDA inspected beef. At participating McDonald's.
Millions of families are taking one last trip before school starts, and Radio Shack salutes their do stuff spirit. To help them on the open road, Radio Shack offers fun and useful electronics, like portable DVD players from Mercurian and Sony, and trip-saving GPS units from Magellan, TomTom, and Garmin, so kids can enjoy their favorite movies, and parents enjoy turn-by-turn directions to, well, everywhere. Yes, all roads lead to Radio Shack.
Radio Shack. Don't just buy stuff. Do stuff. Available in select stores by phone or online.
KLLI, Dallas-Fort Worth, Live 105.3.
This segment is brought to you by RodneyAnderson.com.
So you haven't seen him at all today?
Not at all. Office has been dark all day.
All right, Trey, go boot it.
Okay.
Well, I can tell they got the DVR set up on the security cams. How long do they take them?
About an hour and a half.
How do I control it?
You have to go by my desk. You want a remote? That's one thing he asked me. I said, most likely, yes.
Do I have a nickname?
No.
Anybody call me Stretch?
They're going to have to get a repeater in here. They did not have it on the truck with them. They're going to bring it in. I already told them yes, assuming that's what you wanted.
Yeah, I'd like to be able to control it in here. Now, how do we, when something happens, we want to post it on the net, how do we download it from the box?
He didn't tell me that. He just gave me the basic.
Well, that's the only reason we got it.
I'm sure it looks. There's all kinds of inputs and outputs. I'm sure we have to just.
They leave a manual.
He has a manual, but he had to take it with him because he didn't really completely understand why it is. You can tell the picture's a little bit off. It's still not quite as crisp as it was before, and there's a little video noise in it when you see it on the big screen in there, and he wasn't sure really why. So he's
obviously there's some type of noise coming from the DVR.
They'll come back tomorrow and give you a remote and fix that. Yeah. Or currently it's on I want to make sure if this is okay with you. You can do 1 day loop, 7 day loop, 14 day loop, 30.
Couple of weeks is fine.
2 weeks.
How much was it?
The bill. The bill's right there.
Oh, I'm not touching that. Whose name's on it?
Let me look. CBS Radio.
Oh, let me see it.
Who signed for it?
I didn't sign for anything.
It's got somebody's initials on it.
The guy, the installer. I didn't sign. He just handed me that and he goes, all right, here's the bill. I went, okay. I'll pass it along to people with that kind of money.
A channel DVP with IP 106, I guess that's 160 gigabyte hard drive. There's $3,500. Trey, slip that under Gavin's door later.
Okay.
What's a big truck in the back of the station?
They're building the first of the 2 digital boards today in the production room.
Yeah, it's...
Slap your mic.
They delivered Jack's new digital console today.
All right, let's go. Dan?
Yes.
Trey? Mm-hmm. Can the 3 of us carry it?
I would think so. I mean, if nothing, they had 2 guys bring it out of the truck down a ramp on a little dolly thing, so I'm sure we can grab a dolly and just wheel it on out.
All right. Chloe, you want to come run the board?
Yep. You need help?
No, you can visit with... Yeah, I want Chloe in here by himself.
Okay. Well, a lot of times he does.
Just visit with him.
Okay.
Can we get it in this door? Yeah, they stood it up, so it's narrow.
Hello, Chloe.
What's going on, man?
Are you going to the beach in September?
I'm going to try.
Mexico?
I'm going to try to go somewhere. So I got to go somewhere. So I didn't go anywhere for July 4th holiday. So
I'm looking at Belize, but it's outrageously expensive.
Is it really?
Airfare alone is almost $1,100. It's no hotel, no food, no nothing.
Jesus. Because, last time I went on one of the travel sites and actually got a really good deal. But it was one of those deals you had to name your own price. And I spent about a month on there doing it. But I don't know. I'll probably just do a Mexico easy, quick, and cheap thing again. So
Joey's been wanting to go to Belize for 2 years now.
Or try to go through a travel agent, see if they can get it. Okay. Belize is awesome. It's beautiful.
Did you dive when you were down
there? No, just snorkeled and snoobed because I wasn't. I'm not certified yet.
What's a snooba?
Snooba. It's where the tank floats on top of the water, and you can go down about 40 feet deep. And you have one of the regulator things on your face.
Really?
But the tank has got to stay on top of the water.
I've never seen those.
Yeah. So it's kind of like scuba, but it's just but the tank's got to remain on top for legal reasons. So I went when I was in Cozumel. It was awesome.
Can you see him coming down the hall with the board yet?
No. I just wonder how big that board looked pretty damn big.
It took 4 guys to roll it in. That's why I asked if they wanted my help. And if you drop it, I'm sure it's not cheap. How'd they go?
I don't see anything in the hallway.
No? No. He told me to look in Jack FM, but there's nobody in there. The board's not in there yet.
Oh, there's something coming right now. They've got to come down the hallway. No. Yeah.
There it is.
I don't know. The soundproofing may stop it a little bit, but we can always take that off and we need it anyway. Ray, watch the wall. We clear? So far. Just hold on the phone. Jump for the step.
Back a little bit more.
Swing your right.
Well, I got a step over here. All right, come back towards you. Okay. Are we in?
Yeah.
All right, what do I do? Set it up or lay it down?
I'd set it up straight up. Be easier.
I got it. All right, close the door. Lock it.
I cannot believe you did that.
Neither can anybody else in the hall.
Yeah, I got construction people been here all day. That's our board. Where are you going with that?
We did them a favor. We just moved it an extra, 75 feet.
Away from where they need it.
No, it's going in here. There's no reason for Jack to have a digital board for any reason. I don't know how many different times to cover this. You can run that station with a Dell.
Absolutely, and should.
Stick a 100 gigabyte hard drive on a computer.
Everything in the world you ever need.
Program everything that you need. Stick the spots in there. Stick it in Kurt Johnson's office. He programs the station. Dump everything that you need to right there. Hook it up to the STL. Viola.
Yeah, and for a tenth of the money, you could then buy another Dell as your redundant backup in case your primary crashes. Just unplug it, plug it into a new one.
What do these boards run?
I believe it's like $80,000 to $85,000.
Plus all the equipment that they got to have to go around it, and the board area that's just wood, that's also had to be constructed.
Are you effing me?
No. It's another 30.
A station with no live jocks. Nobody's in there but a board op. The station, for the most part, is automated. The only reason you have to have a person in there is FCC regulations. Somebody always has to be in there to take readings.
They just got the board, what you just stole, out of the truck 10 minutes ago. They've been working on the furniture for the room since this morning at 8.
And they're going to eat up an entire studio where only one person stands day in and day out.
Correct.
I didn't get a chance to look at my new board. Excuse me.
I guess I'll have to rework this console.
Why?
Well, it's wider, I think.
Yeah, it is. It's bigger, deeper.
Is it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Got a lot more channels.
Yep. Oh, the one KBIL's got is twice the size of yours. 2 people sit at it, both Gene and Julie.
At one console?
Yes, they both sit
on this side of it.
Yes, where you stand.
What do they do?
That I don't know whose assignments are who. I've just seen pictures of them sitting there, and there's a room for 2 people to sit completely.
And you can add 4 or 5 more mics on the new one than you can on this one.
Well, this one's maxed out.
I know.
That's the same board you and I've been working on for 20 years. At Eagle, we had one like that.
Is this the exact same model?
I'm not
it's
sure.
Just a newer version.
Newer version of the same model.
Because we got this when we moved into the studio in 02, summer of 02.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So it's 5 years old.
It was brand new then?
Yeah. I don't understand why they're dumping all that cash into stations that don't need it. I don't need it, but I want it. And that should be enough of a need.
And the obvious payoff would be to that is you would use it to its full potential.
Yeah. Really, for a music station, all you need is a couple of mics, a couple of channels for songs. If you want to fade back and forth, just to add something to your art, a couple more channels to run the spots.
That's it.
You're done. You could run with a 8-channel board. That's leaving you another one just for gigs.
You're right. It could be so easy.
Probably take out was that an 8-channel board you have down there for the Chuck stuff?
This Mackie?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the new board, you can plug everything right through it.
So I wouldn't need both mixers.
Mm-mm. And you definitely could use more mics too.
Yeah.
Yeah, a couple of remote mic channels so we don't have to run wires all the way down the hall. Have them pre-wired.
I didn't think about
when
that.
you want to go out back, just plug it in.
But KVIL's got a board that's
twice that size.
What is this one, about 4 feet? So there's about 8.
Mm-hmm.
So does KLLI.
Yep.
So does Moving.
How is it they find money to waste on people?
You want to know the truth? You want me to be cute, or you want to know the truth?
Make her cute first.
Because they're stupid. They hired David Lee Roth.
All right, are you sure that was a cute one?
The honest truth is, corporately, they're improving all the stations one by one, and
they're wasting cash.
But they look at Jack FM like, we're going to put money in there now because that's an old board. Let's go ahead and improve it now because later we may either add jocks or it may change formats. So they're thinking ahead beyond potentially even Jack FM.
They're not going to dick with that station.
I wouldn't think so.
Format's successful around the country.
I agree.
I wonder if Gavin just didn't put in the request last year.
That's exactly what he did.
Because certainly someone would see that of all the stations, this one would use the boards
before moving.
Do they have jocks on moving?
They do now.
Yes. They didn't.
At first, they did not. But I think before they flipped.
Why would you stop with the highest revenue generating? Start there with the highest revenue generating show, and then work down to the others who ain't pulling their weight.
It's the same reason why you see live 105.3 TV commercials and billboards.
Yeah, the Blitz is eating me.
I can't come to the phone right now. You leave your name and number. I'll try to get back to you as soon as I can. Thanks.
To page this person, press 5 now. At the tone, please record your message.
All right.
When you have finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
I will. Gavin. What are you doing? Where are you? Also, I have a new digital console. Stop by when you finally decide to come to work and have a look at it. Ugh. He didn't tell anybody where he was going to be?
No.
Not a word.
I don't think I've gotten any emails out of him today.
Normally, if he's going to take a day off or not be here, he at least calls or emails, just so you'll know where he is.
Okay. How do we get that thing hooked up?
We're going to have to find a...
That's going to be the problem.
Yeah.
Now, somebody's got to be able to wire it.
It's not wiring. It's... We're going to have to cut bigger holes in the console.
I just stick it right here. Put it up on cinder blocks.
And you would, too.
Yeah, until we get it hooked up. And then we'll put a tablecloth over the blocks.
A skirt.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
They can adapt this board. I mean, the furniture in here, I'm sure.
I don't know if this console's sturdy enough to hold that one.
They may have to take out the whole thing.
Well, I ain't turning it loose.
Apparently not, because it's on the trailer back here. They just... Did the guys that unloaded it see you steal it?
No, they were... the Beacon's truck is... I think it's gone, isn't it?
It's going to make them crazy.
No, it was still there.
Oh.
They were just all inside of it.
They're going to...
Well, they don't know. The Beacon's guy don't know where it's supposed to go.
Yeah, they have plans. They've been in that room all day.
Well, they just stuck it in engineering. We just grabbed a dolly and drug it in here. Left a few dings along the way.
Hey, Billy, did you put that board in? You said it was in here. We just lost a $100,000 board.
Knock it off with a hayseed voice. You don't do it well.
I think I do.
Say something funny and do it.
I can't think of anything funny right now.
You never can.
Okay.
Stop doing it. Well, who's going to wire it? I want to use it today.
We can't use it today.
Let me try during the break. See if things unplug. Maybe it's plug and play.
No, I don't think so. It's twice as big. Not twice, but it's big.
All right. How are we doing, Chloe?
Break about 3 minutes.
Is that Big Stacy? Yes, Stacy.
Hello, boss man.
Yes, sir.
How are you doing today?
Fine.
That's good. I'm upset.
All right.
JD.
Yeah.
Why don't you like black dogs?
I love black dogs.
Oh, I forgot about that.
Oh, Jesus. I love black dogs.
I made a phone call after the show last night.
My son just adopted a black lab.
I have a cousin in Louisiana that breeds. He actually got into a Rockwall.
Sorry.
Okay.
And he has 2 big Rockwallers, about 3 feet tall, maybe 4.
Okay. I don't like blacks because
About 150 pounds apiece.
Jigaboos.
One's named The Undertaker and the other's named Kane.
I don't know where he's going with it. I'm just killing time.
Okay.
And they'll be here in about 15 minutes, and I'm bringing them to the station.
Bring them up. I love dogs.
Yeah. And you're going to tell them you don't like them.
I never said I didn't like black dogs.
I don't want no part of that tar baby.
Asshole. Huh? Don't.
Going to get you, JD.
I didn't. That was taken out of context. You know it.
You don't like black dogs?
I do love black dogs. I said.
You don't like black people either, do you, JD?
Love black. Do I? I'm not the first one that hugs you when you come up here.
No.
Yes, I am.
No, you don't.
Blacks don't look good in pictures normally. Black.
I want to see if you're going to hug my dogs, JD.
I hope so. Bring them up. I don't like blacks because.
You can finish that or you can leave this hanging.
I'm not. There's no.
No offense.
I love them.
Thank you, boss.
Thanks, Daisy.
Black dogs don't transfer as well in a picture. That's all I'm saying.
It's not what I heard.
A little white, fluffy, puppy looks, it's like cute. Ready to jump out at you in a picture. You're the one that said it to begin with.
What are you pointing at?
You, Russ. You brought it up. You said that.
I said there's somebody handed me a clipping that I thought was a hose job. It said people won't adopt black dogs. I don't know if they call it a black dog syndrome or whatever, but they're not as apt to be adopted as other animals with different markings or whatever. And you're the one that threw out.
Blacks don't look good in pictures normally. Well, they don't. You don't see their features. Cute little faces. Little eyes. Whereas you see that in person, but in a picture you don't.
Well, somebody's taking good pictures of them.
Lord.
No, Trey. Why don't you go in the back of the room and play with a new console? You want a break here, Clive?
Yeah.
All right, we'll be back.
We'll be back to the Russ Martin Show.
Need great-looking documents? At Office Depot, you'll find Xerox-certified print specialists to make sure your job is done right, guaranteed. Visit an Office Depot store or online 24/7. Office Depot, taking care of business.
Like nothing you've ever heard before. The Russ Martin Show on Live 105.3.
At KFC, we know a few things about Texans. Like the saying goes, everything's bigger in Texas, and that includes appetites, which is why we've made a deal with you in mind. The KFC Texas Two-Step. Every Monday, you get a 2-piece drumstick and thigh, a side of mashed potatoes with gravy, and a fresh biscuit. And the best part, you get it all for just $1.99. Now, if that's not enough to make you holler, yeehaw, then maybe you ain't Texan enough. So, try this on for size. On Wednesdays, you get a chicken fried steak, mashed potatoes with gravy, coleslaw, and a fresh biscuit, also for just $1.99. That's the KFC Texas Two-Step. 2 great deals for under $2. Monday, enjoy 2 pieces of chicken, mashed potatoes with gravy, and a biscuit. And on Wednesdays, get a delicious plate of chicken fried steak, mashed potatoes with gravy, coleslaw, and a biscuit, just $1.99 each. The Texas Two-Step at KFC every Monday and Wednesday. A great meal, just $1.99. For limited time only, offer valid on applicable Mondays and Wednesdays only at participating KFC restaurants. Prices may vary. Substitutions and tax extra.
Tired of ATM fees? Switch to Capital One. If another bank hits you with an ATM charge, Capital One automatically pays you back.
Stop this promotion at once.
What?
I am Tolga the Hostile, notorious banking villain, inventor of the ATM fee, and sworn enemy of Capital One.
Listen, Tolga, things change over time. The Dark Ages were great for banking villains like you, but banking has to evolve. We have to accept that. Oh, that is just Anyway, for Capital One customers, every ATM is free. If another bank charges you an ATM fee, Capital One will automatically pay you back, as long as you keep an average balance of $1,000 or more. One more way Capital One is bringing banking out of the dark ages.
What's in your wallet?
Any ATM fees assessed will be reimbursed within 5 business days if $1,000 required average monthly balance is maintained. Otherwise, usual ATM fees apply. Available only with a checking account in Texas. See branch for details. Capital One NA, member FDIC.
In a perfect world, there'd always be a parking space right out front. The meter would already be paid, and the meter maid would cheerfully exclaim,
"Don't worry, sir. Park as long as you want. I'll make sure the meter stays full of fresh minute quarters."
"Hey, Mike, wake up. Face reality. Things like that don't happen in real life. Or do they?" Well, after all, I do have a local Geico office nearby, and when I need help with insurance, they give me lots of personal attention. They help make sure I have the right coverage. When I need to make changes to my policy, they can help me with that, and let's not forget all that great Geico savings. I mean, it doesn't get any better than that. Life is good.
For a free rate quote today, call 817-740-8887 today. That's 817-740-8887. Or visit our local Geico office at 2901 Altamere in Fort Worth.
You can go any place that you want to buy furniture. You could also spend way too much or end up with a product that's going to have to be replaced in less than a year. And that's one reason I stopped shopping at the furniture store that I'd been frequenting, because I had a problem with an ottoman. Fabric started to split. They didn't want to replace it. It was 2, maybe 3 months old. They came out, looked at it, decided it was customer abuse. They said I was stuck with it. So by accident, I ended up in Ashley Furniture. That's the only place I've been for the past year and a half. You go to their website, ashleyhomestores.com. On there, you can look at the all the different showrooms, all the different collections. I've got the Casa Molino line throughout most of my house. In fact, it's almost in every room downstairs. There's a virtual room planner where you can drag and drop furniture, see if it's going to fit in the area that you need it to, so you don't end up buying furniture that won't fit. It's also got the store locator. One phone number for all 7 stores, 817-633-6838. They've got the new location in Frisco, Plano, Mesquite, Grapevine, Arlington, Fort Worth, or North Richland Hills. Or you can go take a look at the showroom right now. It's ashleyhomestores.com.
Larry and Danny Williamson put their trust in the AT&T Real Yellow Pages, and it's netting big returns for their small business.
Started with like one van to start with, and now we're up to what? 15, 12, 15 vans. And one of the things that we found that worked the best over the years, I think, was the Real Yellow Pages. We're still with them all these years later.
The AT&T Yellow Pages is now the AT&T Real Yellow Pages, the most seen, most used, most trusted directory, working hard for small business.
Dollar for dollar, Real Yellow Pages works better than anything we've tried. It seemed like each year, as ad size went up, then business grew along with it. We would not consider getting out of the Real Yellow Pages.
To advertise in the AT&T Real Yellow Pages or on yellowpages.com, call 1-800-GET-REAL. That's 1-800-GET-REAL. The new AT&T, your world delivered.
You say tomato, I say refinance. You say potato, I say home equity loan. Tomato, refinance, potato, home equity loan. Call TexasLending.com. Hello, I'm Kevin Miller of TexasLending.com, and we are a different kind of mortgage company. We can help you purchase, refinance, or get cash from your home today at TexasLending.com. You know the markets have been difficult out there, but TexasLending.com can help you with that cashback refinance or that home equity loan. Make sure you call us today. 972-387-4600. 972-387-4600, or take 5 minutes and apply online with TexasLending.com. And if you call during business hours, you'll have a live person answer your call and talk to a live loan consultant in less than 30 seconds. Call today, 972-387-4600, 972-387-4600, or log on and apply to TexasLending.com.
When you think mortgage, think TexasLending.com.
Saturday,
August 11th. Mixed martial arts reach a new level during Wingstar Casino's Red River Riot 2. Let's go! It's no holds barred, in-your-face, championship caged combat action featuring some of the world's best up-and-coming MMA fighters. Charge tickets by phone at 800-622-6317 and don't miss Wingstar Casino's Red River Riot 2. Saturday, August 11th.
Hey, Matt fans, this is Jason the Jet Terry for Wingstop. Not only is Wingstop great for dinner, but they are also perfect for those summer parties. No matter how large or small the order, I love how they always cook my wings fresh to order and have 9 exclusive flavors to choose from, including my favorite, Hawaiian. And don't forget the boneless wings, marinated and seasoned in their secret recipe. Come tell me what your favorite is. Register for your chance to win a Wingstop dinner for 4 with me, Jason the Jet Terry. Check out wingstop.com for your nearest location and jet on into Wingstop, the wing expert.
Thousands of people have already gone to RadioXbox360.com to get a free Xbox 360. So what are you waiting for?
And I went ahead and completed all the offers, and just like they promised, I received an Xbox in the mail.
When I first heard about it, I thought there's no way I can get an Xbox 360 for free. But it does work, and I got my Xbox in 2 days.
You can get a free Xbox 360 worth over $400 at www.radioxbox360.com.
Xbox came in really quick, and I was surprised to see that it was the $400 value upgraded systems.
If you're 18 or older, go to www.radioxbox360.com. Enter your email address and shipping information. Follow the redemption instructions, print out your coupon, and a free Xbox 360 will be shipped to you. Guaranteed. Check out the site for more details.
I got my free Xbox 360, and I'm psyched about it, and I couldn't believe it. It's the real deal.
So if you want your free Xbox, you must go to www.radioxbox360.com. Again, www.radioxbox360.com.
The following is paid for by Rubin and Associates.
Hi, it's J.D. Ryan with the Russ Martin Show. Bankruptcy. It's a dark, it's a frightening word. But you know what? It can signal a brand new day of financial freedom. There really is a reason we have bankruptcy laws. We've all been there. The phone's ringing. They want their money and they want it now. Well, would you gladly pay them if you had it? The stress is driving everybody in the house crazy. You get sick to your stomach even when the phone rings. So the best thing you can do for yourself and your family is to make the call to 1-800-THE-DOGS and make a change for your future. That one phone call can stop your phone from ringing. You know, you have rights, believe it or not. Immediately stop foreclosures. You immediately stop repossessions. You can eliminate credit card debt and actually rebuild your credit score because lenders will see you've done something to start on a new path. And it all happens with one call. 1-800-THE-DOGS. Call the guys and sleep better tonight.
Get legal representation with Byte. Car wrecks, bankruptcies, criminal, divorce, and workers' comp.
That's 1-800-THE-DOGS.
Log on to DFWclearance.com for lease details.
Attention. Now, through Saturday night, the Texas AIG will sell off 1,200 brand new and repossessed vehicles from distressed dealerships. Brand new Nissan, total out of pocket, half of MSRP. Pre-owned vehicles starting at $995. With their sheer size and selling power, Trophy Nissan has been named the official host of this DFWclearance.com event. Log on to DFWclearance.com. Toyota, Chevrolet, Honda, BMW, Mercedes, new Nissan, total out of pocket, half of MSRP. Pre-owned vehicles starting at $995. All manufacturer pricing sanctions are lifted. Operating margins are reduced to zero. Call 1-800-408-4444. 1-800-408-4444. Offers end Saturday night when all remaining inventory is sent to wholesale loss auction. The DFWclearance.com event under the giant tent, 635 in Galloway and Mesquite. Register on DFWclearance.com now.
The following information is a public notice to aid in regenerating the Texas housing industry. The Federal Housing Administration has authorized Mortgages USA in the state of Texas to offer FHA loan programs to the general public. If you have a credit score as low as 580 and would like to have a home loan insured by the federal government, call 214-MORTGAGE. Again, call 214-667-8424 to speak with a Texas licensed consultant. Programs include refinancing, getting cash, or buying a home in the state of Texas. Qualify at 214-MORTGAGE and help regenerate Texas. Call Mortgages USA at 214-667-8424. That's 214-667-8424 to learn more. This message was paid for by MUSA Mortgages USA, Texas license 66376, 2505 Highway 360, Grand Prairie, Suite 200. This segment is brought to you by Ashley Furniture.
Proud to be the official home of NASCAR and Texas Motor Speedway. KLLI, Dallas-Fort Worth is live 105.3.
Don Davis Lincoln Mercury has moved to our Don Davis Ford location. Sales and service for Ford Motor Company products are now together in one convenient location. Don Davis Ford, Lincoln, and Mercury in Arlington.
Now, back to the Russ Martin Show.
Is it what?
Is that all you know of that damn song, or is that the whole song?
That's all I know. Have you heard me play anything else?
No. Over
yes,
and over and over.
Ryan.
Gavin's on the hotline.
Oh.
Hi, Russ.
Hello, Gavin.
I'd like to be in my office.
All right.
Please unboot it.
Where you been?
I had a programming meeting I had to attend.
With who?
Kurt.
Johnson?
Yeah.
And who else?
All the other program directors. And I left it early because I said I don't want to get my office locked.
Yeah, what time did you get here?
Well, about 10 minutes ago.
Okay. Why would you think it would be open? Silly.
Well, I didn't, but I can't really leave one of the guys that's my boss.
Where was the meeting?
On Catch-22. It was over at Fitzhugh.
Why was it over there?
I don't know. They have them over there.
What do you guys do in the programming meetings?
Discuss different events coming up.
Is that it?
Yeah.
What time did it start?
About 2:15.
What time was it supposed to start?
2.
Okay. And they knew you had to be here at 3:10?
Yeah, I gave the nod to Kurt, and I tried to take off, and then they're doing construction on Central, so I had to take the back roads, and I got here late.
Why didn't you come down the service road at 183 right here at the station? They've stopped construction here. The hole's still there, but ain't nobody working on it anymore.
I know.
In fact, it looks like an abandoned construction site. All the orange safety barrels are humped over. There's one bulldozer, and there ain't nothing else sitting out there.
They haven't done anything in
I
couple of
understand
weeks.
that. We're going to have to call the project manager.
Well, I'm sure they have a valid reason. But there was a stretch of a few days where it wasn't raining. So they can't use that one.
Well, I'm still out in the hallway.
Oh, okay. So what should I do here, Gavin?
Well, I think the nice thing to do is to open the boot so I can get in.
Exactly. But if there's no penalty, then you got no reason to be here on time.
Well, it's ridiculous. First of all, I have hall passes that are in my office.
Okay, well, then let me see one.
Well, they're in my office.
Well, that's bad news. Normally, if you're in the hall, you carry the pass with you. If you don't, then you get in trouble again.
The second factor is, unfortunately, besides this show, I wish I could concentrate just on this show, but I have another job.
Okay.
And I have to answer to those people.
Well, maybe they can let you in your office.
Jesus. Well, no, because these people won't stick up to you.
Oh. Sounds like you're in a tight little circle jerk. That's not the right term, but you get it. Huh?
Can I get in, please?
Trey Letty, man.
Really?
Yeah, I can't.
Okay.
Stretch us out all day. All right.
And we need the board back.
I'm sorry, what?
We need the radio board back that you stole.
I'm at a loss.
I'm getting calls from Costa Rica saying, get that board back.
Who's in Costa Rica?
David Henry's in Costa Rica.
Why?
Because they take their advertisers down there.
You playing with me?
No, I'm serious.
They do manager meetings in the Bahamas.
Makes absolutely no sense.
You don't need to.
How many advertisers went?
Probably about 10, 12.
And everything's paid?
Yeah, basically they spend a certain amount of money on the station or another station in our CBS chain, and they do a client trip every year. Sometimes it's a cruise.
And who? Obviously, David Henry went, the GM. Who else goes other than the clients?
David Henry went. Brian Purdy went.
Why did Purdy go? The advertisers don't know Purdy. Nobody ever sees Purdy.
They know Purdy. He's our head guy.
But the clients never have to deal with Purdy. They deal with the sales. Did the salespeople go?
Our sales manager is on, Steve Sullivan. Yeah, he's on the trip.
All right. Well, you can almost go with that one because Steve deals with the clients all the time. Purdy don't talk to nobody.
I'm not disagreeing with that.
What does Purdy do? He's the market manager, right?
Yeah, he oversees the whole operation.
But what does he actually do on a daily basis? Because you got program directors, you got music directors, you got general managers, sales managers. You got everybody to handle the market. What does he actually do?
Well,
you can really say since he's in Costa Rica.
He does a lot. He works a lot of hours.
What does he do?
He hires and he fires. He obviously meets with people. He's the general manager of 2 stations. He's the market manager of 6 radio stations. He's a very powerful individual in the radio industry.
Yeah, I don't like him.
You love Purdy.
Yeah, I know, but for this bit right now, I don't like him.
Oh. But I don't know. I mean, no, I wasn't invited to Costa Rica.
Why not?
I don't know. That's what I tell them. All year I go to meet clients. You know, we're taking the program director, set up a meeting at an agency. So I go to all these agencies around town and wheel and deal and try to get ads on. And then when they go on a client trip, they don't need the program director.
No, they need the general manager who sits back in his office and tans.
But if you want to go on a client trip next year, I'm sure I can set that up.
No. Because then that would turn into a dog and pony show.
You're right. That's what it is all week, just a dog and pony show.
All right. Well, I have to go. We're going to try and hook up my new console.
Well, I need to come in there with a dolly and get it.
Okay. It's right by the door.
All right.
All right. Give me the paintball shotgun. And get a move on because here he comes. I don't know if it's loaded. Bring me the thingies. Well, I don't have time now. Unlock that door right there close so I can get in. Well, why is he going to get a dolly? There's still one in here.
He didn't know that. He thought you just stole the board and put the dolly back, I'm sure.
Stole the what?
He think you probably stole the board and put the dolly back.
Oh. Are you not sleeping well again?
I'm doing great.
Oh. Seem to have a problem with the enunciation.
No.
This PA still hooked up?
Yes.
Let's get a move on, Gavin. Well, I got time to see if this is loaded.
Oh.
Don't fire that.
You going to take the board or not?
Come on. I don't want to play this game all day.
All right. Well, then just come in and get the board.
I believe Gavin has himself a quandary.
Yeah. Yeah, one of them tight circle jerks. I think it's empty. Best I can do is. Oh, no, I was wrong.
Come on.
Yeah, that's loaded.
Oh, that is.
Oh, I think you winged him.
Amazing how much power you get just out of this little cheap pump shotgun. Should make this a game at the fair.
Where's the blink gun?
The noise isn't going to do anything. You going to take it or not?
Now would be a perfect time to sneak up behind the board.
Well, take it, Gavin.
You took the dolly too, didn't you?
Well, it's on the other side. All you got to do is get in here and push it. Gavin, I'm going to shoot you the entire time. Get out of here.
Come on!
Lock the door. Close. No reload while you're doing news, Dan.
Studio defense. We all need one of those.
This?
Yeah. Or at least like...
I think I got this at...
Academy?
Yeah. How'd you know?
You came in that day with all the arsenal, bow and arrow and everything.
Oh.
Did they have anything else other than the shotgun?
Well, here's something interesting. The safety don't work. Because it was on the whole time I was shooting it. I think they had pistols. This just look more demanding.
We need to get some of those airsoft guns we used to have around here.
This one works fine. You don't have to load it. You don't have to... I mean, you got to put the pellets in it. You don't have to have any CO2 cartridges. And you seem to get pretty good range out of it.
Yeah, you got halfway down the hall, didn't you? You hit that back door because it...
Yeah, I stood out in the front of the building one day and shot at the satellite over at the WB-33's thing. I'm out. We have time for news, Chloe?
Yes.
Anything else we need to get to before we start news?
Let me look here. Somebody's still on the cat kick with you.
What about the cat kick?
Russ, would you really feel less of a man if you adopted that cat? There's nothing wrong with a man who has a cat. Besides, you've got 4 dogs to balance out the one kitty. We know you're a man. Women don't spit in ficus plants.
It'll be part of life that you want to enjoy. Just because I rescued a cat doesn't mean I got to keep it.
No. Did you go back and get it?
No.
I don't know.
Amy brought it back.
Well, you've allowed it in your house.
She didn't bring it back. I don't have the time to sit around and watch to make sure that she don't end up in one of the dogs' poot. All right, I think that's loaded. Okay. Something calming about that. No, I'm not
going to get it.
It's got nothing to do with being a man or anything.
Well, you're not.
It's not that I don't like cats. I just don't want one. I had dated a chick once that had a couple of cats. Didn't get anything out of it. Never really got attached to them. That was it.
Cats don't do anything for me.
You don't
at
like
all.
dogs and you don't like animals in general.
I love dogs.
When was the last time you had one? Was it Boo?
Yes.
1991?
Yes. So?
Well, how much could you love dogs if you haven't had one for 16, 17
I love
years?
them. I've just been raising kids for the last 15, 25 years.
They haven't been in town for years.
I still deal with them every day and deal with their problems and stuff. I just don't have time to take on a dog. I really don't.
I can't imagine a household without a dog.
No.
It's quite clean and quite quiet.
Is that what it is?
And I can go out of town and I don't have to worry about putting them in a kennel or anything else.
I don't want to go out of town because I got everything I need at the house.
I like to travel.
Well, they make great doggy daycares now that you can.
I don't care where it is. I am not sticking my dog in a kennel.
They don't. They're put them in runs and they can stay with the other dogs. And
you don't know what those other dogs got.
Well, yeah,
that's where you get the kennel cough.
That's why they have to be vaccinated before they'll take them.
I'm going to stick my animal someplace so I can go out of the town.
Well, they have very nice facilities now.
Why don't you do that, John? Get a dog and then stick it in a cage.
I'm not going to do that. I would leave adopting animals to people that really want them and have the time, and I just don't. Nor do I have the backyard.
If I got time for dogs, you got more than enough time.
I don't have time
because I work on the show nonstop, day in and day out, and I got to keep track of you guys and what you're not doing. I got you. There ain't nothing you ain't got time to do that I finish a sentence because I'm out.
Ain't nothing you got time to do that. He didn't.
Very well done.
Why don't you see if Chloe can do it? How is it you think you don't have time and I got plenty of time?
I've got all the same commitments you do every day. I got to keep the house running.
You got no clue what I got to do on a daily basis, and that includes keeping track of you guys.
What are you doing? Just give us an idea.
Okay. When was the last time you had a show meeting?
Oh, it's been May.
Yeah, you're supposed to have one every month. And when you had one in May, you guys had already missed a few months. I got to keep track of that. I got to keep track of things that aren't done. I got to follow up. I got to find status on things. I got to come up with ideas. I got to steal digital consoles. I got stuff each freaking day that I got to deal with. You got no clue what goes on to run the show. And it's starting to piss me off.
What are you talking about? I don't have any clue. I've been watching you do this for 20 years.
You just said you've got the same time requirements that I do.
Off the air. Yeah, as far as just living a life and keeping a house running, those are the same commitments.
I have those, but I also have to run the show off the air.
Granted.
So when you say you don't have time...
I've heard a dog. I don't want a freaking dog. I don't want one.
I didn't say you had to have a dog.
Don't you shit, mate.
I want you to go adopt a dog.
I'm not adopting a dog. You're not putting a shotgun in my face and telling me to get a dog.
You never heard of a shotgun adoption?
No! Stop it! Quit it!
Stop moving.
No!
Well, then...
No! You're going to clean that up. There's paint all over the wall now.
Had you not moved, that wouldn't have happened.
It would be all over me.
Well, it's always about you. I see Gavin roaming the halls. I don't know how he thinks he's going to come in here and get this.
He's not going to get it at all.
Because he can grab the dolly, and I'm going to wail on him until he gets out the door. Is there anything we can chain that digital console to? Because when we leave, they're going to come and get it.
How could we?
Or we set up a few boobies.
No.
Yeah. You get somebody to get a leg blown off, they'll leave me alone.
I'll order another one. The console.
Okay.
I lost a leg.
How we doing, Chloe?
Breaking in about 3 minutes.
All right. What are you digging up, Dan?
I want to say that they have booby trap paintball things. Or we can just go for real ones.
Just look during a break and see how we can rig the studio. There's got to be tripwires and stuff we can set up.
I think I may have found a paintball claymore.
What is that?
Claymore mine. It's a directional mine.
Okay.
I'll look more later.
All right. Got legal ID here, Chloe? All right. 404 at KLLI, Dallas, Fort Worth, Texas. Dan O'Malley's here with news.
Thank you, Russ. You can join me Saturday from 2 to 4 p.m. at Bankston Nissan. That's 1500 East Airport Freeway in Irving. Also, Tuesday, July 24th, 2007. Birthdays today. Bendy Irwin turns 9. That's the Crocodile Hunter's daughter. Anna Paquin is 25. Tori Wilson is 32. Jennifer Lopez is 38. Kadeem Hardison is 42. Barry Bonds is 43. Linda Carter, 56. Michael Richards, 58. Gallagher is 61. And Ruth Buzzy is 71.
Somebody just sent me that clipping that I saw, the discriminating against dogs, the black dog syndrome. This came out June of this year. I can't tell what paper. It's a CBS story. Many loving, you want to hear any of this?
I do.
Many loving pooches in need of good homes nationwide are being overlooked and under-adopted at area shelters, and they all share one thing in common, the color of their fur. It's a phenomenon called black dog syndrome, and it has pet advocates worried. Skip that part. All right, here's a quote from somebody. Big black dogs can pose an adoption challenge to animal shelters. It's pretty common to have several black dogs in a shelter at any given time, said Kim Intino, Director of Animal Sheltering Issues for the National Humane Society. There are no hard numbers, but shelters are putting out the plea when it comes to black dogs. Humane Society encourages shelters to be innovative about how they market the dogs. Let me see if they point out any reasons. Because I don't remember seeing any when I read the story. And I really thought, even after I read it the first time, that it was a hose.
Yeah.
And Tino added that it's important to remember that black dogs aren't only animals that get stigmatized. Black cats are considered unlucky. Okay, I got that one as well. I don't see any basic reason. Unless I skipped something in that paragraph. No.
Maybe it looks a little dark and kind of, a little bit evil.
You can give me another soundbite?
No, not at all.
I wonder if they're considering like Rottweilers.
Hang on. Here's a paragraph that seems to explain. The stigma is caused by their size and their dark hair, which makes it hard to read their facial expressions, leading people to believe that they've got a menacing look. Though the National Humane Society rejects the term black dog syndrome, they're very aware of the problem. And it goes on with the rest of the stuff I read. What?
I just wonder if they're considering, let's say, a Rottweiler or a Doberman that is mostly black in that category of...
Is it a dog?
Yeah.
Well, it's going to be in there.
I mean, because those dogs, although most of them are sweet, they look menacing.
I'm going to guess it's all black dogs. Whether it's Chihuahuas, Rotts, Labs, whatever. Maybe people just like dogs with markings, and because these are jet black... I know Rocco, the black dog we got at the house, you take a picture of him and it just kind of mooshes. There's really no distinguishing features when you get a snapshot of him.
Only black dog I've ever had was that old one I adopted last year that died.
Okay. We all right, Chloe?
Breaking about a minute.
All right. Go ahead, Dan. Sorry.
All right, last night, the 8 leading Democratic presidential candidates participated in the first
I forgot to watch that.
Yeah, I did too.
What time was it on?
I don't even know.
All right, go ahead.
The CNN YouTube debate, where all of the questions were submitted via video from YouTube users. The first question started with a guy saying, "What's up?"
I have this audio.
Trey was right. So with the thousands, tens of thousands of questions coming in, only the stupid ones are going to make it.
Well, they said basically that YouTube screened the questions, but obviously you can't screen the way somebody asks it. This is Jordan Williams, cut 35, about Osama and Hillary.
All right.
My name is Jordan Williams, and I am a student at KU from Coffeyville, Kansas. This question is meant for Senator Obama and Senator Clinton. Whenever I read an editorial about one of you, the author never fails to mention the issue of race or gender, respectively. Either one is not authentically black enough, or the other is not satisfactorily feminine. How will you address these critics and their charges if one or both of you should end up on the Democratic ticket in 2008?
When I'm catching a cab in Manhattan in the past, I think I've given my credentials. But let me go to the broader issue here, and that is that race permeates our society. It is still a critical problem. But I do believe in the core decency of the American people. And I think they want to get beyond some of our racial divisions.
Well, I couldn't run as anything other than a woman. I am proud to be running as a woman, and I'm excited that I may be able finally to break that hardest of all glass ceilings. But obviously, I'm not running because I'm a woman. I'm running because I think I'm the most qualified and experienced person to hit the ground running in January 2009.
Most of the audio I heard, because it was a YouTube thing, I think most of the candidates kind of took it lightheartedly. The next one of the next questions, the next cut on there is, would you work for minimum wage? Instead
well, then obviously they're both going to say no.
Almost
yes.
Everybody said yes, yeah.
That's bull.
Well, a couple of them said,
I think the question was, the President of the United States makes $400,000 a year. Would you do it for minimum wage? Is that the question?
Yes.
Obviously, the answer is going to be yeah. So why even waste the time with a question? What cut?
That's
pretty simple. Yes or no? Minimum wage, by the way, goes up tomorrow to $6.55. In 2009, it'll be $7.25. Senator Gravel, would you work for the minimum wage?
Oh, yes, I would, but I'd say that we don't need a minimum wage. We need a living wage. We don't have that in this country, regardless of what they pass.
Senator Dodd, would you work for the minimum wage?
I have 2 young daughters here. I'm trying to educate them. I don't think I can live on the minimum wage, but I'm a strong advocate for seeing to it that we increase it at least to $9 or $10 to give people a chance out there to be able to provide.
All right, pop it up, but keep your yap shut when burgers, all fast food goes up, because that's going to be the majority of part-time or hourly workers.
Mm-hmm. As well as grocery stores getting more expensive.
So we're going to eat that one way or another. Or people are going to start losing jobs, because if you can't raise prices, then to stay competitive, then you got to start popping people. Mm-hmm. Then your minimum wage just went dramatically down.
Yeah. Well, if it's kind of been $2 in 20 years. what's the hope of ever really making a living wage? Is it meant to be a living wage?
I don't think it's supposed to be.
I don't think it is either.
Well, and that's...
It's the low end, just so somebody doesn't get totally screwed around.
And even my kids work in fast food, CVS, now at Universal Studios, they never made minimum wage.
And that's a Republican argument, is you don't have the government set the minimum wage, let the market set the minimum wage, and
I'm okay with a certain protection factor being in there so somebody doesn't just absolutely jack you around. But you also can't call that a living wage because that's not what it's intended for. Is there anything else on this thing?
They go on. The next question is turn to somebody on your left or on your right and tell them something you like or don't like about them.
That's 37?
37 and 38. Each cut's about a minute and a half.
Anybody drop it on Hillary?
No.
Huh?
They were thinking it.
Yeah. Everybody tried to be kind of cute.
My name is Jason Coop, and I'm from Colorado Springs, Colorado. I'd like for each of you to look at the candidate to your left and tell the audience one thing you like and one thing you dislike about that particular candidate.
Senator Dodd?
Well, I like John Edwards. I love his wife Elizabeth and his family, and I think we've had enough of negative in politics. I have nothing negative to say about the gentleman.
You're not going to answer the question, all right?
That's not an answer.
No. Senator Edwards?
I admire what Senator Clinton has done for America, what her husband did for America. Not sure about that coat.
Senator Clinton?
Yeah, John, it's a good thing we're ending soon. You know, I think that Chris Dodd has it absolutely right. I mean, I admire and like very much Barack, as I do with all of the candidates here.
So Senator Obama?
I actually like Hillary's jacket. I don't know what's wrong with it.
Did anything of consequence come out of this debate?
Not that I read.
No. Toward the end, even one of them, and I think it's the next cut, somebody goes, well, you know, this is kind of a ridiculous forum, but I'll go ahead and answer your silly question.
I don't like the fact that he either likes the Yankees or the Red Sox.
How many candidates were there?
8.
Is that all of them?
I believe so.
Yeah, that was the end of that.
Governor Richardson?
You know, let me just say, I love all the candidates here. In fact, I think they would all do great in the White House as my vice president.
Let me say something about Joe Biden. Joe Biden.
Since Biden's going to say.
Negative thing about Joe. We disagree on Iraq very strongly, on Darfur. He will make an excellent Secretary of State for me.
Senator Biden?
Then he can deal with the Packies.
There's Biden next.
I like a damn thing about him. No, I'm only kidding. Only kidding. Dennis and I have been friends for 25 years. I think this is a ridiculous exercise. Dennis, the thing I like best about you is your wife.
And,
Did that one catch you, Dan?
Yeah, just
Senator Gravel.
Right out there.
Wait a minute, he talked about my wife.
Well,
Everybody kind of lightened up, just had a good time with it.
All right.
They're trying to spin this as groundbreaking new format for debates.
Well, we're a happy party. Look at us. Obviously, we can get things done. We're all opponents in a race, but we can sit here and we can visit and look like we're buddies.
I think even more so than just that, that actually showed a little bit that they can be a human some. That they have an actual personality.
You're right. That probably would have been the biggest reason for all of this. It takes some of the stiffness out of politics. Well, it's like when Clinton went on Arsenio. He did a few things that made him seem a little more accessible.
Broke that mold.
Well, and you're also, in this format, you're not going to get asked real substantive questions. I mean,
now, I'm sure YouTube was instructed to leave things a little light.
Yeah.
All right, break here. Yes, please. All right, we'll be back.
We'll be back to the Russ Martin Show.
Diamond Doctor sells GIA certified diamonds for less. Go to diamonddoctor.com.
Starting a construction project? Turn to United Rentals. They've got it all, from duct tape to forklifts. Visit UnitedRentals.com or call 800-UR-RENTS. United Rentals. Consider it done.
There's just no containing them. The The Russ Martin Show. On Live 105.3.
GE is hiring customer service representatives in our Frisco Business Center. Representatives enjoy benefits starting day one, a weekly paycheck, and much more. Apply now at gecallcentercareers.com.
Get out of the car.
Tonight at 9, Glenn Close stars in the suspense thriller of the summer. It's the FX series premiere of Damages.
We are engaged in battle.
TV Guide raves Glenn Close is in top form as ruthless litigator Patty Hughes.
Patty,
if you were a man, I'd kick the living crap out of you.
If you were a man, I'd be worried.
And Ted Danson dazzles as a billionaire who will stop at nothing to protect his fortune.
What can we do to keep her quiet?
The Orlando Sentinel proclaims Damages is an engrossing legal thriller that unfolds like a novel you don't want to put down.
You're going to hear certain things that you must not hear.
Top critics are calling Damages riveting, spectacular, and simply extraordinary.
We're doing the right thing. It's what you do after that that's the hard part.
Glenn Close and Ted Danson.
Fix this, whatever it takes.
Everyone's hiding something.
Damages premieres tonight at 9, only on FX. Commercial-free series premiere is presented by Cadillac.
You're staring at me.
Over the past 20 years, over 50,000 people have had LASIK with Dr. Booth. And when we asked them how they liked their new vision, the response was overwhelming.
And now it's your turn to see the excitement, because due to the overwhelming response, Dr. Booth is extending his 20-year anniversary celebration until July 31st and has increased the savings to an incredible 30% off Intra LASIK. So call Booth Eye Care and Laser Center right now at 214-328-0444.
Hey, man, fans, this is Jason the Jet Terrier for Wingstop. Do you know Wingstop is a perfect place for dinner? I love how they always cook my wings fresh to order and have 9 exclusive flavors to choose from, including my favorite, Hawaiian. They have great homemade sides like the fresh-cut Idaho fries, bourbon baked beans, pearl potato salad, and creamy coleslaw. Come and join me for dinner at your favorite Wingstop location. Register for your chance to win a Wingstop dinner for 4 with me, Jason the Jet Terrier. Check out wingstop.com for your nearest location and jet on into Wingstop, the wing expert.
If you're a professional contractor, I bet you never thought of your cell phone as a building tool. But thanks to the Home Depot, it may be the most powerful tool in your toolbox that also saves you time. You know the Home Depot has the items you need most to get the job done. But now you can get select special offers and promotions sent directly to your cell phone. Simply text the word DEAL to GO2HD. Just enter the word DEAL on your cell phone and send it to GO, the number 2, then HD. Plus, you'll be automatically registered in a monthly drawing to win a $100 Home Depot gift card. Just text the word DEAL to GO2HD to get started. And as always, the Home Depot has everyday low prices on everything you need to get the job done right. Okay, so maybe your cell phone is not as important as, say, a hammer, but it's still handy. Just don't drive any nails with it. That would be a bad idea. Really bad. The Home Depot. You can do it. We can help. Offer valid through December 31st. No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited. See store for details.
Ah, the joy and excitement of looking for a new house. Unfortunately, you soon realize if you're getting a house, you have to get a mortgage. And suddenly things don't seem so joyous and exciting anymore. That's why Bank of America introduces new no-fee Mortgage Plus. It's the only mortgage with the 5 things you should expect in a mortgage. For starters, there's no application fee. And for that matter, no closing fees or private mortgage insurance. Plus, there's our close-on-time guarantee. If you don't close on time, we'll pay your first month's mortgage payment. Finally, our best value guarantee means that we'll give you the best deal or we'll give you $250. No fee Mortgage Plus. It's the opportunity to stop worrying and start celebrating. To apply or to get more information, stop by your local Bank of America or visit bankofamerica.com/no-fee mortgage plus. Bank of America, Bank of Opportunity.
Credit and collateral subject to approval. Terms and conditions apply. Equal housing lender.
Star Power Home Theater Store now has 3 locations in North Dallas on the tollway between Beltline and Arapahoe, in Uptown Dallas on Knox at Cole, and their newest location in Southlake on East Southlake Boulevard near Carroll, right across the street from Town Square. Stop by any of the 3 locations. They'll answer any questions you have. They'll demo new cutting-edge technology. They'll also help you design a home theater system that'll blow you away and stay within your budget. Because they have price guarantees. That if you find the same thing within 30 days, same condition, locally, they'll refund the difference. And you're still going to get the Star Power treatment and expertise. In fact, they designed the home theater in my house even before I bought it, when the hockey player still had it. You can take a look at all the newest in-home theater, plasmas, HD projectors, Blu-ray, HD DVD, home automation. It's all on display at all 3 Star Power locations. Star Power is a nationally known expert not only on plasmas, but also award-winning service and installation. Right now, you can still get the 42-inch LG plasma for just $9.99. One phone number for all 3 stores, 972-503-6000. Or online, star-power.com.
All right, a weekend of camping. Hey, honey, where are the tents?
In the garage, dear. We're not going camping this time.
What? Well, why?
Well, I thought it might be nice to do something that everyone will enjoy.
But we always have fun.
Not really.
Oh, come on. I thought you guys liked getting back to nature.
Yeah, Dad. Poison ivy and fire ants are a blast.
Need a change? Come to SeaWorld San Antonio and be wowed by the new water coaster, Journey to Atlantis. Take a thrilling ride on Great White, or catch Shamu's amazing show, Believe. And don't forget to tour the Alamo and San Antonio's famous Riverwalk. Book your vacation at SeaWorldSanAntonio.com and finally experience a weekend that's fun for all.
We shall never camp again!
Visit SeaWorldSanAntonio.com to set your family up with fun-filled days at the park, plus spacious rooms at a nearby Marriott Hotel and Resort.
Watch more, surf more, talk more. Exclusively with Time Warner. Call us today and ask to bundle our digital cable, Roadrunner high-speed online, and digital phone Texas services. And you'll get all 3 for as low as $29.95 each, per service, per month, guaranteed for 12 months. Imagine the possibilities. Better yet, imagine the savings. That's as low as $29.95 each to experience what digital cable, high-speed online, and digital phone Texas have to offer. You'll enjoy more than 200 crystal clear channels with easy access to video on demand and parental controls. Blazing fast internet with no long-term contracts required, and affordable unlimited calling to anyone, anywhere in Texas. As often as you want, for as long as you want. But this huge cost savings offer won't last long. In fact, time is running out. So call us now at 1-888-210-4735 and combine all 3 Time Warner services for less than $90 a month per month for 12 months. Call Time Warner at 1-888-210-4735 today. Offer ends August 31st, 2007. Total package price is $89.85 per month. Some restrictions apply.
Reason number 4 to switch to Geico. We're shamelessly easy. Now, some companies like to play hard to get, like they're doing you some big favor or something, but not Geico. We make it easy to save money on car insurance. Get your free rate quote at geico.com, then buy any way you like. Online, over the phone, or at a Geico office near you. And if you think we make saving easy, wait till you really get to know us.
For a free rate quote, visit geico.com or call 1-800-947-AUTO or check the yellow pages for an office near you. 15 minutes could save you 15%.
And now, another conversation with the man who hasn't switched to Geico.
The thing is, I don't like saving money.
Really?
My father didn't like saving money. His father didn't like saving money. It runs in the family.
So, possibly saving hundreds of dollars on your car insurance would be...
bad.
Uh-huh. Well, how do you feel about personal service 24/7?
Against it. Sorry. Another family trait. On my mother's side.
For a free rate quote, visit geico.com or call 1-800-947-AUTO or check the yellow pages for an office near you. 15 minutes could save you 15%.
If you've been putting off LASIK for one reason or another, at Carter Eye Center, your excuses are over. It's called Worry-Free LASIK, and here's why. From the latest IntraLASIK technology to the Carter Eye Center 2020 or its free LASIK guarantee, we have a commitment to help you achieve the best LASIK results possible. Call us today at 214-696-2020 and ask about zero down and zero interest financing, and for a limited time only, how you can save up to $1,200 off your custom LASIK procedure. The latest technology, a 2020 or its free guarantee, easy financing, and up to $1,200 off your LASIK procedure. It's called Worry-Free LASIK. Call for a free LASIK evaluation at 214-696-2020. That's 214-696-2020. And visit us at CarterEyeCenter.com. Worry-free LASIK, only at Carter Eye Center.
Just Brakes.
I think I need brakes on my car. What does Just Brakes charge for replacing pads or shoes?
Just Brakes safety experts will replace pads and shoes on all 4 wheels for $99.88. This includes replacing disc pads and brake shoes, machining rotors and drums, and inspecting the balance of your brake system for any other problems.
That's only for the front brakes, right?
No, ma'am. For $99.88, Just Brakes includes installation on all 4 wheels and even guarantees pads and shoes for as long as you own your car. It's the only way to do it right.
Lifetime pads pads and shoes, that's a deal. But my husband told me it costs more to machine rotors and drums. Is this true?
No, ma'am. For $99.88, Just Brakes even includes machining rotors and drums.
Just Brakes installs pads and shoes on all 4 wheels and even machines rotors and drums for $99.88. That's the best price I found by far, and a better warranty than I got when I bought my car new. Why do you do it, Just Brakes?
Because
at Just Brakes, we really do care.
additional parts and services cost more. Offer good on most cars and light trucks. See store for limited guarantee terms.
The Gold Club. BYOB all the time. Totally nude all the time. See the Gold Club's website. Check out our info there. TheGoldClubDallas.com. The Gold Club at PT's Plaza is the only place east of Central Expressway where guys can see some real action. Naked ladies and sports on over 100 plasma TVs. Easy access just north of 635 on Plano Road at Miller Road. Come inside the Gold Club and feast your eyes on sexy naked ladies and a sumptuous free gourmet buffet. Weekdays starting at 11 a.m. featuring entrees to satisfy any appetite. This new place is awesome for private parties like bachelor or bachelorette parties. Or you could win one. Sign up to win a VIP party. We have a winner weekly. The Gold Club. BYOB all the time. Totally nude all the time.
Don't miss our Sunday night theme parties, sponsored by Planet 10.
The Gold Club. Be there tonight.
Thousands of people have already gone to RadioXbox360.com to get a free Xbox 360. So what are you waiting for?
And I went ahead and completed all the offers, and just like they promised, I received an Xbox in the mail.
When I first heard about it, I thought there's no way I can get an Xbox 360 for free. But it does work, and I got my Xbox in 2 days.
You can get a free Xbox 360 worth over $400 at www.RadioXbox360.com.
Xbox came in really quick, and I was surprised to see that it was the $400 value upgraded systems.
If you're 18 or older, go to www.RadioXbox360.com. Enter your email address and shipping information. Follow the redemption instructions, print out your coupon, and a free Xbox 360 will be shipped to you. Guaranteed. Check out the site for more details.
I got my free Xbox 360, and I'm psyched about it, and I couldn't believe it. It's the real deal.
So if you want your free Xbox, you must go to www.RadioXbox360.com. Again, www.RadioXbox360.com.
Think you can play poker? How about playing in the 2008 World Series of Poker? That's the grand prize in the first annual Russ Martin Show Listeners Foundation No Limit Texas Hold'em Poker Tournament. Saturday, August 11th at Paradise Cove in South Lake. All proceeds benefit the Russ Martin Show Listeners Foundation, assisting the families of fallen police officers and firefighters in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. In the last 9 months, the foundation has issued checks for $120,000. So your support of this event is truly appreciated. For more information on the Russ Martin Show Listeners Foundation Poker Tournament, click on russmartin.com.
They will talk your ear off about things they know nothing about. Jagger, Hugs and Kelly, Russ Martin, KLLI, Dallas, Fort Worth is Live 105.3.
Watch me now.
Now, back to the Russ Martin Show.
Maybe you'd like me to learn a Chet Atkins song.
I don't care anything other than just the first 4 notes of Fear the Reaper. That's all you play for the whole time we're in
That's the only way I'm going to get it down. My learning curve is actually bent. So it takes me. Is that Gail? Hi, Gail.
Hi there, Russ.
What are you doing?
You know, traffic. Working.
How was your weekend?
Can everyone else hear you?
Yeah.
Okay. My weekend was fabulous. Thank you. Are you sure everybody else can hear me? Okay. Well, yeah, in the studio, but you always have a way of making me sound really stupid. Okay, you're welcome. Eastbound 635 at Coit Road, there's a disabled vehicle. It's off to the shoulder. On westbound I-20 at 408, there's a stalled truck. It's on the left-hand shoulder. On Central Expressway southbound at Bethany in Allen, there's a crash. In Garland, on eastbound I-30 past Zion Road, you got the shoulder blocked by a 3-car pileup. In Richardson, northbound 75 at Collins, you got a stalled vehicle, and that one's in the middle of the roadway. On Greenville at 635, those signal lights aren't working anymore. Well, not properly anyway. And southbound Greenville is backed up all the way to Richland College. Harry Hines at Inwood, there's a wreck too. And this is brought to you by Don Davis Auto Group. I'm Gail Lightfoot on the Russ Martin Show.
Thanks, Gail. Cooling off a little bit. 70 for the low, going to be only 92 tomorrow. We have 87 degrees now at Live 105.3.
What is it, Trey?
You seem to be having, you still have a sore on your lip?
Yeah, right here.
Move it over to the side a little bit.
I did. I wonder if they could take these trawl pouches and put little bristles on them so it would massage your gum while it's in there. That would be good for gum health.
Yeah, that's their big concern.
Is gum health.
I soaked one in B12 today. It was a nice little rush.
Really?
Yeah.
Is that the new thing now? We're going to soak it in different things?
Well, I figured if it's going to be in my mouth, might as well get some type of benefit out of it.
That's actually a good idea. I mean, why not? Vitamin tobacco? They already do it with beer.
See?
It's, how about no tobacco?
No, I'm sorry. I'm hooked now. What is it, Klein? Ryan?
Sheriff John Burnell.
Okay. You know who that is?
Yeah, he's a guy from the TV shows. The World Wildest Police videos.
Yeah.
That guy, yeah. Absolutely.
Sheriff Burnell?
Yes, sir.
How are you, sir?
I'm wonderful. How are you doing?
Dandy. It was funny because I heard you doing a spot for, is it Best Buy?
A radio commercial. Yeah, I do a bunch of those.
Oh, I didn't know that. Who else are you doing spots for?
Oh, I've done tons. I've done them from everywhere from Budweiser to English football.
I heard the Best Buy, and I thought he wouldn't be a bad guy to get. See if we could get him to cut a quick liner for the police fire parade.
Absolutely.
Because everybody recognizes his name. You obviously recognize his voice. And then Gavin said, do you want him on the air? I went, yeah, why not? Is it, what's America's Wildest Police Chases? What's that running on now? Is it Spike TV?
Oh, it depends on what. I just came back from Europe, and it was all over the television, and I think it's on Spike and Court TV and maybe Discovery Channels, things like that. I don't really keep up with it too much, but it seems to be on quite a bit.
I'll DVR it, and I'll sit in front of the TV. I don't know what the addiction factor is, but I'll watch for an entire afternoon. I finally just got to shut things off, otherwise I'm not going to move.
Don't you have a girlfriend or a wife?
Yeah.
Well, she must appreciate you watching me, huh?
I don't care. But it's just idiot after idiot. And you know, because it made it on Wildest Chases, however it's going to end is going to be fantastic.
Well, yeah, I'm still amazed. I started doing those reality shows back in the late 80s. I think our agency was the first agency on cops, and I was always amazed at people who were caught doing stupid things, wanted to have their face shown on television. I mean, it just shows you the caliber of people we deal with quite a bit.
Let me ask you this. To be able to see their faces without being blurred on television, do they have to sign a release?
Yes, they do.
So they know that they...
Absolutely.
That one's always dumbfounded me.
Well, they want their chance for rebuttal. And of course, some of them want their 5 to 10 seconds of fame also, I guess. But
now, do you actually you get them to sign right there on the spot, or you get them later?
No, there's release coordinators that travel around with those film crews, and as soon as they encounter a suspect or a person whose likelihood of being on TV seems to be pretty good, they'll get them to sign for it right away.
I just can't imagine somebody going, "Yeah, I'm an idiot. I just got caught. I'm handcuffed. Where do I sign?"
My family and friends would like to see this.
Yeah. Plus, well, what about my chances of ever getting on TV without my shirt on? So, when did you stop doing the new episodes?
I think it was about 2 or 3 years ago, actually. Right after our producer died, we stopped doing episodes, and he was killed in a tragic accident, and I think we all kind of lost interest in that particular show. But for me anyway, and maybe for viewers who like that kind of entertainment, we're in the process of doing some new shows based on different topics, and hopefully they're going to be picked up this season, and we'll be able to entertain the folks some more come the next television season.
Is it still going to have a law enforcement slant?
Yeah, we did two. We did one call. We're doing one called The Border. that focuses, a lot of it will be filmed in your fair state, actually. And we just finished a pilot called The Sheriff, which we filmed in Louisville, Kentucky, and Orlando, Florida. And that's the one we're very hopeful to sell immediately.
The episode, The Border, have you shot any of the footage yet, or is that just planned?
No, we have been just researching, and in fact, I'm going to be going to Texas here in the next month or so and meet with some people down in El Paso and other spots that haven't been picked out yet, but I know for sure I'm going down to El Paso.
Being in law enforcement, does it shock you the issues that we still have with the border, being able to tighten them up?
Well, I'm currently in San Diego, and the issues you have in Texas are alive and well here in San Diego, and it does shock me very much. I can't understand why we can't do something to resolve the issue, and certainly there are a lot of people that allegedly are smarter than the both of us in Washington, D.C., who can't seem to get a handle on it, but I know it's very frustrating, especially to some people who have something at stake in the issue, and for the life of me, I can't see how it can't be resolved.
They don't seem to be able to separate the two issues. If you want to deal with illegal immigration, deal with that. Decide what you're going to do. Legalize, do whatever. But don't clump that together with securing the border, because if one falls apart, then the whole thing goes.
Exactly.
Separate the two. Deal with the border. You're going to have to really handle that first anyway, because if you start shipping people out and the border's not secured, they're coming back.
Well, you're right on. You should run for office. I'll vote for you.
Were you a sheriff in Florida?
Yeah, no, actually everybody thinks I was in Florida because when the Cops was created, they filmed with us first, and then they went down and filmed in Broward County, Florida. Somehow I got mixed up in that bag, and but I'm from Portland, Oregon.
And you were a sheriff there the whole time?
Yes, I was.
Did you start as a patrol officer, and then?
Yeah, I started as a deputy back in I think it was January '69, and retired in June of '96. I spent my whole 27 years there in Portland, Oregon. It was a beautiful place, and it's a great experience. It's brought me a lot of benefits, and not only the comradeship I had within the agency, but the ability and the wherewithal to deal with police officers literally around the world has been really refreshing for me. And now that I'm retired, I kind of live vicariously through those people who are still involved in law enforcement. So I do miss the job, but
when did you retire?
Pardon me?
When did you retire?
In June of '96.
Did you stop to do the TV show, or you just had enough?
Well, I started doing television shows about the late '80s, and in 1990, I think it was, I was at the FBI Academy undergoing some training, and I was called by ABC and asked to host a show called American Detective, which ran on for about 4 years on ABC.
And did all of this start from you just being on Cops?
Yes, it did.
Okay.
And things just blossomed from there. I've been very fortunate. I think it was just a case of being in the right place at the right time.
So have you worked nonstop since you retired?
Almost, as much as I want to. And, I've done a few movies, and I've done lots of TV things, and I don't consider myself an actor in any way, shape, or form, and I am kind of selective about what I do get involved in, such as this interview.
Well, you know what? If you can be in bad Santa, I think you can suffer through 10 minutes with me.
Oh, you don't remember that, huh? Did you see that?
Yeah.
Was I amazing in that, or what?
You play a cop.
Well, yeah, but you only have to speak 12 words to get nominated for an Academy Award.
And where did you put it?
Well, I would have put it on my mantle, but I spoke like 16 words, and they were great. I can't repeat a lot of those words right now. You have to see the director's cut of Bad Santa, and you get the full perspective of how deep my acting talent actually goes.
You need to stay out of Hollywood.
I know it. I know it. I sometimes I think I'm becoming one of them, but not really.
What? When are you going to start pitching the new shows?
Oh, hopefully really soon. And I think I know we're meeting with ABC and NBC this week, and ABC has sent it on to their sales to people to see what kind of advertisement they can sell for the show. But I'm hoping that we hear something within the next week or so.
Now, I won't keep you because Gavin said you didn't have a lot of time. Did he explain to you the police fire parade that we do every year?
Well, I heard that you are very supportive of public safety officers in North Texas, and I think that's really commendable. I congratulate you.
I don't see how you couldn't, and we've talked about this at length before. That's not a controversial stance to take. It's really your first responders. Why wouldn't you be pro-police and fire?
Well,
because once they find out where you live, they stop coming.
That's right. It's very puzzling to me, but, attitudes prevail around this country that would shock you, as they shock me, with regards to police and fire personnel, and for the life of me, I don't understand why. I don't know what we would do without them. It would be total anarchy, I would believe. And,
well, we got video of it. What would happen if police and fire vanished? All you could do is go back and look at news coverage of post-Katrina.
Right. Absolutely. I was just there. Not just there. We did part of our pilot for the sheriff down in New Orleans, and I was absolutely awed and shocked and dismayed at the condition of that city and that region today. And I was there, I think, in May. So what those people went through, words or pictures can't really put it in the proper perspective. It's just incredible.
And you got to give credit to the cops and the firefighters that did stay, because
if it wasn't for them, and if it wasn't for the resources, the police and fire that were brought in from outside cities and outside jurisdictions, that place would have completely
imploded.
Exactly.
So if we sent you a short 30-second script promoting the police fire parade, would you be okay with that?
Absolutely.
Okay. Well, I won't keep you. I appreciate the visit, and I appreciate what you've done in the past.
Well, thank you very much, Russ.
All right. Sheriff John Burnell. Said his name wrong.
I just love those shows. I didn't realize you'd done that many TV shows, though.
I don't know what other movie.
American Detective, I don't remember all.
He was in another movie.
Another one was Ghost World.
But I didn't see that one. He was in one. He walked up to a counter and he's talking to somebody, and I can't think of what the hell that was. Might have been Grumpier Old Men. That didn't make any difference. Hello, Gavin.
Hey, bud.
You mind typing up something and sending it off to Sheriff Burnell?
Yeah, I'm going to call him back and get an email address for him and ship it out.
Okay. You going to come get this console? You going to set it in here and run?
Are you going to shoot me?
Yes.
It's actually very kind of you. Most assassins don't ever tell their victim.
Yeah. Most snipers don't wave. He's going to come in here. Where's the shot? This thing's actually pretty accurate.
Yeah.
Anybody else want to do it?
I'm not shooting it in.
Yeah.
I got Trey.
Hurry up.
Close the door, Chloe. This is better than doing it on the internet.
Yeah. A lot more fun. Interactive.
Where'd he go? Is he
He's
coming
still
to
in the
this
hall.
No, he's coming over this door over here. Or is he?
I think he's going to try.
Well, that would be ridiculous. You're going to have to go run all the way through the studio to get to the board if he comes in this door.
Well, plus, yeah, step out in the hall. All right.
Little man can run.
You left the door open. Thank you. How are we doing, Chloe?
Breaking about 4 minutes.
What are you doing?
Just picking up the pieces before they get in the carpet.
Oh, okay. Did we start it?
Yeah, we did.
Oh. Well, let's start again. All right, 4:45. Dan O'Malley's here with news.
Thank you, Russ. Well, air traffic controllers say poor maintenance of their aging workplaces has hampered and harmed them and could even endanger the flying public.
Hang on. Is it the technology they have is still from the 60s, or are they still working with 1960s equipment?
A little bit of both, depending on the tower or area that you're in. The technology has not moved forward. There are plans on the board to bring that new technology in, but it's just not fully enforced. There's this part of the story
because
here.
you could use, I think they said GPS on the planes and track them with satellites and also cell phone towers.
Yeah, well,
and at that point, you could have a display in the cockpit, I believe, where the pilot could actually see all the planes around him within a few feet as opposed to a few miles.
That is what I have even in my Cessna 182. It's called a Garmin 1000 package, and
they have those in private aircraft, but not commercial.
That is correct. The newer jets do have them. The older jets do not, and they don't.
How long before they retire a jet?
25, 30 years.
Is that why you always check the door when you and I would fly?
Yeah.
See how old it was?
See how old the planes are, yeah. Because that's the first thing, just as you walk inside the door, there's the airworthiness certificate, and that tells you when the plane went into service.
Anybody ever fly with JD?
No, and you've painted such a lovely picture, I think I'll pass.
I've stopped doing that.
I stopped sitting near you just because I got tired of hearing it. Coming in too fast. He's coming in too fast. He's coming in too... And we're sitting there, flaps are... It's...
Sometimes.
And you'd make Joy cry.
I made Joy cry. That's when I quit saying anything. This last time we took off, we're almost to the end of the runway. He ain't put the flaps down yet. It's supposed to be one of the first things you do on the checklist. And I'm looking out the window going, all right, I'm not going to say anything. You can't take off without some flaps.
Well, then he'd figure that out.
Well, yeah. After we're dead at the end of the runway.
Well, I'm sure there's a point of no return once they pass that. If you don't feel your front end bouncing up,
that's right.
You start backing off.
You don't. That's what happened to Delta 1141 at the end of the runway. They got halfway down, rotated. They had a flap setting of 2, but that's an illegal flap setting. It had to be, I think, 5 for takeoff.
All right. So what happened with your?
The plane was ready to fly, and he crashed and rolled off the end of the runway.
What happened with your flap flight?
Well, he finally put him down. But it was getting close.
Have you been on a flight where the pilot performed satisfactorily?
No. Oh, yeah.
Not on any flight that I sat next to you on.
No. I learned to shut up because I made Joy get on the Xanax and cry.
I did. Anytime we'd fly, TV show, it didn't make any difference. After the first 5-6 times, I'd find someplace else to sit. Or I just didn't go.
I've quit that. I'm behaved. I just sit there and just let us all just die in a big fiery ball because I don't want to stand up and create a problem.
Well, even if you did stand up to try to create a problem, what do you think the odds are of you having enough time to make a difference anyway?
Yeah, if the flaps ain't...
Oh, if I jump up and start making a scene, the flight attendant's going to get on the thing and say, we had a problem, and he'll stop the plane.
Well,
I end up going to jail over it.
But you're moving how fast on takeoff? 150, couple hundred miles an hour?
100, yeah, about 140.
By the time you got up and said something, she'd have to go grab... First of all, she'd see what your problem is. She'd grab the mic. By then, you had already...
I would say something before we got to takeoff speed, if I saw something that was really a problem.
Like
0 flaps. Of course, nowadays, since that crash, they've changed it where as you advance the throttles past, I want to say 10% or whatever, a horn goes off, flaps are set correct.
All right. So what would you stand up for now?
If I saw something, loose or on fire, I might do something, but that'd be about it.
Gee, thanks.
That happens about once a month. Something falls off an airplane.
So that's it?
Yeah, that's about all that I could affect.
You wouldn't call nobody down on their flaps?
No. Because that would be very, very hard to override that system on any airplane short of a Cessna.
After a flight, when sometimes the pilots will be standing outside the cockpit as you deplane, you ever just
hand them a little report card?
Yeah.
I always
laid on the flaps, B-.
I always say good flight. Very good job, guys. Thanks for eating this here. Like the American Airlines pilot that's the last time when we came back from Dukes Fest from Nashville. Man, he kept it up. He kept the speed up, cut it in the final, and just got us on the runway at like 15 minutes early. And I said, hey, good job. Got us here early. Nice approach.
You blow him?
No.
Huh? Well, I'm sure they are very appreciative of your approval.
Yeah. Well, they probably are.
I'll fly that way every time.
I'm a passenger.
Big-headed man enjoyed it.
Clearly by the questions they asked, they can tell I'm a pilot. I poke my head in there. And sometimes if they're crappy, I tell them.
Do you really?
No, I'd never do that.
Huh? Do we need a break here, Chloe?
Yeah.
All right, we'll be back.
We'll be back to the Russ Martin Show.
This segment brought to you by Man's Best Friend. Go to mansbf.com.
Enter at your own risk. The Russ Martin Show on Live 105.3.
At Mattress Giant's special purchase pillow top sale. Pillow top queen sets start at just $599.99. Sale ends Saturday at 8 p.m. Only at Mattress Giant.
When you have a family, it's always a good time to buy.
It's a great move-up market. The interest rates are low.
It didn't make sense for us to spend the same amount of money renting something when we could own it.
Working with a realtor took all the guesswork out.
This is the best market in years in terms of choice.
Interest rates are at historic lows. Home choices have increased and prices are favorable. Every market's different. Call a realtor today.
If we didn't buy now, we would have missed the opportunity on this home.
Only realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors.
Hi, I'm a craving. You're familiar with my work. Everything's hunky-dory, and wham! You got a craving only a Subway sandwich can satisfy. Like wham! A Subway melt loaded with melty cheese, bacon, ham, and turkey. And there's wham! The meatnificent chicken and bacon ranch. And the tasty tuna sub. And all I can say is you can run, but you cannot hide.
When a craving hits, only a mouth-watering Subway sub will do.
Wham! Gotcha!
Subway is a registered trademark of Doctors Associates, Inc.
It's simple, really. Majestic Fine Wines and Spirits has more than 20 Metroplex locations, all designed to serve you. Which leads me to the Majestic Spirit of the Week, Lismore Single Malt Scotch. Lismore Scotch is bottled by W.M. Lundy and Company and has a malt and toffee nose followed by a sweet and slightly floral palate. This is one of the best Scotch values we carry and is perfect neat or over ice. Find Lismore Single Malt Scotch today at majesticliquors.com.
From our farm to our store, only Brahms gives you more. Only Brahms gives you so much more.
Only Brahms brings you a banana fudge sundae like this. Brahms Real Premium Ice Cream smothered in hot fudge, topped with sliced bananas, toasted almonds, whipped cream, and a cherry. You always get so much more with a banana fudge sundae at Brahms.
The 2007 Spring Thoroughbred season at Lone Star Park is coming down to the wire. If you haven't been out yet, what are you waiting for? Come out this Saturday, July 28th for Fan Appreciation Day, when each person will receive a free Lone Star Park sports bag with paid admission while supplies last. That's a free canvas sports bag featuring our commemorative 10-year anniversary logo. Plus, enter to win lots of other great prizes in our Fan Appreciation Day drawings. To enter, simply pick up, complete, and deposit your entry form on Saturday, July 28th before the 2 p.m. contest deadline. One free Lone Star Park sports bag per person with paid admission while supplies last. Grandstand gates open at 11:30 and the first live race starts at 1:35. Admission is only $3. For an action-packed day of live thoroughbred racing and to get your free Lone Star Park sports bag and the opportunity to win lots of other great prizes, what are you waiting for? Don't miss Fan Appreciation Day this Saturday, July 28th at Lone Star Park at Grand Prairie. The horses are ready. Are you?
Why should you lease a car, truck, or SUV from D&M Auto Leasing? Because they make the process not only simple. Is that Jeff? Yep. Mr. Corin?
Hi, Russ.
What are you doing?
I'm driving back from Dallas.
Where you been?
I was delivering a new Yukon. Who got it? Actually, he's a listener. So if Greg Phillips is listening, tell him I'm going to give him a shout out.
All right.
He's a big fan.
It says here in the copy, I don't know if this is still accurate. Are you guys still doing the Can Academies thing?
Yes, we are. I think that runs through the end of this month.
So if you donate your vehicle to the Can Academies of Dallas-Fort Worth, now what do they do when they donate to the Academy? Do they just go through you and donate it, or what?
Yeah, they can do it through us, or they can do it on their own. I believe they'll get a certificate showing that they did that, and then we can credit that towards their first payment.
Oh, okay. Anything else with leasing we haven't talked about over the past few months?
I don't think I think we're pretty much in a steady pattern where we've got rebates now on vehicles that we just usually don't get them on, the Hondas, Toyotas, Nissans, the ones with the really, really strong resale value. So the rebate coupled with the strong resale value on those vehicles is making some really strong lease programs for some cars that typically just never had the rebates before.
All right. Anything rebates on GM products?
Yep, plenty rebates there. Tahoe, Suburbans, you know, a lot of their cars. I think about the only thing we don't have rebates on is the Corvette.
Okay. What do the new Z06s run?
Gosh, you can get that car into the 60s. I've seen that car at over $60,000 list price.
I thought they were more than that.
Yeah, they're 65, 66, somewhere in that range.
That's starting?
That's about right, mid-60s.
Oh, okay. All right, the website is dmautoleasing. Anything else you want to mention?
No, you got, I know you got the charity event coming up.
Poker event.
Yes, poker event.
Yeah.
Just wanted to,
all right. Any area code 35 lease or online, it's dmautoleasing.com.
Bank of America presents another big opportunity for small business. Today's opportunity, a fast and easy line of credit.
Hi, do you guys sell wedding cakes?
Sorry, just birthday cakes.
Oh.
The Cake Bakery. No, sorry, just birthday cakes.
The Cake Bakery was in a bit of a batter. Their customers were asking for something that they didn't sell.
Hey, what do you know about wedding cakes? Well, they're usually taller and they have little people on top of them. You know, we can totally do this. Yeah.
So they came to Bank of America for a line of credit. And with the fast and easy application process, they were well on their way to getting the credit they needed to add another layer to their business.
Ta-da! Wow. Now that is one cake for one happy couple.
Business Credit Express from Bank of America, a line of credit created for small business owners to grow their small business. To learn more, stop by your local banking center today.
The Cake Bakery. We sure do. For 300 people, yeah, we can handle that.
Bank of America, Bank of Opportunity.
Credit subject to approval. If you're a professional contractor, I bet you never thought of your cell phone as a building tool. But thanks to the Home Depot, it may be the most powerful tool in your toolbox that also saves you time. You know the Home Depot has the items you need most to get the job done. But now you can get select special offers and promotions sent directly to your cell phone. Simply text the word DEAL to GO2HD. Just enter the word DEAL on your cell phone and send it to GO, the number 2, then HD. Plus, you'll be automatically registered in a monthly drawing to win a $100 Home Depot gift card. Just text the word DEAL to GO2HD to get started. And as always, the Home Depot has everyday low prices on everything you need to get the job done right. Okay, so maybe your cell phone is not as important as, say, a hammer, but it's still handy. Just don't drive any nails with it. That would be a bad idea. Really bad. The Home Depot. You can do it. We can help. Offer valid through December 31st. No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited. See store for details.
The Executive Club of Dallas is unleashing the most premier restaurant and gentlemen's club in all of Dallas on August 9th. Experience an over 18,000 square foot gentlemen's club on executive level featuring exclusive skyboxes and champagne suites, an exhilarating light and video show, full service dining, multiple stages, and over 100 of the finest entertainers. Join us on August 9th at 6 p.m. at the all-new Executive Club. It's our grand opening gala. Enjoy a complimentary evening with cocktails and food fit for a king. Come experience the Executive Club, bringing the best of both worlds. A nightclub, a gentleman's club, together. It's the most amazing show in town. Thursday, August 9th. Be there at 6 p.m. This is your night at the all-new Executive Club between Empire Central and Regal Road at 8550 North Stammen Freeway. For more info and VIP table reservation, call 214-267-8550. Coming soon to the Executive Club, Alcatraz. The Executive Club is your club. An experience like no other.
Howard TV is everyone's favorite vacation destination. There's plenty of attractions.
She's got to be in the top 5 hottest chicks.
With very friendly locals.
2 really hot girls.
And the temperature's always hot.
Wow.
With Howard Stern, the best bodies aren't on the beach this summer.
I wish I was skinny.
They're on Howard TV On Demand. Get an exclusive view of all the uninhibited glory of his legendary daily show, plus access to over 40 more shows per month.
It's always great to have you girls here, especially on Howard TV.
And since it's on demand, you can pause, rewind, and fast forward whenever you want.
I gotta see that.
Howard TV On Demand is the only place to see The Stern Show with all the uncensored insanity.
What are you wearing under there?
Absolutely nothing.
See Howard get personal with the hottest girls.
Oh, my goodness.
The biggest celebrities.
I come to this show, I get jealous.
All at your command, all summer long.
I like that.
Watch Howard Stern TV on demand on Time Warner Digital Cable. Call 972-PIC-TWC and order today.
Live 105.3 presents the Trophy Nissan Pugs and Kelly Rewind.
So be prepared for gay chicken if you'd like to play in.
All right.
I want to get to a point where there's just two guys making out. Because then, it's the guy who breaks the makeout.
Will you please get that?
No, I do.
I know.
I want two guys making out because then it's the guy who breaks off the kid. We could have two, straight guys making out for, minutes. Which would be fun. There's nothing gay about that at all.
It is when you take it out.
No, it's not.
Okay. We'll try it tomorrow.
Yeah.
Let's see if anybody
Right,
thinks
because
it's
we always
gay.
follow through on these. How many of these drops do we have loaded at 360?
Pugs and Kelly, weekdays on Live 105.3. And brought to you by
Trophy Nissan.
KLLI, Dallas, Fort Worth. Live 105.3.
Get out of the car.
Tonight at 9, Glenn Close stars in the suspense thriller of the summer. It's the FX series premiere of Damages.
We are engaged in battle.
TV Guide raves Glenn Close is in top form as ruthless litigator Patty Hughes.
Patty,
if you were a man, I'd kick the living crap out of you.
If you were a man, I'd be worried.
And Ted Danson dazzles as a billionaire who will stop at nothing to protect his fortune.
What can we do to keep it quiet?
The Orlando Sentinel proclaims Damages is an engrossing legal thriller that unfolds like a novel you don't want to put down.
You're going to hear certain things that you must not hear.
Top critics are calling Damages riveting, spectacular, and simply extraordinary.
We're doing the right thing. It's what you do after that that's the hard part.
Glenn Close and Ted Danson.
Fix this, whatever it takes.
Everyone's hiding something.
Damages premieres tonight at 9, only on FX. Commercial-free series premiere is presented by Cadillac.
You're staring at me.
I'm Chris Haley, a network administrator for Appliance Warehouse of America. Right out of high school, I knew I wanted a career in information technology. I needed a solid college education focused on the IT industry, so I enrolled at a Dallas community college. At DCCCD, I earned more than a degree. I have what I like to call proof of knowledge, skills I can present to current and future employers that demonstrate not only my capabilities, but also my willingness to learn as technology changes.
DCCCD's Computer Information Technology is one of more than 100 1- and 2-year technical programs that train you for exciting careers with great pay.
So now, at 22, I have a great career, not just a job, 4 years experience in the IT industry, and my associate's degree. Quite an accomplishment, I think.
For Chris, it all began at a Dallas County Community College. Enroll now for the next semester at Brookhaven, Cedar Valley, Dallas Telecollege, Eastfield, El Centro, Mountain View, North Lake, or Richland. Call 817-COLLEGE or visit www.dcccd.edu.
The new Jaguars Gold Club, 972-869-GOLD.
This
is your station.
Please treat it kindly. KLLI, Dallas, Fort Worth is Live 105.3.
The new AT&T, your world delivered.
Now, back to the Russ Martin Show.
That's still a valid argument for Vic. He's not convicted.
Trey, do you have something? Well, with the
I'm not defending him.
I know you're not. No. What the NFL has now said is, you stay home. We're going to do a private investigation. If we can corroborate
what you've been charged with,
yeah, then your chances are he's going to be suspended for the year. Now, if something happens and they say, we looked at it and we think
you deserve a trial.
Yeah. But I don't think anyone really wants the media circus that is going to follow him until this is over.
That's the whole point. That's going to be incredibly distracting for the team, okay? I mean, you can play this year, but while we investigate you, every single game there's going to be protesters, there's going to be PETA, and you're going to be able to focus on the ball game.
PETA can knock it off because anything they're associated with, I mean, is that Gail? I don't care how valid of a case they have, I'm out.
Well, he also, every press conference, every time Vic has a bad game, well, how do you think the investigation, and the trial is affecting his play? The coach is going to have to deal with it, the general manager and Vic and the team. I mean, it's...
they're still going to have to deal with that on a loss. Do you think the fact that Vic isn't here, especially since you got nobody chunking the ball? That what he does?
Actually, his throwing is suspect. It's his running that's always been the key to why he's so good.
Thought he was a quarterback.
Yes, but he's a running quarterback.
Oh, okay. Hi, Gail.
Hi.
What do you got?
I've got GE Money Consumer Finance, and on the tollway, a couple of problems. Northbound tollway at 635, they just moved the stalled car over to the shoulder, and then southbound tollway before Wycliffe, the left lane's blocked. You're backed up to Northwest Highway. On eastbound I-30 past Zion, you still have a 3-car crash on the shoulder. Eastbound 635 at Coit, there's a disabled car on the shoulder, and there's been one on the shoulder of westbound I-20 at 408 all afternoon long. It's over on the left side. Apparently, it's a kind of a big truck. Greenville Avenue at 635, the signal lights are messed up. That's causing a big problem. Westbound 635 Service Road and southbound Greenville are closed as a result of that. Harry Hines at Inwood, there is an accident as well. I'm Gail Lightfoot. Gail Lightfoot on the Russ Martin Show.
Thanks, Gail. 70 for the low, going to be mid-90s again tomorrow. 89 now at Live 105.3.
Wonder if he'll get any jail time if he's convicted.
From the way that it talks about this judge, I think if he's convicted, he's going to serve multiple years.
First conviction?
Mm-hmm. The way that article read yesterday said this judge basically you're going to get the maximum sentence if
Which
you're
is,
convicted.
do we know what that is yet?
It's either 6 or 8 years, and I think a $350,000 fine, which that's nothing to him. But
what does he make?
The last deal he signed was a 10-year, $130 million deal.
Sounds about right. Plus the endorsement stuff with Nike and a couple of smaller other ones.
Yeah, I think they said he made $7-8 million a year with endorsements.
Yeah, but when you factor in though,
and I'm going to guess at this point he lost all of them.
Nike is still all they've done so far is just delayed
his shoes.
Yeah. Other than that, that's his new shoes. His old ones are in jerseys and things like that. That stuff's still out there.
Were you going to say something, Trey?
No, I was about to say, Nike has not dropped him yet, and their posture has been they're going to wait to see what the outcome of the trial is. I don't see how you can ever have him as a spokesperson.
Maybe they're at least going to wait and see what the NFL comes up with.
Yeah.
And this is not directly related, but like with Kobe Bryant's situation, when he went through his rape trial, his biggest sponsor at the time, I think, was Sprite. They dropped him. I don't even know if he's really even pitching anything, and he was found innocent.
He wasn't, well.
Or whatever happened. He wasn't found guilty.
JD likes to say they couldn't prove he did it.
He was innocent, not guilty.
No.
That ain't what you said in the hall. You said they couldn't prove he did it.
I never said that. I don't say things like that, especially in the hall.
Especially
about anybody. I don't know. I just became Trey.
Kobe, they basically reached a deal where the witness dropped her charges, and there was an undisclosed civil settlement.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, the trial never went to a jury.
Yeah. All right. Ready, Dan?
Sure.
Start again.
If you like.
All right. 5:10. Dan O'Malley's here with news.
Thank you, Russ. A revised.
Hold on. John, are you still using a pool service?
Yes.
Will you write their name down for me? Chuck fired mine today.
Why? He fired your pool people?
Yeah.
How could they have done? Well, I know you've been getting the bills a little high.
He came on the wrong day.
And that's why you fire somebody?
Chuck, I guess that's what Chuck does.
Was you told to fire him, Chuck, or did you just take a while to hair?
No, he told me he couldn't do it anymore. He couldn't come on Wednesday. He said, I can't come on Wednesday.
So Chuck told him to go F himself. That's my business manager. I guess if you're gonna have somebody work as your liaison, you might as well communicate in the same style I do.
That's what you would do. Yeah. Is it that big of a deal, Tuesday versus Wednesday?
I just wanted it to be one day. Just pick a day. Tell me when you're coming, so I ain't laying out in the backyard, relaxing in the pool or whatever, and you come tootling around the corner.
I know. I totally agree. That's my pool company comes same day every week.
Most service companies, I would think, do that. Lawn people will tend to come
same
day every week.
Is it that big of a deal? No. That's what I wanted. Pick it. I don't care which day.
Just pick one.
Just pick one. Make it the same day, come at the same time, so I don't have to keep looking out in the backyard to see if somebody's out there.
Yeah, I don't like that either.
I'm sorry.
What, Dan?
Did he call ahead and ask if he could come today, or did he just show up?
He showed up. And I'd had scheduling problems with him in the past, but for the most part, he was doing an okay job, and he's gone.
It's been this is not a unforeseen event happening.
No, you're right. When Chuck took over and Trey gave Chuck all my contact information for all the people that come to the house, Trey said, I bet he makes it 2 weeks dealing with Chuck. Is this the first or second week?
Second week. He was right.
And you just told him to get lost.
No, I reminded him that today was not Wednesday, and he didn't seem to remember that the agreed upon day was Wednesday, not Tuesday. And he was there at the right time, just wrong day.
Here's the other reason why I could tell you from day one this relationship would not work.
Which one?
The pool man and you.
Oh, all right.
He don't have email.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's bad.
Mm-hmm. How do you even do that nowadays when running a business?
I don't know. In the past, if I had a problem with the pool, the other company I was using, I would email them and then here's check on this, da-da-da.
Yeah.
And I didn't want to catch the pool guy in the backyard because he visits nonstop, marathon.
Okay. Yes.
Tells me everything about the pool. I don't care. Unless you needed me to get down there and help you, I don't care what's going on.
The chemical balance, how the salt thing works.
Circuit board's got to be replaced. Here's what this, I don't care. And I was never ugly to him, so he obviously thought I liked him.
You were buddies.
And I'd see him coming, I'd run to the side gate, open it up, haul ass back in the house, close the blinds, lay on the floor.
Your own house.
Yes. That's why I wanted to know exactly what day he was coming, because if I'm in the backyard and he catches me, I might as well go ahead and plan on a sunburn.
One thing I like about my pool company now is they've switched over to a Hispanic gentleman who doesn't speak English, so he never wants to talk. He knows just enough to tell me that something needs to be replaced.
I need somebody that's certified in saltwater systems.
Yours is much more complicated.
Is this going to be a problem, Trey?
What?
Finding a new service that Chuck can get along with?
That might be an issue. Finding a new service, no, I think we can do that.
I see trucks all over all the time in your area.
I have asked your pool person from your previous house.
In Plano?
Yes. If he would be so kind to see if he can find someone that he would recommend.
Could he just drive out?
No.
Too far?
Yes.
All right.
He said anytime you need repairs, he would be more than happy to do it. But he said as far as a weekly service, it throws his schedule off too much to drive all the way out there and all the way back.
There's a really high-end company that builds pools that's right between your house and mine. I'll stop and ask them who they recommend.
All right.
They're right on.
Give him my contact information. I don't want Chuck talking to him.
He's your manager.
He calls the pool guy because I called Chuck. I went, wasn't it supposed to be Wednesday? Yeah. Well, he's out front right now. And if I let him in, then he's just going to keep showing up at random. Chuck says, I'll call him. Chuck calls him. He goes, this ain't Wednesday, dumb F.
Oh, God. He didn't like the dumb F.
No.
So did he quit or did Chuck fire him?
Which one was it, Chuck?
He actually quit.
Oh, he did?
Yeah. He told me he wouldn't go to work on Wednesday.
Isn't he the one that picked it?
Yeah.
And he didn't say why he shifted back to Tuesday?
No. And I actually called him yesterday, and I said, okay, we're going to see you on Wednesday, right? Yeah, see you Wednesday.
Fact of the matter is, he's got a nice little business going, and most people really don't give a flying.
Well, most people aren't home during that period. Anyway.
Well, you may have.
You know what? If I was getting free service, fine. You can float. You can do whatever you want. I want to know if somebody's going to be in the backyard. I want to know what day. I don't want to be surprised.
I'm totally with you.
Well, you have a security concern that most people don't need to worry about.
I haven't really thought about that. I just don't like anybody running around back there.
Well, but that's part of your mentality is because of a security concern that you have to worry about.
Okay, well then there it is. What is it, you?
Robin is a pool guy, and he says he has email.
Oh, sign him up.
Give him a key to the house.
You know anything about saltwater systems?
Yes, sir.
Are you certified?
I'm not certified, but the company I work for is.
Okay. Where are you based out of?
I'm off of Spring Valley, or not, I mean, their company's off of Spring Valley. I'm up here off of Spring Creek and Independence.
You service the mid-cities?
Mm.
All right. Dan?
A revised U.S. military plan envisions establishing security at the local level in Baghdad and elsewhere in Iraq by summer 2008, known as the Joint Campaign Plan. It reflects a timetable.
Then I'm screaming at Chuck. I went, you can't just call a guy and say, today ain't Wednesday, dumbass. I went, he'll probably end up quitting. He did.
Well, so far your interviewing has gone very well. First guy. I don't really know where the mid-cities is. Poor guy. I thought most people kind of knew where you lived, more or less. Not this exact area, but there are a ton of places out there.
Chuck, are you dealing with everybody like that?
No.
Just a pool guy?
Well, he sort of pushed the wrong button today.
What'd he say?
He started yelling at me.
Before or after?
Oh, no, he yelled at me first.
All right. What'd he say when he yelled at you?
He said, I don't have time to come on Wednesday. I got to do it on Tuesday. I said, but...
And he's yelling at you?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Well, at that point, couldn't you just go, okay, Tuesday's fine?
Well, hang on. I want to know the rest of the conversation.
No, and I said, okay.
Well, how long before you told him to go F himself?
After I asked him if whether or not he was going to come on Wednesday, he said, I can't do it on Wednesday. And then he started screaming at me, so I shut him the door, or the gate.
All right. I'm sorry, Dan, go ahead.
It reflects a timetable starkly at odds with the push by many in Congress to wind down U.S. involvement in a matter of months.
Well, now I've had nobody clean the pool for 2 weeks, and you should have let him clean it and then told him to go F himself.
I get somebody
No.
The strategy was announced in broad terms by President Bush in January when he ordered 5 extra Army brigades to Baghdad to help implement it. A team of computer
Green
security...
crap all over the rocks.
Wouldn't the easiest thing to do is just say, okay, Tuesday, then it's always going to be Tuesday,
Well,
right?
Chuck had already set it up for Wednesday.
But you said it didn't really matter as long as it's the same day.
It didn't matter, but with this guy, he likes to float. Some days he shows up on Tuesday. Some days he don't show up at all. He called me Friday, 5 o'clock one Friday afternoon. I can't get in. I changed the codes on the gate because you just kept popping up at random.
Okay, now you can't deal with that. Not with service people.
That's why Chuck said, does Wednesday work for you? Yeah.
Okay. And you give him
the
every
gate will
chance.
be open between 8:30 a.m. to 1 p.m. You got that big window. And he said that worked out for him, right?
That's correct. 3 times.
All right.
A team of computer security consultants say they found a flaw.
I got enough crap on the water, I could actually just walk across it.
Oh, it's not that dirty. You have a great salt system. It'll take care of it for a couple of weeks. Haven't been storms.
It's summer. That stuff burns off pretty quick.
You can't walk across your pool.
I got swamp thing going on in the backyard.
I'll clean it.
No, you ran the pool guy off. I'll live with it. Throw a gator in there.
Is this the first tiff you've had with your boyfriend?
Oh. Yes. Just, I'm curious to see how he's dealing with everybody else involved with the house.
When you start having to pay for a lot of things, you'll know.
I don't get it.
In the past, you've had...
Oh, free stuff?
Yes.
Yeah. How'd it go when you met with the homeowners association about my fence? You call anybody a gash?
No, they've approved it.
All right.
Everything went fine.
What are you doing to the fence?
Building one.
And where?
That retaining wall, the 15-foot high retaining wall with no fence.
Right.
That's dangerous for me.
Think of it as a guardrail.
Yeah.
Did we fall off?
No, but there are times when I'm on the riding mower
Drunk.
and... Yes. That I've thought about it. It'd be nice if there was a guardrail there.
Surprised you didn't get old tires and just put them out there as bumpers.
Don't.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
That's got to be a lot cheaper than a fence.
No.
I'll paint them.
La-dee-da.
Get some nice white walls.
Yeah. I'll throw in some decorations, some milk jug bird feeders. Yeah.
A flaw in Apple's popular new iPhone that allows them to take control of the device. The researchers working for Independent Security Evaluators, a company that tests its clients' computer security by hacking it, said that they could take control of iPhones through a Wi-Fi connection or by tricking users into going to a website that contains malicious code. The hack, the first reported,
Is there a fix for this?
Not yet. Allowed them to tap the wealth of personal information the phones contain.
I don't get why anybody would wait in line first time a product comes out, especially electronics, that's going to hook up to the internet, because you know there's going to be something in there that's going to create a problem.
It's just part of the whole thing. I got the first one.
You also paid a premium. There were what, $500 and $600?
Yeah.
Depending on the size of the hard drive?
I think it was there.
My kid told me he was going to, if I had the money, I'd be in line. I'd wait. You're an idiot. Then, A, you got too much money or you got too much time.
And even if they do find a fix, you might have to take it back in.
Yeah. Stand in line again.
Yeah.
Yeah, the company said there was no evidence that the flaw had been exploited or that users had been affected, and it knew of no other exploits of this nature.
Ryan, is that a pool guy where I live? Would you get his number? Thank you. I'll call him.
Chuck's going to have to deal with him eventually.
I don't want Chuck calling. Can you come on Wednesday?
He won't treat everybody like that, I'm sure. You won't have anybody coming over anymore.
A couple of guys canceled on Chuck this past week that were supposed to meet him at the house.
What was that about?
I don't know.
Chuck?
I don't know how he's setting up the meetings. I'll meet you at 8 o'clock.
I've never heard him talk that way to anybody on the phone. This guy must have really pushed his buttons.
Is that right, Chuck?
Did he push my buttons? Yeah, I did.
All right. Goddamn.
Drinking a daily soft drink increases risk factors associated with heart disease, whether you drink diet soda or regular. Boston University.
Why would diet come into play?
I still don't completely understand it. Boston University researchers found that at the start of a study of more than 9,000 people, those who drink soda daily were 48% more likely to have metabolic syndrome than those who did not. Metabolic syndrome is a diagnosis for people who show several risk factors that can indicate a potential for developing heart disease or even diabetes.
Does it say it's the carbonation?
Basically, what it never really completely says, and some people say this is flawed as a result, but what they're saying is, for the most part, people that drink a lot of sodas, even if it's a diet, have a tendency to not live as well, not live as healthy, and eat just more crud. They're more likely to go...
Well, then it's got nothing to do with the diet soda. It's your diet.
That's the way it's written.
Well, that doesn't make any sense. Well, then that's absurd.
Yeah, it even says in the story that one of the researchers said, or maybe a detractor of it, said another possible explanation is that people who drink a lot don't reduce the size of the next meal, as is often the case with people who eat more.
So diet soda's got nothing, even the sugar soda, regular soda's got no business being in there. It's not that, it's what you follow it with.
It's the food, but if you have a tendency to drink a lot of sodas...
But the way the story comes out, if you're drinking diet sodas, you've got an increased risk for heart disease.
That's the way it's written.
Because the diet soda, obviously it's bad to drink, it's obviously not good for you, but...
Why is it bad?
Well, it's loaded with sugar.
You said diet.
Well,
anything wrong with diet?
Some people think that if you drink enough of them, you're going to get cancer because of the aspartame, but that's even beside the point. Some people, like purists, believe your body will work better if you just stay away from any kind of sodas.
But there's nothing really indicative in diet soda that you can point to that says, like with me. I know the reason I'm not cutting the ab regions got nothing to do with diet soda. It's what I mix it with.
That's probably correct.
Yeah, in this deal, it seems like sodas were an indicator, not a cause. Which, you're right, that's not how the story reads. I mean, even on, you see headlines on TV all day. Diet sodas, even diet soda's bad.
All right. How we doing, Chloe?
Need a break.
Goddamn.
Some American Airlines pilots who work out of DFW are chipping in to help a fellow pilot pay a huge fine by the airline.
Does American hate their pilots?
They don't hate their pilots.
In this story, it sounds like they don't like him.
They don't like him for what he did.
Was it? How much was the fine?
$12,000.
All right. Is that justified?
No, not really. Not for putting a sticker on an airplane.
What did the sticker say? Well, that's important.
I got cut 30. It's cut 34. Airline posted.
Did it have anything to do with seating arrangements?
No.
Where did he put the sticker?
Right over the One World sticker on the airplane that's right by the door. One World is one of American Airlines' little catchphrases for promotions, marketing.
All right, what cut?
34.
You need to read any more before I play the clip?
Scott Shanklin with the Allied Pilots Association said that the fine is, of course, way out of line.
One of our pilots put a sticker critical of management on the outside of an aircraft over a One World sticker, and
I may be with American on this then.
Maybe calling him down.
If it's a management slam, I ain't getting on that plane because I don't know how ticked off he is.
He's not mad enough to kill himself.
You don't know that.
He should not be putting anything on the outside of an airplane. That was definitely a violation. You should be written up, maybe even a small fine, but $12,000 sounds like just a lot of money.
What should he get?
There was no damage done to the airplane. He didn't put it over the PETA tubes or somewhere that would affect the flight.
How much should he get? $1,000?
He should get written up and about $2,000.
What'd the sticker say?
It was just a slam on American. I don't even know what it said.
So I do think that is somewhat pertinent.
It is to me. If I see something on there slamming American Airlines and I'm getting on one of their planes, I believe I'll be bored.
It was really, the sticker was about management. They were slamming because the management's still getting their big bonuses and the pilots are still making their wage.
I'm gonna slant back towards the company on this one. Now, if he had to put a sticker on there that indicated some type of assigned seating,
no.
Then you set him down.
It was wrong. Period. Right?
Is that something that I'm going to assume is outlined in a?
It is actually against FAA policy to hear anything that's not previously approved on an airplane.
put a sticker critical of management on the outside of an aircraft over a One World sticker in a moment of frustration, and the pilot was given a $12,000 fine.
That's it.
Pitch in, yeah. People are going to pitch in and help him pay it, but the fact is that's unprofessional. That's not what pilots do. You try to think, you'd be a little more logical.
Well, is this something that the FAA could come back and then fine American Airlines for? Or the pilot?
The pilot, yes. The airline, no. But everything that goes on.
So currently the fine is coming from American.
That's correct.
But Trey's right. If the FAA wanted to, they could slap him as well.
They could, yes, absolutely, because he went against what's called FARs, Federal Aviation Regulations.
All right. Dan.
The sister of a man who was suspected of being a sexual predator and killed himself as the cameras of Dateline NBC closed in on him.
Hold on. What clue?
What sound do I have to make in order to break?
I don't know. Run through a few and see what happens. Go ahead, Dan.
Sued NBC Universal Incorporated on Monday for $105 million. Patricia Conrad's brother, Bill Conrad Jr., shot himself last November in a Dallas suburb as police knocked at his door and a camera crew for the news magazine waited in the street. Conrad claims her brother, an assistant county prosecutor, shot himself after he was accused of engaging in a sexually explicit online chat with an adult.
Shut up!
Posing.
And his sister, in every interview, throws out the same soundbite. Police and the NBC shouldn't be operating as judge, jury, and executioner. They didn't have anything to do with that. They showed up, and when Channel 8, Byron Harris was on the tear again. Did you see the story?
Yes.
He said they showed up with a bogus search warrant.
Oh, I missed that totally.
No, he said erroneous. And I don't know where that came from because he never explained it.
Someone said...
He seems to be...
He's got a real...
hard on.
Yeah.
What?
Somebody said that the address or the city that was listed on the search warrant, it was a typo, and it was another city than Terrell, I think is where he was.
Yeah. Or Rockwall, I don't know.
Two judges looked at the evidence and said, yeah, this is justified. And you're right. He was his own executioner. And if he wasn't guilty...
Yeah, there'd be no reason to shove a gun in your mouth and finish up.
All the while you're trying, I mean... I still have
and not once has she ever said anything about what he was into or why the police were there. That's not an issue. Forget about the fact that he's got computers. Well, I don't think they still know what's on them. Because he had locked them down so tight, they would send them off to the FBI or the manufacturer.
I think they sent them to Sony.
That stuff's not locked up just for any reason. Or it's locked up because you got stuff on there.
Yes, and a lawsuit goes on to read, the suicide was reasonably foreseeable. Okay, so we don't arrest him at all because it's reasonably foreseeable that when we go to his house to arrest him like we do with most criminals.
No, you can't.
So we let him go.
You're going to upset him.
And his sister.
That is the most absurd lawsuit I've ever heard in my life. Because your brother was into pedophilia, assuming
allegedly
you want $105 million, and that's going to.
And she's going after NBC. So far, I haven't heard of any lawsuit against the town of Murphy or anybody else. NBC didn't do anything but cover it.
Exactly.
He didn't come to the bait house. Perverted Justice had chat logs or whatever. He didn't show up, so they went to go get him. Because he had still committed the crime.
What? It actually gets a little bit better.
All right, go ahead.
She alleges a police officer at the scene of the shooting told a Dateline producer, that'll make good TV.
And it did.
That didn't make her brother pull the trigger. What somebody said out in the street had nothing to do with what happened in the house.
Well, even
if somebody did say that.
Well, where was the story that came out that said she was there to have heard this?
That's true. That's hearsay.
It doesn't make any difference. The fact that he had done something that in his mind was damning enough to die, he's the one that made that decision. If you're really concerned, go to court. Let it play out. You don't have anything on your computers, nothing's going to happen. If the chat logs from Perverted Justice won't hold up in court, you're free and clear.
And you could have got arrested and gone bailed out and been perfectly clear of all the charges.
And I'm surprised they still haven't come back with whatever's on the computers.
Maybe they're waiting.
That's going to be telling in itself.
Yeah.
Patricia Conrad said in the lawsuit that NBC steamrolled police to arrest her brother at his home after he failed to show up at the rigged house 35 miles away. In her lawsuit, it actually reads, the suicide was reasonably foreseeable.
You know what? In that instance, she's right. If you're a pedophile and the cops are coming and TV's outside, she's absolutely correct.
And you're a district attorney, you've put a lot of criminals away, and then you're headed to see them.
Okay, so
that's a perfect reason to kill yourself. She's right. It is foreseeable.
Yeah, but that's not the police's fault.
Bitch, I know that.
Well, then how can you even say that on her side?
I'm being sarcastic. She is right. It is foreseeable. He's going to kill himself if he's a pedophile.
My bad. You were too good at selling it.
You going to play break or not?
Please.
All right. We'll be back.
We'll be back to the Russ Martin Show.
This segment is brought to you by Ashley Furniture.
Contenders come and go, but there's only one afternoon champ. The Russ Martin Show on Live 105.3.
Stop by your local participating On the Run at Exxon for a thirst-quenching deal. Get any size fountain drink or icy for just 99 cents. Only at On the Run at Exxon locations.
How much are you willing to pay for happiness? At KiaMatch.com, we can help you find a life partner through our reliable compatibility program. Our research matches your psychological profile with that perfect companion in minutes. Just listen to Jay from Cuyahoga Falls, Ohio.
They matched me with a great deal on a compact and sporty Spectra with 35 miles per gallon highway, 5-star frontal crash safety rating, and a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty program. And we couldn't be happier.
How lucky is that guy? Isn't it time you found your automotive soulmate? Log on to KiaMatch.com today and start getting happy.
Get 2.9% APR plus $1,000 bonus cash on the Kia Spectra. Visit your local Dallas-Fort Worth Kia retailers. APR financing and $1,000 bonus cash available to Tier 1 credit qualified buyers through KMFC on 07 Spectra. APR subject to change. Must take delivery from retail stock by 7/30/107. EPA estimates 27 city and 35 highway. Star ratings are part of the U.S. Department of Transportation SaferCar.gov program. See retailer for details.
Welcome to Man Tips. Tips for men from men. Hello, caller.
Hi. Any tips on getting a girl I like to notice me?
Easy. A new set of Autolite XP Extreme Performance spark plugs are sure to turn any lady's head.
Really? I don't think she really cares about that sort of stuff.
What woman wouldn't be impressed by optimum engine performance and top fuel efficiency over the life of the plug?
I was kind of thinking flowers.
Yep, just add Autolite XP plugs and love will blossom. This has been Man Tips, sponsored by Autolite Spark Plugs. It's time to change your plugs.
Once in a great while, you witness that rare backyard silence. No lawnmowers, no crickets, nada. It's as if time stops and all you can hear is the sizzling of juicy steaks over briquettes. And then a dog barks and sends everything back into motion. Kind of funny how when time stops, it always seems to go too quickly. Beef. It's what's for dinner.
Funded by the Beef Checkoff.
Hey, it's Jagger, and I'm with Mike Ruff. He's the owner of EAS. That's Efficient Attic Systems. Temperatures, we haven't hit the hundreds yet, but we're definitely on our way. That's going to happen. Your attic temperature then goes to what, Mike? 140, 160?
150, 160, Jagger. It's ridiculous up there.
Okay, you don't want to spend a whole lot of time up there, but these guys will come into your attic and do a radiant barrier. They're going to give you free insulation. And, you know, when people hear those kind of things, they think, oh, how much is this going to cost me?
It's actually a lot more affordable than people think, Jagger. The payback is so quick. When you make an investment in your home like this, you're going to see the results in lower energy bills. It almost pays for itself. And remember, you can use your Home Depot credit card, which means 12 months, no payments, no interest. You don't spend a dime right now. You get lower energy bills. And more importantly, you're going to beat the Texas heat.
And for a limited time, the free insulation on top of the radiant barrier. If you need more information, make a free consultation appointment. 866-55-ATTIC. That's 866-55-ATTIC.
That's 866-55-ATTIC.
Log on to dfwclearance.com for lease details. Attention. Now through Saturday night, the Texas AIG will sell off 1,200 brand new and repossessed vehicles from distressed dealerships. Brand new Nissans, total out of pocket, half of MSRP. Pre-owned vehicles starting at $995. With their sheer size and selling power, Trophy Nissan has been named the official host of this DFWClearance.com event. Log on to DFWClearance.com. Toyota, Chevrolet, Honda, BMW, Mercedes, new Nissan, total out of pocket, half of MSRP. Pre-owned vehicles starting at $995. All manufacturer pricing sanctions are lifted. Operating margins are reduced to zero. Call 1-800-408-4444. 1-800-408-4444. Offers end Saturday night when all remaining inventory is sent to wholesale loss auction. The DFWClearance.com event under the giant tent. 635 in Galloway and Mesquite. Register on DFWClearance.com now.
If you think you're in a current mortgage that you shouldn't be in, possibly your lender screwed up and has you on the wrong program, and now you're trying to figure out what the hell you're going to do, because if you've got the adjustable rate mortgage, when that comes due, that's going to shoot through the roof. You need to call Rodney Anderson at CTX Mortgage, 1-800-EXPRESS, 1-800-EXPRESS, or go to his website, rodneyanderson.com. Rodney's not like a lot of other lenders. He'll give you the pros and cons, and that's what he did with me. When we sat down, we looked at all the different mortgage options. He gave me all the pros and cons, gave me his advice, and that's what we did. And I got the best rate I could for the house. You can't do over 15,000 mortgages without knowing which program is perfect for each person, and each person's going to have a different situation. On his website, you can read about the lending process, start to finish, what's going to happen afterwards. There's a list of builders, if you want to build, that offer incentives when you're pre-qualified through Rodney. If you've got iffy credit, you can read about alternative financing. Rodney also has free seminars every couple of months on cleaning up your credit. So not only can you possibly get into a home, you get a better interest rate. 1-800-EXPRESS, 1-800-EXPRESS, or go online. It's rodneyanderson.com for CTX Mortgage.
I remember our old country home, clean fresh air and flowers growing in the fields along the path beside our swimming hole. Mama hollering through the screen, would you kids like some homemade ice cream? That was such a simpler time and place. Bluebell tastes just like the good old days.
Okay, let's make this simple. Bluebell ice cream cones come in 4-packs. Either homemade vanilla or the Great Divide. The Great Divide is half Dutch chocolate and half vanilla. That's per cone. Pick the one that's right for you. There's no wrong answer.
Bluebell tastes just like the good
Bluebell Pints on sale 10 for $10 at Albertsons through July 24th.
Bud Light presents Real Men of Genius.
Real men of genius.
Today we salute you, Mr. Rolling Cooler Roller.
Mr. Rolling Cooler Roller.
Only you understand the best way to carry 9 ounces of macaroni salad is in a 43-pound cooler.
It's got wheels.
Part cooler, part luggage. It holds enough for an afternoon picnic, a tailgate party, or a 12-day trip to Istanbul.
I'm gonna have to check that.
Perfect for the man who has everything. Everything except a friend to help carry a cooler.
Unpopular.
So crack open an ice cold Bud Light, oh holler of the hot dogs. You'll find it right under the sub sandwich, the potato salad, and the giant tub of baked beans.
Mr. Rolling Cooler
Bud Light beer, Anheuser-Busch, Houston, Texas.
Yeah, well, it's a pretty good job, innit, when you think about it? I mean, basically, I help people save money, don't I? Like, I tell people they can save hundreds by switching to Geico. They go to geico.com, maybe save all this money on car insurance, and the next thing you know, I'm like invited to their wedding or whatever. One bloke actually asked me to be his best man. Dear, oh dear. Point is, if you want loads of friends, giving away money, it's not a bad idea.
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
And now, another conversation with the man who hasn't switched to Geico.
I'm sorry, I'm just not into personal service.
I don't understand.
Really? Well, I don't like service to start with. Then when you add on the personal part, I really don't like it.
I see. Then I guess I better not tell you about your local Geico representative who lives and works right there in your community, so he's really in tune with your needs.
You're not really helping your case, you know.
Call or visit your local Geico office today. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
If you go to call an attorney, there's only one number to call. That's 1-800-THE-DOGS. And you might want to speak with Mark Rubin. He's one of the big dogs over there. And that he handles basically people that are filing bankruptcy, have financial problems. First thing he tells me, they walk in, people want to know how bad it is, what their credit score is. He can help you find that out. And if you've been late on your house payment, on the car payment, chances are your credit score is pretty bad. Well, what surprised me is actually filing bankruptcy can help you wipe out some credit card debt and help you start on the path of reestablishing credit and actually down the road improving your credit score. And again, the good news is the phone calls are going to stop. The repossessions are going to stop. You don't lose the house. You don't lose the car. All that has to stop the minute you make the phone call to 1-800-THE-DOGS. They can help you, again, stop foreclosures, stop repossessions, wipe out some credit card debt. Bankruptcy, car wreck, divorce, criminal law, one number to call. 1-800-THE-DOGS, legal representation with Bite.
Get legal representation with Bite. Car wrecks, bankruptcies, criminal, divorce, and workers' comp.
That's 1-800-THE-DOGS.
Thousands of people have already gone to RadioXbox360.com to get a free Xbox 360. So what are you waiting for?
And I went ahead and completed all the offers, and just like they promised, I received an Xbox in the mail.
When I first heard about it, I thought there's no way I can get an Xbox 360 for free. But it does work, and I got my Xbox in 2 days.
You can get a free Xbox 360 worth over $400 at www.radioxbox360.com.
Xbox came in really quick, and I was surprised to see that it was the $400 value upgraded systems.
If you're 18 or older, go to www.radioxbox360.com. Enter your email address and shipping information. Follow the redemption instructions, print out your coupon, and a free Xbox 360 will be shipped to you. Guaranteed. Check out the site for more details.
I got my free Xbox 360, and I'm psyched about it, and I couldn't believe it. It's the real deal.
So if you want your free Xbox, you must go to www.radioxbox360.com. Again, www.radioxbox360.com.
Hey, it's Pugs from the Midday Show. Pugs and Kelly for Dr. Booth in the Booth Eye Care and Laser Center. Did you know that Dr. Booth is currently celebrating his 20th anniversary? That's right. And due to the overwhelming response, Dr. Booth has increased the savings to an incredible 30% off Intralasik in honor of his 20-year celebration. This offer ends July 31st. So pick up the phone and call Dr. Booth today, 214-328-0444. Dr. Booth, number one for a reason.
Think you can play poker? How about playing in the 2008 World Series of Poker? That's the grand prize in the first annual Russ Martin Show Listeners Foundation No Limit Texas Hold'em Poker Tournament. Saturday, August 11th at Paradise Cove in South Lake. All proceeds benefit the Russ Martin Show Listeners Foundation, assisting the families of fallen police officers and firefighters in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. In the last 9 months, the foundation has issued checks for $120,000. So your support of this event is truly appreciated. For more information on the Russ Martin Show Listeners Foundation Poker Tournament, click on russmartin.com. This segment brought to you by Apple Moving. Go to applemovingdfw.com.
Much more loyal than your MySpace friends. This is KLLI, Dallas, Fort Worth. We are live 105.3.
This portion of the Russ Martin Show is sponsored by D&M Leasing.
Now, back to the Russ Martin Show.
At least you can walk away.
You can stop it.
I can't learn it if I stop it.
You could have a music room at home locked away from everybody where you can do it and be there.
I still have to be near me.
If you don't like it, then quit it.
I can't learn it. Otherwise,
you learn it. I mean, you only know 3-4 seconds of it, or is that a little more than I know?
Chloe, is that most of the song?
Pretty much, yeah.
The rest of it's just power chords, isn't it?
Yeah, it's like one of those.
See if you can find it in the Jack Library.
The thing you're doing is just kind of reoccurring.
Oh, it's reoccurring.
If he doesn't learn it, then we don't get cowbell.
Yeah.
Gotta have cowbell.
What?
Trey's still stuck on that.
James Walken. Christopher.
I just found the right notes, the right guitar tabs. Was today Tuesday?
Played.
I just found them yesterday.
But that's all you've done all day today.
Well, that's the way you learn it.
Did you ever find the tabs for the song you were working on last night?
What was I looking for?
Don't Stop Believing.
Oh, Don't Stop by Fleetwood Mac.
Yeah.
I'm not doing any Journey song.
What's wrong with Journey?
Not a slow one.
No.
That one picks up, though, man.
Does it?
Yeah.
You find it?
You Don't Fear the Reaper, right?
Yeah, I don't want... I don't think that one picks up, does it?
Oh, yeah. And this is another one of those SMU songs, I swear to God, that the kids go crazy.
That's not just colleges, that's any bar.
They scream this song.
Almost any Journey.
The only person we have in the band that could sing that high is Everett, and I'm done with the Ricola moments. Where's the Blue Oyster Cult?
5.
Yeah. There it is.
That's a lot of notes, and it's too fast for me, so I got to learn it.
But give it up.
I can't.
You said it was too fast for you.
Oh, Trey's practicing.
Cowboy. See, it's still that same riff.
Yeah, I'm aware of it. Get it out of my head.
I think it changes here.
Yeah, and those are just simple chords.
Are they?
Then can we get to those simple chords?
So I just need to learn get this first part down.
Yeah, and see, if you hear it now, it's reoccurring still.
Yeah, it's still there. Good news is, it's over in about 3.5 minutes. You do it for 10.
I only do it during the breaks.
No.
Did they have another hit besides this?
They had Godzilla. They had Burning for You.
Okay.
That was about it. Isn't it, Chloe?
As far as the ones I can think of.
I was introducing them at Six Flags one year for a radio station. First time I've ever had a stuffed animal thrown at me and it exploded on stage. Blew the head off a little bunny rabbit. That's when I decided no more Blue Oyster Cult concerts for me.
Why'd somebody hit you with a
they just were,
stuffed bunny?
It was just out of control crowd. Then the guys
at Six Flags?
At Six Flags in the parking lot. When they first started doing parking lot parties out in the back, they'd shut off the employees area, but an outdoor stage that wasn't in the music mill. It was out in the parking lot. And the security people said, this is a really rowdy group. I went, I've introduced concerts before.
For Blue Oyster Cult?
Yeah.
What year was this?
That would have been, oh, hell, 80. I was at the Eagle, so that was 84, 83.
I don't think Burning for You might have been their last one. I don't know.
Yeah, it was
early 80s.
Yeah.
I didn't realize you had this stigma with Blue Oyster Cult.
I just remembered it just when you played that.
Let's see if I got it down.
Oh.
I have to play it slow because it's hard.
And long.
See, I ain't fluid yet. No.
I still think that that's two guitars.
Well, it might be, but doesn't that sound right now?
Yeah. You're getting better?
But it's the right notes.
Yes.
Is it not?
I believe so. I just think, it just need to be more fluid. To
Well,
it's recognizable.
Oh, yeah. Off from all over the building. I wish the Reaper would come.
Not afraid of him anymore.
Open the door, Reaper's here. All right.
Thank you. I'm sure you'll be dandy at it when you get it down. You've learned all the other ones.
No, I had to give up on some of them.
That'll happen, Chuck. I just noticed he's not here.
He's probably cussing at somebody.
Firing some more of your helpers?
Yeah. Got to call people and tell them it ain't effing Wednesday.
That could have been resolved. Well, if the guy was being ugly back to Chuck, I can see it. Because I've listened to Chuck on the phone do work for you before, and he's never been ugly. He's never been sassy. He's never been, look, do you know who I am? Do you know who my boss is? None of that stuff. Ever.
All right. Well, maybe he had it coming. And I let Chuck off the hook. I went, had this been the first day and you called up and you had to tell him it wasn't effing Wednesday, then you probably snapped a little too quick. But this has been nonstop since the guy's been doing the pool for 3 months? 4?
4.
I don't know of any.
You what?
When Chuck started doing this for him, I mean, in his defense, I told him then, I said, I would start working on a new pool service because this situation is going to blow up sooner or later.
Yeah. Well, you got that one.
I just can't imagine any service industry people that would not come by at the same time every week.
Well, I understand issues come up. You go to clean somebody's pool, something blows up, you have a problem. You just call the next people and say, you know what, can we do blah, blah. Fine. Just as long as I know what day you're going to be tootling around in the backyard.
I've had that happen. He'll call and go, look, truck broke down, we can't come today, it's tomorrow. Okay, sure.
I got no issue with that. What?
This ain't effing Wednesday.
You ready now?
Yeah.
All right.
We should almost find a way we could put some sort of recorder on Chuck or on his cell phone so we can capture those moments.
Yeah, that's one that I would have wanted to hear because I could actually hear the pool guy screaming at Chuck from the driveway.
Wow.
Oh, so this was in person?
The guy was there, but he wasn't.
The guy showed up at the house.
Oh, okay. From his end. Okay, I got you.
Right.
So you could tell he was being snippy.
I could, but I didn't know if that came before or after Chuck counted the days off for him.
Somebody in engineering asked me if they can have their digital board back. The guy's actually left for the day now because he couldn't put it in.
I'm keeping this board.
Okay. They've worked all day getting the thing in there ready. They said, we're ready for the board. I'm like,
it's astounding that they're going to spend all this cash on the Jack Studio where there's nobody in there.
That I know, but corporately they don't look at it that way.
And why would you need a digital board? All the production is done outside the studio. You come in, you load it onto a computer, and it goes.
It's just the new technology in there, put them in everywhere, except here.
The one place they should have started because, first of all, this board's 5 years old, and some of the modules are going out.
Mm-hmm. Then they could have put this board in the other auxiliary studio because it has been.
They could have put this in the Jack Studio.
Oh, totally.
Refurbished part of it, stuck it over there. You're done.
Absolutely.
And I go back to what I said earlier as far as saying, of every show in the CBS group I can think of, you would get the most use out of it.
Yeah, most inputs. We have groups in here. You've had, Def Leppard, whoever else in here.
And we ran out of mics.
Yes. You had to pre-mix and fade and everything else.
I think just about everything on the board you're using now is doubled up.
Yeah, you have double inputs on almost anything. That's why a lot of times you'll hear clicking going on in the background. If I got to say something to Gavin, he's on a double input. I got to figure out which one it is. Gavin.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
Working.
I'm keeping this board.
I don't think that's right. I wish I could get you a new board. I'll get you one eventually.
Did you not put in as a capital expense from last year?
That's a huge capital expense.
Well, everybody's getting one.
Not everyone's getting one.
Well, how can I go to school and not have one?
Gavin, what station doesn't have one?
KRLD's got one?
Yeah.
All right. What about moving?
They're all in a new building.
All right. So I get penalized because I gotta work out of the pit.
Yeah.
They're still in Fitzhugh, aren't they?
You're on the list, and K-Love does not have a digital board.
Why wasn't I at the top of the list?
I don't know, Russ.
You're not being penalized because you're in an old building. They're putting them in the old building. Well, when they get it back.
They're just not sticking it in here.
Just not in here.
I don't know. I always tell them if you buy anything new in the building, include Russ.
And why are they ignoring you?
It's a good question.
Possibly it's other bad decisions you've made in the past.
Like what?
Living Coloreds? The Raisin in the Sun Band?
First of all,
Big Dick Hunter.
There was a tornado warning with living color in the area.
No, there wasn't.
Yeah, there was that day. Sure, there was.
No, there wasn't.
There was too.
No.
There wasn't a cloud in the sky.
The place was empty, so you called one in.
No.
And that's the way you sold it to corporate. Well, we couldn't get anybody out there because you had a tornado sighting.
No.
That was people leaving.
No. And we had Vince Neil that day, and he was good.
But you didn't have him on early enough.
I admit.
I told you before you booked the Living Coloreds that nobody was going to hang out.
I understand.
Then you booked the Raisin in the Sun. Who is it?
The Violent Femmes.
Booked them? I told you the place was going to clear out.
Another tornado warning?
Yeah.
Right. And that's
Isn't there somebody else in the mix here that I'm leaving out?
No, that's why we've restructured, and Live 7's going to be good.
And you've announced all the bands?
Tomorrow, we're announcing it.
Oh, I thought you were supposed to do it Monday.
No, we're announcing it tomorrow.
Oh.
Didn't he want to book Blue Oyster Cult at one point?
Did you bring them up?
No, I wouldn't do that.
Yeah, you would.
Why?
Because you like to book bands that nobody wants to hear. It's some inane talent you have.
It's not true at all.
Okay.
I booked Bowling for Soup. That was successful.
That's because they got an association with Pugs and Kelly, and that was an easy one.
Okay.
Who else have you booked that's been successful?
You?
I was already here. Who else? One band that was a big draw.
I booked a comedy show that sold out.
What was
Back
that?
When we had Howard Stern, I booked Artie Lang.
That was something that was already set up.
I set that up.
Nah,
I set that up. Sold out in 4 hours. Proud of myself.
where?
Lakewood Theater.
How many people?
That was about 800, so I sold 1,600 tickets.
I don't get it.
Other 200 were giveaways, I guess?
2 shows.
Oh, 2 shows.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah. So I did that, and that was successful.
Well, that was a package that was already put together. Isn't that right?
Yeah.
Artie?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
All right. Explain Big Dick Hunter.
It's doing fine.
How?
It's on 10 to midnight.
Uh-huh.
It's doing well.
How?
Well, I don't know. We haven't got the ratings in yet.
Well, then you don't know he's doing well.
Well, we got a good vibe about the show.
From who? The studio?
No, I'm getting listeners that talk about it.
I mean, if you go in there and listen in their headphones, they ain't even listening to that show.
You've created this island once again.
Island how?
Because you don't want to be a part of the station.
I'm the team player.
Jesus. You hate this station.
Yes.
I don't know why either. It makes no sense.
I cross-promote Jagger.
I know, and Jagger loves you too. You know, Jagger's playing in a poker tournament for the Rangers tomorrow.
Where's he getting them? I know, that was too easy, though.
So you have to pick a charity, and he picked your charity. So
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah. Yeah, he told me today.
He's always been kind to us.
Yeah, no, he's a good guy. I'm glad he's a part of our team.
Okay, I like him.
Okay. Well, that's good. Well, 1 out of 4.
I like Lycus.
Great. I think that's awesome. I like Tom, too.
It's just the rest of your choices.
Well,
and I knew as soon as Big Dick came in here and started smoozing with you, I knew he was going to get a show.
why is that?
Because you buy it.
Because I cave?
You buy it.
I buy what?
You believe all the accolades.
I put on programs that I feel suit our lineup.
Why wouldn't you talk to Dan and Tassos about doing 10 to midnight?
Because as I told Dan and Tassos...
Oh, I didn't know that you'd actually talk to him.
Yeah, I did.
All right.
Absolutely.
Go ahead. As you told him what?
At this point, there were...
Being here 5-6 years isn't long enough. Big Dick came in and gave you the nice BJ, and he's in.
Yeah, I know. It's all about me being gay.
What'd he tell you, Dan?
That Dick was going to be doing 10 to midnight.
You can't have your own show because Big Dick has it. That's his explanation?
I have no idea.
Oh, what'd you tell him, you?
At this point, we were going to make more revenue off of Dick's show.
Why?
Because sponsors like him.
Why?
Because they do.
Why?
I don't know. They just do.
Based on what? I'll ask that way.
Based on them asking him to do stuff and wanting to sponsor different activities that he's involved in.
All right.
Yeah.
Then obviously I'm wrong, and I apologize.
I'm not saying anything. I'm just saying, hey, listen.
You think it's a fine show? I'm sure you put him in there for a reason.
I did. Yeah. I think Pugs and Kelly's a good show, too.
All right. But Dan and Tassos have been on the air here for 5 years, and you give him the first shot at a full-time lineup.
And I understand that. And I knew yeah. Yeah, I have to go with the decisions. Yes, I admit that.
Regardless of how pathetic they are.
I'm not saying Dan and Tassos are pathetic at all.
I ain't who I'm talking about.
That's your opinion.
Would you like me to run the room?
Well, yeah, like the room ever disagrees with you.
We got email. Nobody likes me in here.
The room doesn't disagree with you.
This room's full of hate. What is this, John?
Just an email we got. Unsolicited.
Hi, JD. Just wanted to send a quick email and beg you to get BDH off the radio at 10 p.m. He sucks. You should have heard the show last night with an effing idiot. He thinks 5-year-olds need to know everything about sex. What a moron. I like Dr. Drew at 10 p.m. So you totally dropped a night line. What is it?
Love line.
Love line?
No, they're on midnight to 2. They're live now.
Use your influence to get Gavin to... I don't care. I don't listen to this place when I'm not here anyway. No. All right, I'm sorry, Dan. News?
Sure.
Just get it out of my head and start it again.
Here comes a cowbell. All right. You want illegal?
Yeah.
604 at KLLI, Dallas, Fort Worth, Texas. The dump that it is. Dan O'Malley's here with news.
All right, thank you, Russ. This out of Fargo, North Dakota. A 51-year-old Texas woman died when she fell into the Wild Rice River while trying to rescue a pet dog. Deborah Ann Rasmussen, of course, at Canada, Texas.
Hold on. Who's on line one?
Alicia from Jack FM.
What she want?
She would like to beg you to please put the board back.
Hi, Russ.
Yes, Alicia.
Will you please put the board back?
No.
please?
Are you in the building?
No.
No.
Please? I know it's a really cool toy, but can't we play with it first?
What do you need it for?
Editing.
You don't do editing in that studio.
Actually, that particular board that you've stolen goes in Prod 2.
Uh-huh.
And yeah, that's where we do all the editing.
But they're also sticking, so we stole the wrong board?
It's the same thing.
No, actually, it's a little bit different.
Well, where's the other one?
It's not here yet?
Yeah. Well, when it gets here, I'll swap it out. Or you can come and have this one. If you're topless.
Oh, that's a hard one.
I understand.
I could get in a lot of trouble if I say yes.
No, you're going to get them their board back.
I'll consider it.
All right.
But please put the board back.
Not until the hams are here.
But it would just inhibit the rest of our week. We're trying to get that done as quickly as possible so we all don't have to bombard one studio for editing.
I understand. Hams?
You know I can't do that.
All right. Have a nice week. Dan?
Deborah Ann Rasmussen of Corsicana drowned shortly after 6 o'clock on Sunday. She was visiting a relative in Wild Rice and fishing near a dam when the dog went in the river. Opening statements began this morning on the trial of a North Texas charity accused of funneling money to a Middle Eastern militant
That's
group.
all they ran on Channel 8. I'm sick of this story. Is it Holy Land?
Yeah.
All right, go ahead.
4% of American youths have been asked for sexually explicit photos of themselves over the internet. Internet users between the ages of 10 and 17. 65 of them reported receiving a request, but only one actually complied. That's out of 1,500. Researchers said...
Hold on. What is it, John?
Blacks don't look good in pictures normally.
All right, thanks.
Researchers said the number is troubling. With millions of young people online around the country, they said the numbers project to potentially thousands. And it's not just the people making the request, but the youths themselves who could be violating child porn laws if they were to comply.
I don't want no part of that tar baby.
Stop. We won't get you one.
You're taking... Oh, stop. Play the guitar again. Stop this.
I'm sorry, Dan.
No problem. Anti-war activists...
I don't like blacks because...
Yes?
I love blacks.
Okay.
Cindy Sheehan was arrested yesterday at the Capitol for disorderly conduct.
They shoot her?
No. Shortly after saying she would run against House Speaker Nancy Pelosi over the California Democrats' refusal to try to impeach President Bush. Sheehan was taken into custody inside Representative John Conyers' office, where she had spent an hour imploring him to launch impeachment proceedings against Bush and Vice President Dick Cheney. 45 of Sheehan's fellow protesters also were arrested.
I thought she said she was going to give up on this.
She did a couple of weeks ago.
Well, but then she told Nancy Pelosi, if you don't impeach Bush, I'm going to move to California and run in your district, which got a nice chuckle.
Perhaps that's why Pelosi didn't act.
Hey, you're trying to out-bitch one of the biggest ones there is, and one who I don't even think people run against her because she enjoys like an 80% approval rating in her district.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know that.
All right. Capitol Police spokeswoman Sergeant Kimberly Schneider said that after they are processed, the arrested activists could each pay a $50 fine to be released.
Do you have the story on cigarette prices going up?
I don't remember seeing that. Do we have that one, JD?
No, I didn't pull that one.
I just want to know if it's going to affect anything else.
Sure.
Is it going up because of taxes or?
I don't know. It was a headline in the Star Telegram, and I meant to sit down and read it, and I forgot.
God, I looked on their website today, and I didn't see that story.
You don't have to look for it now, Dan.
Well, you were talking with Trey. I'd type it in real quick just to see if I found it.
How about you just quit the chaw? That way you don't have to worry about the price.
Is this guy something you got to bring up every day?
Yes.
Why?
Because it's your health, and it's not good.
I've only done it 3 months.
And why are you worried about the price?
Well, it depends on how much. I'm going to guess this is a sin tax.
Then it'll apply to smokeless tobacco.
That's wrong.
You think you're going to have to cut back somewhere else to afford some cans?
It depends on how big the sin tax is.
It's not going to go up to $1,000 a can.
All right. How much? You still looking down?
I think I think a can now somewhere between like $5.50 and $6.
Unless you get it on special and you get 2 for $7. Mm-hmm. That's very exciting.
It is. I always love those days.
Are those little rolls, are they any cheaper when you get 5 and 6 rolls?
I don't know.
I just wondered.
Yes, when you get a whole roll, like you go to Sam's, usually you'll save
like would it be like 1 or 2 cans?
I'd say $10. So yeah,
for 6.
The cans, actual roll of cans, either comes a half roll of 5 or a log, which is 10.
How much is a log?
I think last time I saw they were $43.
Got to go to the bathroom dance.
Why didn't you tell me they came in logs?
I did. I brought you one the first time you had the pouches. Brought you basically a mini log.
I forgot about that.
Well, I told you I got.
All of a sudden, I can just envision myself with just a mouthful. Look like an Ethiopian plate woman.
How many have you put in your mouth at one time now? Just the 2?
3 bandits.
3 bandits. And does that give you a bitter buzzy?
Well, they were drying out.
Oh, so. Yeah.
Get off me about the chaw.
I just think.
I didn't say anything about you when you drank for however many years.
Because you were drinking too.
Okay. I knew it was bad for your health. I didn't get on you.
Join them.
No.
Yeah, I'll have another one.
I don't like them.
You enjoyed it last time.
I did not. It gave
yeah,
me,
you did.
No,
you got giggly.
It gave me a headache.
Well, take it out before you get the headache.
I don't want to.
You seem to like it.
That just made me giggle, and then I got a headache.
Well, take it out before the headache comes along.
I'm not sure that'll be long enough, but are these stronger than what I had before?
No. Is that right?
No, you had the same thing.
Are these the wintergreen?
No, they're the blue ones.
Let me try one.
Well, hang on. These are mint.
Oh, I like this.
You want a regular one, or you want one that I soaked in B12?
B12. I like to be healthy while I'm
there
doing tobacco. Oh, those are juicy. God, looks like a pillow. All right.
I don't know why that's exciting. You open up the can and they're just all wet.
There you are. Okay.
Chloe, get him a spit cup, would you?
Yes. I can just do it in the can.
All right. Go ahead, Dan.
I found the story, by the way.
Go ahead.
I hate these. Ramsey Sharif thought about quitting smoking several times, even tried once. He's been a smoker for 12 years and says he's just not ready to give up his habit. He wasn't when state lawmakers raised cigarette taxes $1 a pack back in January, and he said he won't be if Congress increases federal tobacco taxes by 61 cents, boosting the average cost of a pack of cigarettes in Texas to well over $5. So there's a bill in the U.S. Congress right now to raise the federal tax from 39 cents on tobacco to a whole $1 to help fund for health insurance for children.
What's a pack of cigarettes go for now? What do you smoke?
When I buy one, it's Marlboro. So I get them at CVS. They're almost always on sale. It's like $4.10. But your standard place is going to be. It's actually right around $5. Just a little bit.
What do you mean when you buy one? Somebody bring them to you?
No. I don't smoke nearly as much as I used to.
Oh. How'd you cut back?
Got on a new pill called Chantix.
Does it work?
Yeah.
Where'd you get it?
It's a prescription only, unfortunately.
Would it work for smokeless also?
You know, that I don't know.
Yes.
It does?
Would. Yeah, because
I think Trey and I had talked about that because I was telling him about the pill. I didn't know if it would work
it's
for
kind
him.
of the next generation because
It makes you shy away from the nicotine.
It just makes you not crave it because they prescribed.
Well, I can't imagine anything that's going to do that.
Wellbutrin was the old drug that they've given people to try to get them off their.
Yeah.
And this is kind of, from what I understand, the next generation of it.
You get a buzz from it?
No.
I don't want it.
You like the buzz and the spit.
Yeah.
Chaw away. Do it for her.
You getting anything yet?
I'm going to burn. It's getting a burn. That's all. It didn't hit me with the buzzies.
All right. Let me know when it comes.
Okay.
Dan.
It actually goes on here. Some good news for you. The tax increase bill approved last week in committee and expected to be debated by the full Senate before its August recess faces challenges in the House and a veto threat from President Bush. The president opposes the bill because he says expanding the state children's health insurance program would enlarge the role of federal government and drive people away from private insurance.
Exactly.
When did Bush start caring about
the size of the federal government?
My God, he's created a whole bureaucracy.
Maybe he smokes.
No. That's mind-boggling.
You don't know what he does in the Oval Office?
We know he doesn't exactly try to make the government smaller.
Well, obviously he started here. I'm with him. I've always believed in laissez-faire.
That's not even, never mind. Free market.
I thought that was also part of a smaller government.
Well, it's that the market should dictate everything.
Well, there.
61 cents isn't going to hurt you. You'll be okay. It's only what can of $4 and
all right, fine. I'll stop by Sam's and I get that Duraf.
Well, no, you keep. No, what you do is you keep going to the stores while they're doing the 2 for $7.
Yeah.
Till they go there a couple times a day. Like I said, throw them in the freezer. Then
I thought you were going to help me quit.
Oh no, I'm going to see your jaw fall off.
Oh. All right.
So next you'll be going to like Lowe's or Home Depot to get you a nice big Sub-Zero freezer.
I thought you meant for a jaw. How are you doing, Chloe?
I didn't break it by a minute.
Go ahead, Dan.
Okay. 32-year-old Peter Barta of Queens, New York, used to be a legal aid lawyer, but he was fired earlier this year, and the reason was he was using a spy camera disguised as a clock to, of course, spy on his female coworkers changing into their business suits. Now he's under...
The best part of this story is that I really don't care about the rest of it, is the kind of gum they found in his house. Mm-hmm. You go and read the whole story and just get there.
Okay. Now he's under indictment, and some court documents have been released that show his spy camera work is really the least of his perversions during a search of his house, which is actually his mama's house, since he still lives with her. Here's what the cops found. 90 porn videos, 211 copies of 3 different magazines, Playboy, Celebrity Skin, and Oriental Women, and, of course, packages of gum labeled anti-masturbation gum. When I saw this earlier, I don't know why it came to my head. I would just love to hear Mike Snyder from Channel 5 read that part.
I'd like to know what the gum does. Is it really gum that...
I've never heard of it. And what would it possibly... could it do to make you not want to whack it?
Unless I don't know.
Maybe it messes up your hormones or something.
Works like the saltpeter?
Yeah.
I guess.
How you doing with your chaw?
I'm spinning.
All right, we'll spit it out now. You're supposed to spit it as soon as you got the spins.
It's awful. How do you do that?
I don't know. Dan?
And videos of his female coworkers changing. Most of the time, they were in their underwear, but at least one tape showed a woman who was fully nude. Peter is now facing charges of unlawful surveillance and could get up to 4 years in prison. According to a survey, 10% of Americans say they'd lend out their spouse for a night for $1 million. 53% of women and 34% of men say it would cause marital problems if a wife makes more money than a husband.
What is Chloe doing?
Chloe? Where'd he go?
Had a break.
So you're jumping down on the couch, doing your wiener like a helicopter.
Oh,
JD's going to comment about your flaps.
Break, Jack.
Why didn't you just say we needed a break instead of doing the lap dance with the little propeller?
Because it's time to break. Just maybe if I do something like that, you might break.
Doing it to me is not going to get me to break. Doing it to Gavin. Go fly in his office and then I'll break.
Okay.
Flaps down.
My face! Get that out of my face! Oh! God. I need that in my face. Hey, there's no button on the front of this thing either. It just kind of comes flying out on its own.
I don't think you were in there long enough.
Sorry.
He's on the cell phone. Go get him. Close. Right up in his mug. Let him smell it.
Yeah.
Rotor, baby!
Oh, he got the back of his head.
Oh, his neck hair scraped my knee.
All right, we can break now.
We'll be back to the Russ Martin Show.
The official package store of the Russ Martin Show is Majestic Fine Wines and Spirits, where the spirit of the week is Lismore Single Malt Scotch. MajesticLiquor.com.
Far and away, the most listened to afternoon show, the Russ Martin Show. On Live 105.3.
Call 1-888-GO Toyota for details.
Toyota of Plano's got a new 07 Double Cab SR5 V8 Tundra's $199 a month with just $99 down, or get 0% financing for 60 months. Toyota of Plano, Preston Road at the George Bush Tollway. Don't miss it.
From our farm to our store, only Brahms gives you more. Only Brahms gives you so much more.
Only Brahms brings you a banana fudge sundae like this. Brahms Real Premium Ice Cream smothered in hot fudge, topped with sliced bananas, toasted almonds, whipped cream, and a cherry. You always get so much more with a banana fudge sundae at Brahms.
Have you heard this lately? Hey, I really like your $20,000 of credit card debt. Well, of course you haven't heard that. Or how about this one? Hey, that car you can't afford is so sexy. I love someone like you who's upside down in their finances. Well, if you haven't heard those things lately, it may be time to call TexasLending.com for a home equity loan or cashback refinance where you can free up that cash flow to get the things you want. Call 972-387-4600, 972-387-4600. Hello, I'm Kevin Miller of TexasLending.com, and we are a different kind of mortgage company. Call TexasLending.com for that cashback refinance or the home equity loan so you can get that pool and pay it off in cash. Then when they come up and say, hey, how'd you get that pool? Did you put it on a big credit card? You can say, no way, baby. I got it from a home equity loan from TexasLending.com. Call us today, 972-387-4600, 972-387-4600, or spend 5 minutes and apply online for that home equity loan from TexasLending.com.
Better Beer Bureau, can I help you?
Yeah, hi. My friend and I have a little beer-related wager. Can you help us settle it?
I'll do my best.
Okay, is there such a thing as the World Beer Cup?
Yes, sir. The Brewers Association in Boulder, Colorado does hold an international beer competition called the World Beer Cup.
All right.
Yeah, it says here it's held every 2 years. More than 500 breweries from over, 56 countries compete.
Nice. Okay, part two. Has Miller Lite ever taken home the gold at the World Beer Cup?
Actually, Miller Lite's been named Best American-Style Light Lager at the World Beer Cup 4 times. In 96, 98, 2002, and it looks like 2006.
Yes, I am on fire. Okay, last thing, true or false? The World Beer Cup is like a battle royale where brewers from around the world pit their martial arts fighting skills mano a mano in a no-holds-barred brewing beatdown.
No. It's actually about beer taste, aroma, color, that sort of thing. Miller Lite won because of the way the judges scored the beer in a blind tasting, sir.
Well, still, that's pretty rad.
Rad indeed, sir. Thanks for calling the Better Beer Bureau.
Award-winning taste that's never watered down. Miller Lite. Good call. Miller Brewing Company, Fort Worth, Texas. Live responsibly.
Now with 7 Dallas-Fort Worth locations, Ashley Furniture Home Store is making it easier to buy quality furniture. It's the only place I do furniture shopping now. And that was the only place I was shopping before I started doing the spots. Ashley makes it easy to do business. They give you all the tools that you need to furnish your home. You can start with the website, ashleyhomestores.com. You can go there. You can see the showroom, room planner, even decorating tips. And if you're not sure what style you're looking for or even what piece you want, you can click on the showroom and shop by room, see the pictures, all the individual styles. If you're wondering if the furniture you're looking at is going to fit in your home or a specific room, they've got a virtual room planner. You can grab the piece of furniture and drag it around and put it in the room and see if it's going to fit. Top all of that with the best prices, and that's the Ashley difference. Stop by one of the 7 easy-to-find Dallas-Fort Worth locations, the new one in Frisco, Plano, Mesquite, Grapevine, Arlington, Fort Worth, or North Richland Hills. 7 stores, 1 number if you've got questions. 817-633-6838 or online, ashleyhomestores.com.
Okay, so we're twins. It's total twins. And when you're a twin, weird stuff happens. It just does. Yeah, like last Tuesday when I was at the mall and I was across town at McDonald's. All of a sudden, my mouth filled with the phantom taste of the tenderest, juiciest chicken ever. And I was the one biting into a new Southern-style chicken sandwich. Yeah, being twins is weird. It's totally weird.
McDonald's new Southern-style chicken sandwich. A lightly breaded and seasoned all-white meat chicken breast with 2 pickles on a warm buttered bun. At participating McDonald's.
So, what would you rather have, the power to fly or the power to be invisible?
That's a dumb question.
Just pick one.
No, that's like asking what's better, the Big Mac or the Quarter Pounder with cheese.
Come on, just pick one.
No, man. You know, between all that beef and cheese and the Quarter Pounder with cheese and the fact that nothing eats like a Big Mac, you cannot say one is better than the other.
So would you rather fly or be invisible?
I'd rather go to McDonald's.
The equally desirable McDonald's Big Mac and Quarter Pounder with cheese sandwiches made with 100% USDA inspected beef. At participating McDonald's.
Lynn Borden relies on her AT&T Real Yellow Pages ad to keep the calls coming and her small business booming.
Every one of our customers call us through the ad in the Real Yellow Pages. Our ad is what draws people to our company. And we figured, okay, maybe instead of just getting 5 calls a month, we probably would maybe double or triple it. But then we started getting 100 calls a month. So it went beyond what we expected.
The AT&T Yellow Pages is now the AT&T Real Yellow Pages. The most seen, most used, most trusted directory. Working hard for small business.
Now that we not only have an ad in the Real Yellow Pages, but we also have a website on yellowpages.com. We're looking forward to more things happening with our website now.
To advertise in the AT&T Real Yellow Pages or on yellowpages.com, call 1-800-GET-REAL. That's 1-800-GET-REAL. The new AT&T. Your world delivered.
If you're a professional contractor, I bet you never thought of your cell phone as a building tool. But thanks to the Home Depot, it may be the most powerful tool in your toolbox that also saves you time. You know the Home Depot has the items you need most to get the job done. But now you can get select special offers and promotions sent directly to your cell phone. Simply text the word DEAL to GO2HD. Just enter the word DEAL on your cell phone and send it to GO, the number 2, then HD. Plus, you'll be automatically registered in a monthly drawing to win a $100 Home Depot gift card. Just text the word DEAL to GO2HD to get started. And as always, the Home Depot has everyday low prices on everything you need to get the job done right. Okay, so maybe your cell phone is not as important as, say, a hammer, but it's still handy. Just don't drive any nails with it. That would be a bad idea. Really bad. The Home Depot. You can do it. We can help. Offer valid through December 31st. No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited. See store for details.
I want a nice, cozy home with a white picket fence
and a 2-story entrance with a grand staircase that leads to a
barn with a hayloft and plenty of stalls so all my
children don't have to share a room, and a guest room that can double as a
3-car garage so that we can get a nice fishing boat to use in a
swimming pool with a waterfall.
While everybody wants something different in a home, there are 5 things you should expect in a mortgage. No application fees, no closing fees, no private mortgage insurance, a guarantee you'll close on time or your first month's mortgage payment is paid, and a $250 guarantee you'll get the best deal. Introducing No Fee Mortgage Plus, only from Bank of America. It's the opportunity to get the mortgage you always wanted for the home you always wanted. To apply or to get more information, stop by your local Bank of America or visit bankofamerica.com/No Fee Mortgage Plus. Bank of America, Bank of Opportunity.
Oh, not to mention a hot tub that's big enough to fit
the whole family for Thanksgiving dinner.
Credit and collateral subject to approval. Terms and conditions apply. Equal housing lender.
Watch more, surf more, talk more. Exclusively with Time Warner. Call us today and ask to bundle our digital cable, Roadrunner high-speed online, and digital phone Texas services. And you'll get all 3 for as low as $29.95 each. Per service, per month, guaranteed for 12 months. Imagine the possibilities. Better yet, imagine the savings. That's as low as $29.95 each to experience what digital cable, high-speed online, and digital phone Texas have to offer. You'll enjoy more than 200 crystal clear channels with easy access to video on demand and parental controls. Blazing fast internet with no long-term contracts required, and affordable unlimited calling to anyone, anywhere in Texas. As often as you want, for as long as you want. But this huge cost savings offer won't last long. In fact, time is running out. So call us now at 1-888-210-4735 and combine all 3 Time Warner services for less than $90 a month per month for 12 months. Call Time Warner at 1-888-210-4735 today. Offer ends August 31st, 2007. Total package price is $89.85 per month. Some restrictions apply.
The following is paid for by Rubin and Associates.
Hi, it's J.D. Ryan with the Russ Martin Show. Bankruptcy. It's a dark, it's a frightening word. But you know what? It can signal a brand new day of financial freedom. There really is a reason we have bankruptcy laws. We've all been there. The phone's ringing. They want their money and they want it now. Well, would you gladly pay them if you had it? The stress is driving everybody in the house crazy. You get sick to your stomach even when the phone rings. So the best thing you can do for yourself and your family is to make the call to 1-800-THE-DOGS and make a change for your future. That one phone call can stop your phone from ringing. You have rights, believe it or not. Immediately stop foreclosures. You immediately stop repossessions. You can eliminate credit card debt and actually rebuild your credit score because lenders will see you've done something to start on a new path. And it all happens with one call. 1-800-THE-DOGS. Call the guys and sleep better tonight.
Get legal representation with Bite. Car wrecks, bankruptcies, criminal, divorce, and workers' comp.
That's 1-800-THEDOGS.
If you've been putting off LASIK for one reason or another, at Carter Eye Center, your excuses are over. It's called Worry-Free LASIK, and here's why. From the latest intralaser technology to the Carter Eye Center 2020 or its free LASIK guarantee, we have a commitment to help you achieve the best LASIK results possible. Call us today at 214-696-2020 and ask about zero down and zero interest financing, and for a limited time only, how you can save up to $1,200 off your custom LASIK procedure. The latest technology, a 2020 or its free guarantee, easy financing, and up to $1,200 off your LASIK procedure. It's called Worry-Free LASIK. Call for a free LASIK evaluation at 214-696-2020. That's 214-696-2020. And visit us at CarterEyeCenter.com. Worry-free LASIK, only at Carter Eye Center.
No rules, no restrictions. This is Reality Radio. This is KLLI, Dallas-Fort Worth, live 105.3.
A home equity line from Regions Bank gets you a great rate on money for anything. Home improvement, vacations, even college tuition. Call or visit Regions today. Equal housing lender.
Now, back to the Russ Martin Show.
All right, Daniel, what else you got?
All right. Well, according to a survey, we'll start this one over. 10% of Americans say they'd lend out their spouse for a night for $1 million. And another 16% say they'd have to give it some serious thought. 53% of women and 34% of men say it would cause marital problems if a wife makes more money than a husband.
You lose control.
Well, some relationships are balanced.
It can be balanced.
It cannot be?
No. It's like having a corporation and everybody has the same say. You can't do that. Then you never get anything done. There's no forward motion. You stay stagnant. You tread water. There's a constant struggle in case somebody is in control. Somebody always has to lead any type of group. Well, it all can't be a collective effort.
I understand that. What in most relationships,
not everybody can have equal input.
It goes back and forth.
Somebody has to get in the dryer.
In your relationship, that works. I mean, most of it doesn't. It goes back and forth. Like the woman takes care of the house, and the man takes care of the job and the cars and the yard and that kind of thing.
All right, but somebody still has to be in charge. You can divvy up duties. You can have different responsibilities. Somebody still has to take the helm. Both of you can't drive. Can't be two wheels.
In case there are, disputes, then you can just say, get in the dryer or get out.
Yeah.
It works for you.
Tell them how much you trust Amy.
Please.
I don't believe I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, you let it slip last night. Guess how much he trusts his fiancée.
How much? What?
He hides his wallet every night.
Oh.
Why do you hide your wallet? She lives in your home.
Yeah.
She's not going to steal from you. You really do this?
Yeah.
What brought this up?
I don't know. I forgot I said it.
Something must have occurred for you to be suspicious.
They were lecturing me about that I should hide my things from the 19-year-old until I get to know her better.
Well, that's not a bad idea until you get to know somebody better.
almost 3 years, he's still hiding his wallet from his fiance.
Is that because you're afraid she's going to take money from you?
In the beginning, I just thought it was best. Since she took $20 out of my office, she wasn't supposed to be in there. I just kept hiding it.
So now it's just become a habit. You're not really afraid she'd take anything.
That's 2 questions.
Are you afraid she'd take something from you?
No, she knows not to go in my office. That's where I keep my wallet.
And leave it in your wallet. I mean, leave it in your office.
That's what I do.
Why don't you get a safe?
Why?
From his wife?
No, I think he meant for.
Yeah, those gun cabinets are very nice.
Yeah. Lined?
Yes, they are.
Why?
Nice old panic box.
Yeah, in case tornadoes coming. Get the gun, the safe. She wanted the storm cellar anyway.
Compromise.
Yeah.
Relationships are full of them.
I don't know what he's laughing at, so go ahead.
What would you safe? You can put her diamond
Thank you.
ring
You
in
stop
there.
right there. You can put her.
Diamond ring.
Yeah.
A lot of times you have cash around from
Foundation.
Yeah. Seems like it. And then you have a place to hide your wallet at night.
I have one now.
I can't believe that.
From your wife.
Why?
From your soon-to-be wife.
Future.
That you don't trust her? Or you trust her so little that you hide your wallet?
Yes. I forgot how this came up last night. In what context did I throw that out?
Y'all were getting on me that I had brought the girl back to my place. Said, you always go to her place for the first couple times. And that I didn't hide my wallet from her.
I don't remember talking about that.
Yeah, we did.
For how long?
Being that everyone was so astonished when you said that you still hide your wallet, Chuck, 10, 15 minutes? Yeah.
Was I practicing the guitar?
You had actually stopped and we were all talking. Gavin was in here.
I wasn't paying attention. I wasn't.
You were the one lecturing me the most.
You got a stranger in your house. You need to hide your stuff.
Okay, fair enough. You don't have a stranger in your house.
I still like all my stuff to be in one spot in the event of emergency.
Well, you've got a nice bedside table, bathroom counter.
Uh-huh. I like it in my office. One spot in the event of emergency.
What kind of emergency?
I don't know. Like I need to check my wallet and see if my cards are in there.
She's not going to steal from you.
No, because she can't go in my office.
Well, she can actually if you're passed out drunk.
And then I go back and I check the security cameras and I see if she went in the office.
Do you go back and check the cameras every day?
Once a week.
Do you really?
Yes.
For other people or just for her?
All right. Hold on. Who is it?
On the warm is Johnny from Operation Kindness.
Who's on the other one?
I haven't checked it yet.
Oh. All right. Yes, Johnny.
Hey, Russ.
Yes?
Just want to let you know, watch the news tonight. We took in a dog today that was found chained.
Is this the one from Cleburne?
No,
that dog died.
I saw that story too. Now this dog has a happy ending. He was found chained to a railroad track, and the Union Pacific.
Like a chain to the track, so when the train came, he was going to get hit.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead.
And someone on a Union Pacific train passing by saw him and called their dispatcher and alerted them, and one of their employees came over, who's one of your listeners, by the way, and spent about 45 minutes getting him kind of calmed down, and then had to use a sledgehammer to break part of the chain. There's actually wire wrapped around the chain on the railroad tie so that he couldn't possibly escape. He broke the wire, like baling wire, he said. And
so they got the dog loose?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And was able to, to save his life. They had to stop 2 trains that would have gone down that track within about 30 minutes' time.
Well, why the hell they would do that?
obviously wanted the dog to meet a horrible.
Well, I got that, but why not just turn the dog loose?
Yeah.
That's just sadistic.
What kind of dog?
He's about 3 years old, a black chow lab mix.
All right. What kind of shape was he in?
He's underweight. He's probably 10 pounds underweight. Dirty. He's got scars on the back of his neck where it looked like a collar in years past had become embedded. He's got unusual scars along the inside of both feet.
Could this be a dog they were using for fighting?
No.
All right. That's the only reason I ask is obviously a lot of times when the dogs don't win, then they end up like this.
Right, exactly. But I don't think so on this, based on his breed and his demeanor and everything. And he's not just ripped up, but obvious past wounds on him.
Who covered it?
4, 5, 11, and 33.
What part of town was this?
West Dallas, really far West Dallas, I-30 and Loop 12.
Now, what was the story about the dog in Cleburne? Because somebody sent me an email, said something happened, but they didn't give me the story.
Well, I just saw it briefly on one of the stations at 6. I guess an owner beat his dog to death with his fists.
Yes.
And they arrested him, and he's out on $2,000 bond.
Did somebody see him do it?
Yes. Multiple people.
All right.
And they've seen it before, but in this sick...
What kind of dog?
Pit bull.
All right.
He would beat the dog would run off, then he would lure the dog back just to hit him more.
And you got plenty of witnesses for this one.
The way the Star Telegram read, there were 3 or 4 people, because there was a woman who was watching it and called 911.
All right, well, it'd be kind of hard to beat this one then.
And they said this one automatically, because same day, that horse story in Cleburne, that guy's going to be charged with a Class A misdemeanor. They said because this guy, the way it was done, this would be a felony charge.
State jail.
Yes.
All right. Did they say what time? Did we miss the 6 o'clock broadcast, or is it on at 10? Rude. Well, I didn't see anything on the TVs in here at 6, so I'm going to guess it's the 10. Yeah. 33's on at 9?
Yes.
All right. I'll check that one then. How we doing, Chloe?
We're cool.
All right. Go ahead, Dan.
Okay.
What were we in the middle of?
Talking about you hiding your wallet from Amy.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Go ahead, Dan.
Also part of that survey, 78% of women say the cost of an engagement ring does not matter.
What's the eyeball?
Just seeing if you had a comment on that. 33% of women
The size of that ring was more for me than anybody else.
Why is that?
I would her floating around in public. Somebody sees some kind of thing.
People really, other than women, don't judge a love of a couple by the size of the ring.
Yeah, they do.
Chicks do.
Women may necessarily judge the love of it, but sometimes other men will, right after you get engaged, look at the ring as well and say, isn't that cute for him? Has nothing to do with her.
Everybody looks at the ring.
Because men look at it as a status thing, as how big could he afford?
Right.
Okay.
Or how big of a tight ass was he?
I wasn't a tight ass on this one.
I'm saying generically, that's what guys look at.
The tone was a me shot.
No, it was not a shot at you. You were not tight ass at all.
No, you just took it back from her.
It's still at the house with my wallet.
Somebody just emailed, if you were Amy, Russ, would you still be with you?
No.
I asked because I can't imagine going through
already answered the question.
On eggshells.
I wouldn't date anybody like me. Long term, short, at all.
Well, as you said, only in your home, only one person can drive the boat. So you're right. You couldn't possibly deal with somebody that would take your stuff they gave you as a gift and take it back because they got mad at you, even though they were so drunk they don't remember why.
Well, you don't know what she did.
You don't either.
Not the point.
But how can you gauge how long to keep it? First of all, taking away an engagement ring. Isn't there some other form of punishment than that ring?
No.
That symbolizes your love. It doesn't symbolize something you can yank from her when you don't. So does that mean you take your love away from her when you're mad at her?
No.
Does it make you feel better that maybe because you have the ring, you didn't really get engaged?
Yes. At this point, there's really no proof that I was engaged because I've already power washed the proposal off the back deck. And I have the ring back.
So it's as if that day never happened.
Yeah, good luck in court.
She's not going to take you to court.
You can't.
Does she bring it up at all, or does she sulk about it?
No, she hasn't said anything.
Nothing at all. Okay.
She knows I'll get over whatever happened, and she'll get it back one day.
I think you should be at that point now.
And how do you gauge what day that should be?
Because when you don't know what they did, I think it's time to.
Well, that's the way you live
on.
your life. Shut up, Slick.
33% of women say that a good marriage is more dependent on having a lot of money than having good sex. And 12% of women and 16% of men say it's okay to marry for money.
I'm surprised guys would say that.
I'm surprised any guy would say that.
Well, maybe
because you know what, you got to marry for money.
Well, I think they may be looking at it from the angle of, I'm okay.
Somebody marries me for money?
Exactly.
All right, go ahead.
A new company lets you charm women, love this, by seamlessly convincing them that you have a huge bank balance. It's called CustomReceipts.com, and they'll give you a month or a year's supply of fake ATM receipts where you choose the total balance in your account. That way, they say you can accidentally drop one of the receipts at a bar, and when a woman picks it up and sees your $800,000 bank balance, she'll instantly be attracted to you. The year supply is $16. Just for a month is only $6.
Well, that works for getting sex that night, but she's going to come back to your crummy little apartment and realize you ain't got no $800,000.
Okay.
Doesn't matter. You can easily, like hypothetically, you say you $50,000 on your fake ATM, you drop it, the hot chick comes back, sees you live in some rat-infested efficiency. Well, all the like millions in bonds and stocks. I'm in between chateaus. It doesn't matter.
What do they charge for these slips?
$16 for the year.
I'll sell you one for 10.
$5.
No. I got overhead.
Oh.
Going to break here? Oh, okay.
We'll be back to the Russ Martin Show.
You're unbelievable.
Stop by your local participating On the Run at Exxon for a thirst-quenching deal. Get any size fountain drink or icy for just 99 cents. Only at On the Run at Exxon locations.
Why would you listen to anything else? The Russ Martin Show on Live 105.3.
At KFC, we know a few things about Texans. Like the saying goes, everything's bigger in Texas, and that includes appetites, which is why we've made a deal with you in mind. The KFC Texas Two-Step. Every Monday, you get a 2-piece drumstick and thigh, a side of mashed potatoes with gravy, and a fresh biscuit, and the best part, you get it all for just $1.99. Now, if that's not enough to make you holler, yeehaw, then maybe you ain't Texan enough. So, try this on for size. On Wednesdays, you get a chicken fried steak, mashed potatoes with gravy, coleslaw, and a fresh biscuit, also for just $1.99. That's the KFC Texas Two-Step. 2 great deals for under $2. Monday, enjoy 2 pieces of chicken, mashed potatoes with gravy, and a biscuit. And on Wednesdays, get a delicious plate of chicken fried steak, mashed potatoes with gravy, coleslaw, and a biscuit, just $1.99 each. The Texas Two-Step at KFC every Monday and Wednesday. A great meal, just $1.99. For limited time only, offer valid on applicable Mondays and Wednesdays only at participating KFC restaurants. Prices may vary. Substitutions and tax extra.
Happy anniversary to Dr. Booth at the Booth Eye Care and Laser Center. Hey, it's Jagger, and Dr. Booth is celebrating his 20-year anniversary, and the news just got a little bit better because due to the overwhelming response, Dr. Booth has increased the savings to an incredible 30% off Intra LASIK until July 31st. Call them now, 214-328-0444. That's 214-328-0444. Or check him out online at boothlasercenter.com. Dr. Booth, number one for a reason.
Log on to DFWclearance.com for lease details. Attention. Now through Saturday night, the Texas AIG will sell off 1,200 brand new and repossessed vehicles from distressed dealerships. Brand new Nissans, total out of pocket, half of MSRP. Pre-owned vehicles starting at $995. With their sheer size and selling power, Trophy Nissan has been named the official host of this DFWclearance.com event. Log on to DFWclearance.com. Toyota, Chevrolet, Chevys, Hondas, BMW, Mercedes, new Nissan. Total out of pocket, half of MSRP. Pre-owned vehicles starting at $995. All manufacturer pricing sanctions are lifted. Operating margins are reduced to zero. Call 1-800-408-4444. 1-800-408-4444. Offers end Saturday night when all remaining inventory is sent to wholesale loss auction. The DFWClearance.com event under the giant tent, 635 in Galloway and Mesquite. Register on DFWClearance.com now.
The 2007 Spring Thoroughbred season at Lone Star Park is coming down to the wire. If you haven't been out yet, what are you waiting for? Come out this Saturday, July 28th for Fan Appreciation Day, when each person will receive a free Lone Star Park sports bag with paid admission while supplies last. That's a free canvas sports bag featuring our commemorative 10-year anniversary logo. Plus, enter to win lots of other great prizes in our Fan Appreciation Day drawings. To enter, simply pick up, complete, and deposit your entry form on Saturday, July 28th before the 2 p.m. contest deadline. One free Lone Star Park sports bag per person with paid admission while supplies last. Grandstand gates open at 11:30 and the first live race starts at 1:35. Admission is only $3. For an action-packed day of live thoroughbred racing and to get your free Lone Star Park sports bag and the opportunity to win lots of other great prizes, what are you waiting for? Don't miss Fan Appreciation Day this Saturday, July 28th at Lone Star Park at Grand Prairie. The horses are ready. Are you?
Howard TV is everyone's favorite vacation destination. There's plenty of attractions.
She's got to be in the top 5 hottest chicks.
With very friendly locals.
2 really hot girls.
And the temperature's always hot.
Wow.
With Howard Stern, the best bodies aren't on the beach this summer.
I wish I was skinny.
They're on Howard TV On Demand. Get an exclusive view of all the uninhibited glory of his legendary Daily Show, plus access to over 40 more shows per month.
It's always great to have you girls here, especially on Howard TV.
And since it's on demand, you can pause, rewind, and fast forward whenever you want.
I gotta see that.
Howard TV On Demand is the only place to see The Stern Show with all the uncensored insanity.
What are you wearing under there?
Absolutely nothing.
See Howard get personal with the hottest girls.
Oh, my goodness.
The biggest celebrities.
I come to this show, I get jealous.
All at your command, all summer long.
I like that.
Watch Howard Stern TV on demand on Time Warner Digital Cable. Call 972-PIC-TWC and order today.
Bud Light presents Real Men of Genius.
Real men of genius.
Today we salute you, Mr. Blue Aluminum Bottle Maker.
Mr. Blue Aluminum Bottle Maker.
Your amazing creation allows us to keep our beer, our hands, and the Arctic ice shelf completely cool.
It's really, really cold.
The only problem we have taking a drink, removing our lips from the bottle after taking a drink.
My lips are stuck.
Sure, we need a beer this cold. Should we ever find ourselves running wind sprints at the bottom of an active volcano.
I'm on fire.
So crack open an ice-cold Bud Light, oh frighter of the frigid. Now, can somebody please pry this bottle from my frozen hand?
Mr. Blue Aluminum Bottle Maker.
Bud Light Beer, Anheuser-Busch, Houston, Texas.
Hey, it's Jagger with Kelly from Pugs and Kelly for
Jagger.
Direct Buy. How you doing?
Great.
Good. We're going to talk about Direct Buy for a second, if that's okay.
That would be great.
Absolutely. You're a member. I'm a member, so we can talk about this professionally, I guess.
I guess we can.
Here's the situation. They just opened a new Coppell store, which
That's great because that is right by me.
See how easy that's going to be for you? We just moved into our new house.
Yeah.
And so many examples of what the builder won't give you. For example, no window treatments.
I wanted to get something decent. I wanted to get wood blinds. And you know how expensive those can be when it starts adding up to every single window.
But by going through Direct Buy and buying directly from the manufacturer, it's a whole nother story because you end up saving literally thousands of dollars just on window treatment. So imagine if you're building a house or if you're doing a major remodel, the money that you're going to shell out and the savings that you're going to put in your pocket.
And now you can save time because you can visit their Coppell location.
You got 3 locations totally with the brand new Coppell store. And
What's the number?
1-800-DIRECT-BUY.
1-800-DIRECT-BUY. How about if I go online?
Oh, of course, directbuy.com is the website. And why?
Direct Buy is the number one way
to buy direct for your home.
If you're looking for a new car, truck, SUV, leasing from D&M is the way to go. Especially if you're upside down, if you owe more on the vehicle than it's worth. Leasing is going to be probably the only way to right yourself. You put no money down. You can save 40 to 50% every single month. And at the end of the lease, if you want to buy the vehicle, you've got that option. If you want to walk away from it, you're done. And then you can get into another new vehicle. Also with leasing, it allows you to get into a car that normally you wouldn't be able to afford. because you're only paying for the depreciation. And if you lease something with a high resale, that means it depreciates less. Your payments are going to be less. You go to the website, dmautoleasing.com. On the website, you can look at the manufacturer's links, put together the vehicle exactly the vehicle that you want. Just because you're leasing doesn't mean you got to take it off the lot. You can order it just like you were going to buy it, except you're going to save money every month. And you can be in a new car every 2 or 3 years. Any area code, 35 lease, 35 LEASE. You can go online, put your car together right now. It's dmautoleasing.com.
Thousands of people have already gone to RadioXbox360.com to get a free Xbox 360. So what are you waiting for?
And I went ahead and completed all the offers, and just like they promised, I received an Xbox in the mail.
When I first heard about it, I thought there's no way I can get an Xbox 360 for free. But it does work, and I got my Xbox in 2 days.
You can get a free Xbox 360 worth over $400 at www.radioxbox360.com.
Xbox came in really quick, and I was surprised to see that it was the $400 value upgraded systems.
If you're 18 or older, go to www.radioxbox360.com. Enter your email address and shipping information. Follow the redemption instructions, print out your coupon, and a free Xbox 360 will be shipped to you. Guaranteed. Check out the site for more details.
I got my free Xbox 360, and I'm psyched about it, and I couldn't believe it. It's the real deal.
So if you want your free Xbox, you must go to www.radioxbox360.com. Again, www.radioxbox360.com.
A lineup like no other. Jagger, Hugs and Kelly, Russ Martin. This is KLLI, Dallas, Fort Worth, Live 105.3. Now, back to the Russ Martin Show.
Which night was it you had the 19-year-old over?
Sunday night.
Did you actually call it that? Date? Or sleepover?
A date.
Yeah. What time did she leave the next day?
I'd be at the office at a little before 9, so 8:15, 8:30.
What'd you do the night before? Watch a movie?
I've already told you what we did.
Tell me on the air or off the air?
Told you on the air.
Oh. Well, I forget. Did you get you some Granimal? How many snaps?
Who's a big girl?
Yeah. You tape them back on when you were done?
No.
Okay. What are you writing down, Dan? You got anything else? Only got a couple minutes to kill.
Yes, he does.
Yes.
All right. You want it in the ass?
No. Just giving you a heads up.
Oh. I don't have any new farts, and I think that this story is well, the air's gone out of this bit.
An email for you from a guy who wants to be in radio.
The options.
An irony.
Where's it from? Dan Lewis?
Although fitting.
Yeah. That one's too easy to let go, too. All right, let me see it. Is it the standard email?
Pretty much. This guy, I think, has maybe a higher inflated opinion of himself.
Is it going to have something in here that says, all my friends either say I have a good radio voice or they think I would be good in radio?
You got it.
Make all my friends laugh.
Get of all the parties.
I've been a long-time listener of your show. You probably hear this a lot, but your show is highly entertaining. I look forward to listening to it every day. I've been tossing around the idea of seeking a career in radio for a few years now, and was wondering if you could be kind enough to provide some information as how I can begin a career in radio. For instance, would it be a good idea if I were to intern first, and if so, for how long? I'm just looking for basic information on how to get started so I can have the opportunity to become an entertainer, much like yourself. My ultimate goal is to entertain the public, much like what you do, but of course without imitating. I'd also like to be a refreshing alternative to the midday show or Lex and Terry. From what I've listened to, I feel I can do better with half the effort. Since the beginning of my stint at my university in 2003, I've been told...
Oh, this is about to get really good.
I've been told by many people that I would be great in talk radio for many reasons, one of which being is I have a sharp wit. Other reasons those people think I would be a good addition to the talk radio set: I'm humorous, I have a much appreciated open-mindedness, very articulate and intelligent. I'm a senior and will be obtaining my BA. Okay. So again, I would just like, then just, it closes. Figured I would ask you, since you obviously knew what to do to become a great communicator. Why is that funny to you?
It's not. It's just how many letters, how many security guards have stopped me going out of buildings after radio. You know, all my friends tell me, I got a good voice. When you listen to this, and they'll give you a one-liner. Thanks.
And when you give them the information that they really need to hear, they don't want to hear.
That's not enough.
They want something easy, something that may take a couple of weeks before they get their own show. They don't like the fact that you're going to have to drive to a small market, suffer through a bunch of crap. By the time you get to a major market, you're still going to have to do overnights. There's still a lot of crap to go with that.
Well,
and program directors that are on coke, program directors that hire their buddies.
Yes.
Whether they worked at the same station in Las Vegas, or some guy comes in and blows him on a regular basis, so he gets a 10 to 2 shift. You're going to have to deal with those things.
It's very frustrating. Starting over today, I would not do radio.
And even if you knew what the outcome was going to be?
Yeah, but how in the world would you ever know we'd end up doing this again? No, given today's market and the Jack FM formats and the less talk, more music stuff, I wouldn't do it again.
Yeah, I wouldn't do music radio unless I knew that talk was going to come from
it. At the end, yeah. Such a crapshoot.
I have no idea what the allure of music radio would be now, because it's everything's gotten to less talk and automation. And at that point, you got even less leverage when you go to, even if they offer you a contract.
You have no leverage. We can play George Strait with or without you.
Yeah.
You think that's something that will be cyclical, and at a certain point they'll shift back to where people want to hear jocks more, or do you think that's just kind of a...
I think broadcast radio is only going to get worse as far as creativity, and most of the innovative stuff is going to move to satellite, because you got so many different channels. You can try almost any format you want. Doesn't work out, you zip it.
That was interesting. They had a deal today about if XM and Sirius merge, they're going to talking about redoing their packages, where you can get like a small package, and then I think it was 25 cents a month you can subscribe to individual channels.
At that point, it might be worth sampling different things, especially if you're only paying a quarter.
It's fun to have all the channels, but really, to be honest, you're driving for the most part when you listen to it, so you really don't have time to go through all of them. I have about 160 channels. I probably go to 5.
It's like cable or satellite TV.
Yeah.
You got the different channels, but I probably only got 10 that I frequent.
Ever.
Were we about done?
Yeah. Well, you were talking about the email as far as everyone wants the quick and easy route to get into radio.
Oh, yeah, nobody likes that. And once you tell them, they ask, well, is there another way to do it? You asked me how I did it, and that's the way it played out. Here are all the news stories on my website. Go and read it. If you want a template, there it is.
That was you, though. I'm much more talented.
Well, like this email, it's like, do I have to intern? Basically it was like he would do it if he had to.
But even still, what I was going to bring up, he's like, okay, I'd be willing to do the internship, but how long do I really have to do it?
Right. If so, and for how long? And what he's not going to like is you may have to intern at a station outside of Dallas-Fort Worth. You may have to drive to Terrell, Greenville, Waxahachie, or whatever. Not every internship's going to be in Dallas-Fort Worth.
No.
And not every internship will, end up in a job.
The one I liked, we got about a year ago, the guy was, I'll be glad to come in and I want to work on the Russ Martin Show. I'll do anything. I'm glad to start at the bottom. It's like, do you even realize what you just said?
No, they don't. He means at the bottom
of the show.
No, I got that. To him, that's the bottom. That's the lower rung.
Mm-hmm.
Not even considering that there's stations 60, 70 miles out that you're probably going to have to drive to.
And start at their bottom.
And the hardest thing is, especially like you guys were talking about today's radio climate, is especially with some of those smaller market stations, so many of those are going the way of like a Jack FM. They're almost all automated. It's hard to really sort of build up anything to try to get to a bigger market. That's what's really tough nowadays.
Yeah, JD's right. At this point, I'd probably bail on it if I had to go back and do it again. I think we should let the Putin thing rest.
Come on. One more.
I don't have a new...
I'll never pull another one. Just one.
Proper send-off.
Let's see if I got a few favorites. I like that one. That one. Oh, wait. There it is. All right.
Russian President Vladimir Putin denounced Britain for making insulting demands that betrayed outdated colonial thinking and comments likely to escalate a row over the murder of Alexander Litvinenko.
Why would you send an email to this show asking advice on how to be a great communicator? That was an accident. That sounded like somebody knocking on the door.
Yeah.
Anybody home?
Wait. Hit that one again.
Go ahead.
Someone's going to download that to their doorbell ringer, I swear. Britain and Russia have each expelled 4 diplomats in a spat over the murder and Moscow's refusal to extradite the chief suspect in the case. What they propose is an obvious vestige of colonial thinking, Putin was shown saying on Russian state television. Putin went on to say they must have clearly forgotten that Britain is no longer a colonial power. There are no colonies left, and thank God Russia has never been a British colony. Britain has demanded Moscow extradite Russian businessman Andrei Lugovoy so that he may be put on trial in London for Litvinenko's murder. Asked for a reaction to Putin's comments.
Stop there. Let's just go. And nobody else say my name between now and before we go. I don't want Arbor trying to find out. All right, Chuck, go ahead. All right, Dan.
All right. For more information about the Russ Martin Show, including pictures, video, and more, go to Russ Martin. That's russmartin.com. To answer any question you may have about the show, go to russmartin.info. To instant email the show and only during the show, send that to studio@russmartin.com. The other show websites, johndavidryan.com, danantasos.com, djclo.com, treytrenholm.com, and Chuck on the keyboards is chuckwheat.com. The official caterer of the Russ Martin Show is Sugar Babies Barbecue. Their website, sugarbabiesbbq.com. The official limo service is brought to you by Limo George. His website, limogeorge.com. Russ gets his guitars and band equipment from the Guitar Center. Their website, guitarcenter.com. The official liquor store of the Russ Martin Show is Majestic Fine Wine and Spirits. Their fabulous website is majesticliquors.com. And the official site for Live 105.3 is live1053.com.
All right, see you guys tomorrow. See you.
And now, listen to The Russ Martin Show anytime you want on the web at russmartin.info.
And prize in the first annual Russ Martin Show Listeners Foundation No Limit Texas Hold'em Poker Tournament. Saturday, August 11th at Paradise Cove in South Lake. All proceeds benefit as issued checks for $120,000. So your support of this event is truly appreciated. For more information on the Russ Martin Show Listeners Foundation Poker Tournament, click on russmartin.com.
It's simple, really. Majestic Fine Wines and Spirits has more than 20 Metroplex locations, all designed to serve you. Which leads me to the majestic spirit of the week, Lismore Single Malt Scotch. Lismore Scotch is bottled by W.M. Lundy & Company and has a malt and toffee nose followed by a sweet and slightly floral palate. This is one of the best Scotch values we carry and is perfect neat or over ice. Find Lismore Single Malt Scotch today at majesticliquors.com.
This is your station. Please treat it kindly. KLLI, Dallas, Fort Worth is live 105.3.
This segment brought to you by Man's Best Friend. Go to mansbf.com.
Hey, it's Sybil from the Pugs and Kelly Show. The folks from Bud.tv thought it would be fun to have rock musicians trade in their bass to catch some bass. Well, I just can't argue with them. Check out Bass Grabbers on Bud.tv and watch rockers grab some bass. Sorry, just couldn't resist saying that.
Russ Martin went a little long, but the professor doesn't mind at all. We now join the Tom Leykis Show on Live 105.3.
It's turned up into the NBA's background checks. So, that's it. Our job is done here, and the guy continued to officiate. And there's all these games now the New York Daily News and ESPN have identified as games where actions by Tim Donaghy, the referee, resulted in the point spread being covered, including the one which was just outrageous, where seconds were put back on the clock in a game where a team hadn't covered the point spread. Seconds were put back on the clock in that game. And by the way, they went back on ESPN today and they showed all these interviews with players after each one of these games. And they were saying things like, it's a shame the outcome of the game had to be determined by referees and not by the players on the court. And, of course, the players that say that, the NBA always fines anybody, like Phil Jackson, the coach of the Lakers. They fine them for making negative comments about the referees. Maybe the players knew something. For God's sake. Now, here's the thing. Okay, this is a big scandal. This is a big freaking scandal. It's one thing for Barry Bonds to use steroids and break the home run record, okay? That's one thing. But nobody ever doubted that when Barry Bonds came to the plate, the umpires, didn't call ball 4 because they had somebody at a casino waiting to see Barry walk and raise his on-base percentage to, 1.875, whatever it is. That allegation has never come up in major American professional sports. Yes, there have been college basketball betting scandals, fixes, and what have you. Baseball had the Black Sox scandal of 1919, which involved players, but never umpires, never referees. This is unprecedented. The NFL, can you imagine if this happened to the NFL? They'd shut the goddamn country down, for God's sake. The NBA, imagine, you watch the NBA, you can't be sure that the referee isn't, calling his buddy in the mafia and telling him which referees are working which games and putting the seconds back on the clock. How can you ever trust the NBA, again, knowing that this guy was gambling? And, by the way, he led the league in calling technical fouls, and he led the league in calling fouls, period. And he led the league in technicals by a factor of, I forget, it was some huge amount. The guy who called the second most technicals didn't even come close to Tim Donaghy. This is just an outrageous scandal. And it's the middle of the summer, and a lot of you probably aren't hip to this yet and haven't been paying attention. But the NBA has a referee scandal where it's possible the referee affected the outcome of games because he had some relationship with mobsters, and whether he felt he had to provide the information to the mobsters or what, or he had debts and he had to pay money back to somebody, we don't really know yet. The FBI might know, but we don't know. But the bottom line is it's the integrity of the sport. You don't know if the outcome of the game is the actual outcome that would have taken place if everything was done on the up and up. You don't know. One thing we know for sure, the Lakers wouldn't have gotten past the first round. That we do know, no matter who was referee. That we know. But as far as who's the champion or, who was winning those playoff games when Tim Donaghy was refereeing, who knows? Who knows if we actually know that those games, the outcomes were not tainted by one man. And by the way, who knows if it's one man? He might finger other referees. Absolutely. So, here's my question for you, and this is why I'm bringing this up, okay? I'm a big NBA fan. Gary's a big NBA fan. Dean is a big NBA fan. We're big NBA fans around here, and we have been for a long time. We have a great relationship with the LA Lakers, and those guys, we love them to death. We're huge fans. The Lakers play 82 regular season games. I think I probably see 70 of them mostly on TV, occasionally in person. But I'm just a huge, huge Laker fan. But the question is, can you trust the NBA? Can you trust the outcome of the games? Well, that's not my only question for you here, because here's the deal. My question is, does anybody care? And here's why I'm asking that question. People don't care about wrestling. It's been fake forever. And people still love it. I mean, if they made the Harlem Globetrotters an expansion team in the NBA, would people really care? Would they care? I mean, all you need is Shaq and Kobe and all the soap opera that goes on. It's just like wrestling. I mean, does it really matter if the outcome? I'm asking you if you think if the outcomes are tainted, would you stop watching? If it turns out that this guy has been fixing games or getting involved in point shaving or point spreads or whatever, will that affect whether or not you watch the NBA? Because to me, a sport, wrestling is not a sport. We've had this debate on the air before. Wrestling is not a sport, and the reason is because the outcome is scripted. You know the outcome. There's no competition. The winner is decided before the wrestling performance. I'm not going to call it a match. The performance starts. If there's a script, they follow the script, and they know who the winner is before the thing starts. That's not sports. That's more like ballet. Okay? You pretty much know how Swan Lake is going to turn out. And wrestling is not all that different. But in the NBA now, do we really know if the outcome is what would have happened if those players actually played in a fair athletic competition? And does it matter? That's what I want to find out from you.
Tom Leykis. 1-800-5800-TOM. Tom Leykis. 1-800-5800-866.
Did you know that in India, the women have chosen the men who they want to marry?
You know, in India, they worship cows. In the United States, we divorce them.
The Tom Leykis Show.
Cabaret Royale brings you the 7 days a week happy hour. We can cure what ails you. Every day from 5 to 9 p.m., the hottest girls in town entertain you. Great food, beer, and well drinks are only $3.
The best deal in gentlemen's entertainment is Cabaret Royale's Daily Happy Hour. Free buffet and $3 well drinks. That is 7 days a week, 4 to 8 p.m. Only at Cabaret Royale.
Medical studies have shown that watching beautiful, scantily clad women will burn calories. Oh, boy, will it burn them. And our girls are so hot, and the food is so great, you're sure to burn more calories at Cabaret Royale than any old stinky gym.
Cabaret Royale is the first and best gentlemen's entertainment complex in Dallas at 10723 Composite Drive. Or take a peek on the web. CabaretRoyale.net. Join the hottest Texas girls at Cabaret Royale for their monthly VIP party, the last Tuesday of every month.
Jagger on Live 105.3.
I called Mondo yesterday, and I'm like, dude, I remember you telling me there was a hamburger joint because you know one everywhere you go. Mm-hmm. And I said, I can't remember where it is or what the name of it was.
Carpenter's fantastic. If you're heading to Corsicana, exit Business 287, first light you come to, there's a little gas station. And across the street from it is a converted gas station that's now an eat shop.
Oh, well, I don't know. there was a gas station on our left, and it says the best burgers in town.
That's what it is.
Like you'd be afraid to go in there and get a burger.
Yeah,
well,
no,
and I saw that sign, but I couldn't remember the name of it. I'm like, well, I think that's like a convenience store that happens to have a George Foreman grill set up.
Well, you can't eat the double-double. That thing is huge.
Wait. John, you're on Live 105.3.
2 months ago, I finally tried his burger, and that whole burger weighed over a pound.
Yeah, it's a big burger. That's what I'm saying. You can't eat the double-double.
No. And it's hard to put your mouth around it, man, because it was just so huge.
Isolate
Mono, how many times have you heard that?
I know.
The Jagger Show. Weekday mornings on Live 105.3.
Hey, it's Big Dick Hunter from the Wild Ass Circus, joined now by Bob Lavelle of HMS Now. Bob, that you have transitioned from a star of nighttime cable to that of also star of nighttime radio. I've got to think there's a whole new demographic of people out there who need to hear your message about how to get out of the rent race.
Well, we do try to get that message that you are making the landlord rich by paying that rent every month. And doggone it, if you want to own your own place, it starts with that first phone call to find out where you stand. There's no sense in going out and looking at things until you know where you stand on qualifying. And when you make that call, we're going to tell you exactly what you need to do to get qualified at some point down the line, or if you qualify right away.
You heard it from Bob Lavelle himself. Give him a call and put him to the test. See if he can help you out. I'll bet he can at 972-392-9595. That's 972-392-9595, or log on to homemarketingservices.com. Get out of the rent race. HMS is helping the homeless.
Kelly with the Pugs and Kelly Show. And do you realize that in order to get an affordable payment on a new car, lots of people get talked into financing their new car for 5, 6, even 7 years? Now, everyone knows that they're going to get tired of their cars after 3.5 years. I know that's when I got tired of my car, and that's when I gave the people at Autoflex Leasing a call, 817-972-234-1234. That way you're not going to have to keep that same car for 2 or 3 years after you get tired of it. Now is the time to stop and call Autoflex Leasing, and they can show you how you can lease that same new car, have the same or even a lower car payment, and get a new car every few years. Plus, depending on the term, you can be in full warranty the entire time you're going to drive your car. Now, how many times have you really kept that car for 5 or 6 years? I know I never have. I gave Autoflex Leasing a call, 817-972-234-1234. If you want to drive your new car the smart way, the best way, the cheapest way, call Autoflex Leasing, 817-972-234-1234, or go online to autoflex.com.
Let your voice be heard on this year's Dallas Observer Music Awards ballot. You become the critic. Cast your vote by Saturday, August 11th. Ballots are available in this week's Dallas Observer and at DallasObserver.com. Or cast your vote on the day of the showcase. Sample the sounds of over 30 local bands at 6 different venues on Lowest Greenville starting at 6 p.m. Saturday, August 11th. Balloting results will be announced at an after-awards ceremony at Granada Theater on August 14th, hosted by Pugs and Kelly from Live 105.3, and published in the August 16th issue of the Dallas Observer. The Dallas Observer Music Awards ballot is brought to you by Bacardi, Hooters, Scion, and Live 105.3. Pick up this week's Dallas Observer. Log on to DallasObserver.com or call 214-757-8483 for details and voting.
Someday, you'll memorize every check you've ever written, but that might be hard. Instead, why not get online check imaging with your Wells Fargo checking account today? It lets you view scanned images of your checks so you can confirm who you wrote the check to and for how much. And it's free. So instead of memorizing every check, you can just log on. Seize yours someday. Call, click, or stop by and talk with a Wells Fargo banker about a Wells Fargo checking account today. Wells Fargo, the next stage. Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
When a professional driver zooms in for a pit stop, his crew gives his vehicle everything it needs for top performance. He needs the best, and so do you. Hurry to your Ford or Lincoln Mercury dealership during Pit Stop Savings Days. Our crew is the best in the business. Ford-trained technicians who use genuine Ford parts. Race it for great service deals, only at your participating Ford or Lincoln Mercury dealership. Put the pedal to the metal. Pit Stop Savings Days end September 9th.
Reason number 9 to switch to Geico. There's nothing sweeter than saving money on car insurance. It's one of those rare opportunities in life where you can thumb your nose at the system and say, okay, system, listen up. I just got a better deal with Geico. Great savings, personal service 24/7, and the latest in online technology. Of course, the system may sulk for a day or two, but you're going to feel a lot better.
For a free rate quote, visit geico.com or call 1-800-947-AUTO. 15 minutes could save you 15%.
Loveline is now live on Live 105.3.
It's a skin condition. I can't really tell you over the
Please
phone.
go see somebody
Go
about
see
this.
a dermatologist, because if it's a skin condition, and you would say, describe what's on your body.
Now heard midnight to 2. Your chance to call and hear plenty of juicy sexual questions. It's Loveline, and it's live. Now heard from midnight to 2 on Live 105.3.
Want to feel better, lose weight, have more energy? Introducing the last piece of exercise equipment you'll ever need. A Smoothie King smoothie. Use Smoothie King for minutes a day. See results in no time. Hundreds of delicious flavors. Stores easily in a cup holder. The only fitness equipment made with nutrients.
Smoothie King smoothies are blended with real fruit, natural juices, and enhancers. To order yours, visit the Smoothie King nearest you. Register to win free Smoothie King for life.
Check out smoothieking.com today.
No purchase necessary. Open to legal residents of the 50 United States and DC or 18 or older. Ends 9/30/07. Void where prohibited. See official rules at smoothieking.com.
He's a welcome addition to our deranged family. Jagger. Now, back to Lycus.
Use only as directed. Bayer aspirin, use only as directed. Remember when Larry King used to do a radio show? He used to do those radio commercials? Use only as directed. Chicago, hello. Jesus. All right, NBA. Oh, they're deep in the soup, baby. I'll tell you what, they're in big, big trouble. This is only going to get better. Tell you what, that was going to be a boring summer. I was sitting in Italy watching this story unfold. I was just loving every minute of it. Not because I want to see the NBA go down. I don't. I love the NBA. I would hate to. And it'll go on. It's that David Stern, the little general. I just hate that little guy. Ooh, never liked him. I love seeing him with egg on his face. I just think it's spectacular. All right, 1-800-5800-TOM. That's our telephone number. John on the Tom Leykis Show. Hello.
Hey, Tom Boy, how's it going?
Doing okay.
All right, you know, it matters. I mean, come on. I mean, it's not wrestling where you expect them to go to be acting. This is two teams with players that are picked for their physical, input into that sport, and you want to see who's better. That's the whole point. When you see, games being fixed, not even, no one else knowing, say the players don't know, the coaches don't know, only the referees and the mob. I mean, where's just for money, for them,
The thing is, the NBA did not do a good job rooting this out. They did a bad job. The FBI, by the way, the NBA didn't discover this. The FBI came to the NBA and told them about it.
Yeah, they did. They did. I mean, it's just unfair to the fans. I mean, you want to see who's better, and you want to see who's going to win, by their own physical input into the game.
Right.
I mean, and whether, wrestling's fixed or not, it doesn't matter. This is basketball. This is, whether it's basketball, baseball, football. I mean, these are professionals that you want to see, who's better. And, whatever happens, I hope, it gets fixed, or at least they change some things. I don't know what they could do to change
Well, I mean, will you trust the NBA anymore? If this turns out to be true, if this guy fixed games or changed the outcome of games, or if he was feeding information to gamblers or the mafia, and the NBA just was blissfully unaware of this. They had no idea. Will you trust them in the future?
It's going to be every single play that's kind of questionable. You're going to be wondering to yourself, is someone behind it, or is it just a human mistake?
I miss the good old days when Shaq used to diss Kobe and Kobe was dissing Andrew Bynum. I mean, that's all you ever had to worry about.
Yeah,
you didn't have to worry about if the referee in the game was calling Little Sal in Newark to report to him on who the referees were going to be that night.
Yeah, I mean, you're 100% right. I mean, it's a shame. It's a shame. It ruins the feel to the sport. I mean,
yeah, well, that's the very least it does. If you have no idea whether a game is fixed.